Yo,
Okay. My G, what you telling me?
live and direct from all the way from
All right.
Southampton.
Jeez. Tell them, bro. Let them know.
Lively and directly, yeah, from way the other side of the country, cause God.
Them is there, you know what I mean?
What?
Oh, shit,
What
man.
you telling me,
How you
bro?
been doing, my broski? You all right?
I'm alright, my brother. What you telling me? How you doing, man?
You know what? Not too bad, bro. Not too bad. Getting
Mm,
on with things, you know what I mean? Do what you need to do and that.
you know what I mean?
And pushing forward, man. I'm pushing forward, man.
Yeah, they call those the obligatories.
The obligatories, them ways there, fam. Them ways
Yeah,
there. But I'm not too bad, broski. I'm not too bad, man.
yeah.
Is it just yourself and myself, or do we have a special guest
So
in the building?
we do have a special guest in the house.
Yes. Hold on, fam, 'cause I got to cue up music for this shit, fam. Hold on. And making his return, weighing in, and however much the fuck he weighs. You thought it was just one episode, but he's back with a vengeance.
Hey, you're not listening, bro.
Make some noise for Maggiano.
About 3 or 5.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, with like 5 vengeances, dog.
Back with all the vengeances.
All of
Oh,
them, fam.
God.
All at once, fam.
Mags, I have to tell you, man. Yeah, the last episode that we had you on, like, is by far one of my favorite episodes, bro. Just personally,
Really?
like, it got a lot of backlash, bro. But I loved it, fam. It was
Backlash.
end to end entertainment for me, bro. You know what I mean?
Bro. Yes, my bad.
It was like it's like a football match that ends in a draw, but the
Yeah.
actual game itself was like mad in it. It's like one of them sort of ones, like, yeah, you're entertaining that week. So big up to you, man. You know what I mean?
No, cheers, mate. Cheers.
Oh shit! And hopefully we can get a bit more cohesive this week, innit? But you know what? Let's get right into this shit. Once again, we back here, people. Episode 70 of the OnlyMans podcast. Big 7-0, yeah. Senior citizen years, blood.
We
You hear that,
70
yeah?
weeks old. That's a mad thing. We out here, fam. 7 weeks old, fam.
Fam,
We can retire now, innit?
bro. Past retirement, fam. Past the retirement age, bro.
You're not going in.
Episode 70, man. Episode 70, and we back here again, you know what I mean? So I'm going to introduce everyone quickly, and we're just going to get into some shit, man. You know what I mean? So, of course, you have myself, you know what I mean? Drizzy Francis, YM, Lord Smoke, Lord Poseidon, Young Messiah, whatever you want, call him, you know what I mean? So, round of applause, that.
Young Jock. That's why I'm going to start calling you from now on, fam.
You heard me?
Young Jock.
You heard me? Trust me. And then we have the Rose Garden head honcho himself, young Sins, roll straps like a baseball bat, getting out the mud from the soil, the seeds, and all of that. Make some more secret life in this shit.
Listen, the degrees get deep around here. The degrees get deep around here, fam.
Trust me, bro. And of course, you would have heard my intro earlier, you know what I mean? But we got the man, the myth, the legend himself back on the ting, yeah. Big Maggiano in the building, yeah.
Big.
It's actually short, but it's big.
Oh shit, gents, man. Any fun stories from your week in Southampton or your time in Southampton?
Fucking hell. It's been a bit of a sticky one.
How come?
This week. I don't know, the energies have just been lining up, you know what I mean?
Or the people them?
Huh?
With the people them?
Nah, just carrying on normal, just like normal everything, fam. It's just been a bit like, ooh, this is a bit techie, innit?
Right.
But then you come out the other side and it's like, oh, right, we made it, fam.
Yeah, we cool, it's blessed, innit? Like, yeah.
It's not easy.
Nah, I hear that, man. I hear that.
No. We just out
Like-
here, fam, entertaining these old ladies at that shop, bro.
Literally.
You're laughing. You're laughing. But we be putting on stage show for them motherfuckers,
Putting on
fam.
stage shows and
Man,
different cultures and experiences.
you know what I mean?
I only laugh, yeah. I only laugh to myself because I know Will's work. You know what I mean? Like I know, I know how Will give it up. You get what I mean? So you tell some old ladies saying nothing, brother. Get your shit out.
The old lady's been on case, fam. We just keep it in
Yeah.
the streets so we can come back to work in it.
Yeah, that's what it is. Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Oh shit, man.
Man, them old ladies will teach you something, dog. And shit, don't be knocking them
Yeah,
old ladies, dog. They'll teach you some shit,
Oh,
dog.
Oh, fam, teach
Yeah,
a
I'm
whole
saying.
heap of things, bro. Teach a whole heap of things.
Man, you'd be like, wow, I didn't even know my body worked like that, fam. That's mad.
Man went right there, you know.
Yeah, fam.
I thought you were talking about teaching about life or you know what I mean? Nah, bro.
Oh yeah,
When she
all
put
that
her,
too.
she put her
All
hand
that
here,
too, yeah. All
she put
that
this
too,
here,
yeah.
bro.
All
When she
that
get to
fam.
going like this, my nigga, yo,
Yeah.
that old bitch got some tricks in her, bro. You know what I mean?
Man.
I don't know what
Why,
they said you
fam?
can't teach an old dog new tricks like.
Listen, imagine somebody here that's been alive and been doing the thing for what, like, at least like 50 years, fam. They gotta know some shit, fam. They gotta know some shit, fam.
For real, bro. They got the Shaolin monk techniques in it. Like they got
Trust me, fam. That shit there,
like
fam.
they align your chakras and shit. Say again, bro.
But it's true what you said about they can teach you about life and shit. Because, like, yeah, obviously I just run straight to the, you know what I'm saying? But, like, yeah, man.
They put wise eyes. Do you know what I mean?
You'll be able to glean some insights, fam.
Yeah, that's the word.
Even while you're having some excitement.
Glean some insights while getting insights on, like, you know what I mean?
Trust, see.
Bro, shit.
Nah,
You got black people down in Southampton.
Huh?
You got black people down there.
Sporadically.
But yeah, you don't. It's not like an alien thing. It's not like what the fuck are these
every
mad
once in a
people?
while.
But it's not like I'm saying they don't look at you like you aliens and shit. It's not like that.
No, they be smiling and happy and shit. Like, good morning, like, swear down. They don't even do that in the north, fam. All right then. What's up, old lady? How you doing?
Southampton sides. They be friendly like that, yeah.
Man, they're so nice around here. I don't even know. Maybe I don't know. Maybe it's like a I don't know, like a passive aggressive kind of style, like way of being around here or whatever. But everybody just smiling and good morning, hi, all that. It's nice, man. It's nice. It's refreshing.
Fair enough, man. Fair enough, bro. Fair enough.
But they are nice to be fair. They're really friendly as well, you know?
Oh, swear. Nah, that's good, man.
Yeah.
That's what you want in it. If you're in like a different sort of place, you at least want to be able to smile at somebody on the street. You know what I mean? Like,
Exciting.
Yeah, legit, man. All right.
How's your week been?
What about you, my bro?
My week. How has my week been? My week's not been too bad, you know. Mainly been like working and shit. It's my shorty birthday next week. If I hold on.
Oh, well.
Wait.
If I had buttons, I'd be pressing them right now.
You're ready to splash out and that now, innit?
Yeah, I'm ready to. I already been splashing on some shit, bro. Like this fucking. Anyway, I'll come and talk about it next week. But man,
Because if you start revealing it now, you know what I'm saying?
You get what I'm saying?
No
The walls have ears and all that. Do you know what I mean? But man,
no Gucci.
it should definitely be a good look. So next week I'm going away with her for a little bit, which will be good. So I just been sorting a couple of things out with that. You know what I mean? Working and shit. You know what I mean? The track and shit that we did the time when you man come to the crib. Obviously, just looking at, you know what I mean? Just a general week. I got some printing shit I need to do tomorrow anyway. But yeah, man, just there, bro. Just observing the world, just looking
Yeah,
around at all the fuck shit going on. You know what I mean? And all the beautiful shit going on at the same time. You get what I mean? Like,
man. I always try to just to try and see the beauty in things more so now.
oh yeah, definitely, fam.
Because like
Definitely.
you can't really ignore the bullshit, but it's easy to ignore the beauty in things. You know what I mean?
Yeah, for real. And I
It's
think
like
no, go ahead, bro. Go ahead, bro.
I was gonna say the bullshit is loud. Do you know what I mean? It's boisterous. It's there in your face. Ha ha ha. But then the beautiful shit is just there in the corner, just chilling, minding its own business, loving. You know what I'm saying? And living. So it's easy to miss while the bullshit is screaming.
And it's so much easier to pay attention to the bullshit, innit? In fact, you know what? I think that's a good segue into the Usyk Joshua fight. I think that'll be a good spot to start. So, for the sake of the listening audience, obviously the man around the crib, you know what I mean, was cooking up some music, jamming, you know what I mean, politicking, all that beautiful stuff. And the boxing match was on, innit? And one of our guys, who shall remain nameless, you know what I mean? I won't expose the story, but one of our brothers, who might or might not be on this podcast, wink, wink, you know what I mean? Put some money on the match in it. So it's like, all right, let's watch the thing and let's see what go on. And you know what I found so funny, like kind of retrospectively? Obviously, you was here watching the shit, yeah, and Joshua loses and shit in it. And we was like a vibe, you know, like we're doing our thing, whatever. I was saying, Brad, who may or may not be on this podcast, was like, yeah, bro, I'm ready to go with it. Like, yeah, we out in it, yeah. Drizz, a bit, bro. Catch you later, fam. Like,
straight away.
I swear down. But what's funny, though, what's funny is that Anthony Joshua did the exact same thing. Like, his head was gone too, blood, you know what I mean? Like, we didn't even watch that shit. That's the because it was on. Do you get what I mean? But because man was just like, yeah,
when he was doing his little speakings and that.
Yeah, because you know what I mean. Backyard, I was in the crib doing the exact same thing as Anthony Joshua, bro. Head guard. But nah, bro. Nah.
Absolutely good. What a match! What a terrible boxing match.
You not think it was good?
You what, though? On a positive note, yeah.
He did better than he did in the first fight, though.
Yeah, definitely.
Well, I wouldn't necessarily say that. Well, you know what? You have to give the ratings to the person that's won it. What's his name? Usyk. Do you know what I mean? How he's come up and what he's done a great job. Do you know what I mean? I think he does deserve a round of applause. Do you know what I mean?
He's done it for his whole country.
He's done it for his country, especially what's going on in his country. You know what I mean?
Yeah, him and all the neo-Nazis in Ukraine, innit? You know what? Yeah, like when obviously we were here, we were watching the fight and shit. Like we were saying, like the thing about Usyk is that he's built for that shit. Like he was never really out of his comfort zone. Do you get what I mean? And it's like the thing about Anthony Joshua, we were talking about it like here or the other day or whatever, but he has had whatever so much potential to be like a phenomenal boxer in it. And like I'm not an AJ hater in it. Like I don't really have an opinion on man because I'm like only a casual boxing fan, you get me? But I always thought that they pushed him way before he was ready. Like I feel like the marketing and this guy and the position they put him in, I always felt like they put him there prematurely. Not because
you know what the problem is. What the problem is. He faced he should have had fights like this like at the beginning. He should have had harder fights at the beginning, fam. Because like soft times make soft men, as they say. I've heard that saying like millions of times, like in these last few weeks, fam.
Right.
It's like if imagine you're a boxer, yeah, and like every time that you step in the ring, you knock him man out, fam. You slap him man about. But unbeknownst to you, I mean, maybe it is known to you, but unbeknownst to you, all these fighters are not on your level, fam. So it looked like you just going in there, slapping them up and moving it and keeping it moving, in it. But then when you actually fight somebody that's like, oh shit, yeah, nah, this guy's like my level, you then get a feel of like, oh shit, I can actually get hit like fucking hard, fam. And I can actually go down like a sack of potatoes. It's possible, fam. But then it's too late now for him to like, I wouldn't say it's too late yet. It's like that's the work that they now have to do now. It's that mental game. Because it's like, if they'd have built that platform before, when like them days when he was coming out and he'd just come out the Olympics and Anthony Joshua would do all that, if they'd have built him like with these kind of fights at that time, that's a different guy we're looking at, fam. Because like he said, the potential to be one of the greats, fam, it was there. It was there, but it's just the mind is gone. He'd been beat 3 times in a row, fam. The last 3 fights that he had is losses, fam.
That's it, you know what I mean?
Mental game is out of here. In fact, wait, he didn't beat Ruiz the second time, innit?
No, he did.
Nah, he did. He came back and won.
Okay. So, the last 2 fights that he's had. But, again, do you know what I mean? Even that win was a bit like, there was some contention about it. Do you know what I mean? And
it's a guy that AJ is supposed to bowl over. Do you get what I mean?
Exactly. He's supposed to get him out of here, fam.
Yeah.
He clearly done a great job opposite wise, isn't it?
Say that again, bro. I can barely hear you, Max.
He's done a great job doing it opposite wise, I suppose.
What do you mean the opposite was?
I mean, like, I wouldn't blame him for what he did. It's not his fault, but once again, his team, I feel like he could have done a better job. And not only that, it's just the ranting at the end of it. Just didn't make but like that's what happens when you like emotional and like the adrenaline's going and like fucking. You've already fought, man. It's not like you're gonna fight him again and knock him out, because he gonna knock you out if anything. Do you know what I mean? So like, what's there left to do but to talk, man? You gotta get that energy out of you somehow.
It's literally, and I've heard like bare, and let's just keep it true in it. I've heard bare white people giving that sort of sentiment, like, oh, like he's ranting and da. And it's like, yo, like most people like haven't even had any sort of context to the idea of getting in a ring with another grown man who trains his whole life to beat up other grown men. Like, and you have to remember,
beaten up by other grown men, fam.
Like, and that's his day job. Do you get what I mean? Yeah. That's what he do for his income. And it's like, people don't realize about Anthony Joshua, and I don't mean this in a dramatic way, but I kind of feel like AJ was almost like, or you know, in a sense, the way that they marketed him, he was like the LeBron of boxing. Like, since he was young, they were like, yo, this guy is the guy. He's him, you know what I mean? But the difference with LeBron, like when he does whatever, like he has to play Steph at some point. They can't arrange it so that LeBron don't ever, like he has to play Steph and find a way to beat him. He has to play KD. He has to go against the best guys because of how the sport's set up. With boxing, the politics and shit, they can arrange it. Look at Mayweather, bro. Like, you can pick who you want to go against. And I think
but if you get beat, then that option's off the table. You just got to fight whoever you fight.
Exactly. It's like it's even like with because obviously people eventually want to see AJ and Fury in it, but it's like AJ has to beat at least
Fury
2 other motherfuckers and get
Fury won't take that fight from him.
Not now.
No, but even then, he wouldn't have took that fight from him. I think then he probably not because he's scared, but because he knows like this is a non-challenge, but this is like this is ridiculous. This is not necessary.
Because obviously Fury's he's got the belts in it, like he's got the team in it. So like for AJ to fight him, he has to make himself a contender. As he said, like he's lost the last 2. You get what I mean? Like he has to beat at least 3 man now, convincingly, and like not no dickhead use. Like, you know what?
He's left in the division to prove yourself like that.
Yeah,
Deontay, bro. I think if AJ fights Deontay and beats him convincingly, he can put himself back in the conversation.
I mean, you know the thing. You see the thing about Deontay Wilder and AJ. I think they kind of the same, fam. I think they kind of the same. like level wise in terms of like boxing and shit, they kind of the same. Like the reach that they've had is kind of the same. Do you know what I mean?
That'll make it a good match, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean it would be a good one, but then what's in there for Deontay at this point? You know what I mean? Like niggas that got beat like
to keep
twice.
it, because you have to remember, like in the heavyweight thing in it, there are only but so many people in that heavyweight division that are like real man them that people give a fuck about.
Yeah.
So like even Deontay Wilder, there's this weird sentiment that he's like washed now, but like he's really not. Like he's still one of the best fighters in that division and still can get like top billing and shit. Do you get what I mean? And it's like, I think for Deontay, a fight against AJ is going to boost his profile. He's going to get a tidy purse for it. You know what I mean? If he wins against AJ, he puts himself back in a real conversation. Do you get what I mean? Because really now, the big boys in that ship now, really, it's Usyk, Fury, and who else is in that heavyweight class? Who else is in that?
See what I mean? There's no one left for man to prove himself against.
Is Canelo still fighting?
And Georgie Wilder.
Oh no, Canelo's not a heavyweight though, is he?
Nah, he's not heavyweight for him.
Yeah. So it's like,
see,
there's not
in that division, there's not much options for him to fucking, do you know what I mean? At this point, he literally is that nigga that's begging everyone for a fight with him.
Who?
AJ. Yeah.
Well, at the moment, he's going to be that nigga you're begging people for.
No, he is that. No, he's going to be. He is right now.
Nah, man will fight AJ because of his profile.
Man? Huh?
Nah, man will fight AJ because of his profile. Any fight AJ's in, it's going to be a box office thing. Yeah. Like, any of those heavyweights will fight. Apart from Fury, who doesn't need to fight him. I'm talking I'm talking Chisora. Like, them man there, they'll fight him.
Yeah, you talking the Deontays and the Chisoras. And I mean, yeah, okay, Deontay we can talk about. You talking about Chisora and shit. Like, nah, that's not in AJ's interest at all, because that's not going to do anything for him.
What do you think his next move should be? And we're not boxing experts in it. We just chatting shit. You know what I mean? So don't
that
matter.
Kid
so
he just gotta take some time for a sec. Yeah, set himself again. You know what I'm saying? Find himself that winner mentality back again. You know what I'm saying? AJ, yeah, he gotta get in the ring with guys that spar like them Usyk guys. Proper technical shit, fam. He gotta learn how to get around that shit. He gotta learn how to like use what he has in it. Again, he has to relearn that shit, because it's like that's the shit that builds confidence. It's like it's all well and good, it's all well and good having hands that can hit, but if you don't realize that, oh shit, I have to up the technique, all that's gonna happen is at some point you're gonna get fucked up, and then you're gonna be like, ah shit, maybe my hands don't really work like that.
It's like the Ronda Rousey effect, innit? Like when Ronda Rousey was doing her thing, she was kicking bitches' asses left, right, and center. Couldn't tell her nothing. She walking around like the dog's bollocks, innit? And that one gal kicked her in her shit and punched her in her shit, and she was never the same.
Never again the same.
Yeah, she was never the same, bro. Because she had, like you said, like she had never fought anybody who pushed her to the edge, and that's the one fucked up thing about this fighting shit. Because there's P's and stuff in it, like they focus on the marketing thing a lot. So like AJ, I feel like they saw the prospect that he was, and they just started the marketing promo to make him the guy in it, like the marketing.
How many boxing promoters are there in England? It can't just be Eddie, fam. It's not just Eddie on his own.
There's loads. Frank Warren as well.
Frank Warren
is actually a famous one as well. Very popular.
See, fam, my thing is I think he with the wrong people, fam. I think he with the wrong training camp. I think he with the wrong promoters, because none of those people got his best interests at heart, fam. You see how he even went back into the ring and started doing all that ranting and shit. His corner, should have been like, fam, I'll hold this bang, but you're not going in that ring, fam.
You're not going back.
Yeah.
I'll hold that bang, but you're not going in the ring. But they just left him. Some people tried to push him and what, but this is AJ we're talking about. This is a big guy, fam. And not only is a big guy, but that's all muscle, fam. That's pure power, fam.
And ultimately, like to what you're
He
saying,
knocked him out as well.
when
I watched it again, the fight. He knocked him out too.
like to what you're saying and shit, it's like if he has people in his corner who he genuinely like fucks with, feels like have gone out of their way. If one of them come and grab it, like, yo, AJ,
Yo, chill
don't
out.
do this, bro. Like, he's gonna be like, all right, because you my
Nah, you
guy,
right.
you love me in it.
Yeah.
It's like if I'm wilding and you come up to me, you grab me, be like, yo, Driz, bro,
Yo,
don't
chill
do
out.
this, fam. Chill out, bro.
Chill
Don't do
out.
this. I'ma like heed that to some degree, you get what I mean? But like
Yeah.
as you said, the way that no one even came up to him. And I think
No,
before he
they did.
started ranting,
They did at first. They did try
yeah,
to
I was gonna
stop him
say
at first.
before he started ranting and that, they tried to come up to him and he was like, bro, get the fuck away from me. Like his
Innit?
head was gone. Do you get what I
Because
mean? His
nobody
head was gone.
wanted to hold that brand fam. But it's
But
like
you see, even with
that's your
that though,
guy
bro,
fam. No.
you see, even with that, you remember, without even getting into too much details, when we were performing in Brum that time and the shit went
Oh
mad.
yeah. Yeah,
And
yeah.
our G, whose head was gone. You see,
Yeah.
even in the head goneness here, when man love you and you their guy and shit, even in the head goneness, they're gonna be like, bro, move out the way in it. Like it's not
Yeah.
like a
Yep.
fuck you
Yep.
that like don't touch me shit.
Nah,
Even then,
it's
man
like
gonna be like,
I'm
brother,
not even
get
trying to
out the
hit
way,
you
bro.
right now, fam. I'm trying to
Yeah,
hit that nigga over there, bro.
because man rate you and respect you. The fact that
Yeah,
as
fam.
soon as those guys tried to come near him and shit, like the fact they tried to
I
come
got
there, he
treated
was like,
like a
get the
ragdoll
fuck
that
away.
day, fam. Sorry, my bro. Sorry.
Nah, it's cool. It's cool. It's cool.
Fam,
That was
I'm
hilarious.
over
But
here trying to
thinking
stop
back,
my man. He dashing me into the road. I'm like, shit, then let me try and stop the other guy, fam. Nah, he dashing me into the road as well, fam. I'm like, yo, chill out. They dashed me into like some shutters of a shop, bro. I said, shit. These niggas is about to fight for real, fam.
He was
God
fighting.
damn.
I remember there was one point, yeah, we were stood in the road in it, and I can't remember what that road's called. It's like a main road, but we were just stood in the road, and I was stood next to you, stood next to me, and we were just looking. I was just like, yo, look at this shit, fam. Like, look at the shit that's happening, bro. Like, look at this
Man.
madness. Like, we're supposed to be performing and shit, bro. What the fuck?
Man. Nah, but do you know what it is? It's because them niggas fucked up in the first place. How'd you go
Yeah,
book
yeah, yeah,
artists,
yeah.
and don't have equipment for the artists to perform?
But then tell the artist on the night when they there,
And
like,
then you tell them, not even on the night, yeah, because fair enough, if they told us like on the night before we got there, I bet. You know what I mean?
when we
We'll,
there,
like,
ready
sort
to
something.
go up and shit in it, yeah.
And nah, them niggas is like, shit, y'all niggas is here, goddamn. We ain't tell y'all ain't got a microphone. Nah.
Yeah. And like dumb shit like that. Not like, oh shit, like there's something wrong with the system and it's not like, yeah, we don't have a
Nah,
mic.
nothing like that.
Like we don't got a mic for you, blood. Like
Man.
what do you mean? What do you mean? Like you told us to come here, bro. Like what the fuck are you talking about? You ain't got no damn mic. Like, yeah.
Terrible, man. Nah, that's the venue people, because Lavis like sorted it with them, man. He's the one that connected the dots in it. And then yeah, them people, I don't know, fam. I don't know what they was on, fam. What kind of timing they was on, fam. But they missed it, fam. They fucked up the game, fam.
You're mad. It's easy to say them things there, innit? When you're not part of the fucking setup, all right?
Innit?
You will not take a fucking bang from AJ. Never in a month of Sundays. Listen, 2 reasons why. 1, it'll probably kill you. And 2, he pays your fucking wages. Don't upset the man.
Alright, listen.
Nah, fuck that, bro.
Yeah.
Nah,
I hear that.
one second, wait.
But
One
if
second.
I'm his team, listen. If
bro.
I'm wait. Let me run it, because I'm the one that said what he's saying, innit? What he's responding to. If I'm AJ's team, yeah, I'm defo not just like a regular guy, fam. I defo do something, fam. I'm defo like in the gym with man. We defo working. Sometimes we get in the pads, like. Bro, I'm not just a regular nigga just out here just like joining the fight on ringside on the night of the fight, bro. I've been in the fight camp. I might have even sparred man already, fam. Get what I'm saying? So yeah, them man should have been like, they should have been a bit more forceful with man. Not like,
bro, I'll
not
tell you,
like they
I'll
should
tell you the truth, yeah.
take a bang from man, yeah. But they should be ready to take a bang from man, yeah, to protect the legacy that you all been working for this whole time, bro.
Bro, the ultimate thing is like, and yo, bend the rules, big up to you. We appreciate you dropping the voice note in, like, big up to you, man.
And for sure, I ain't trying to get hit by AJ for real, fam.
Nah, no one's trying to get hit by AJ, yeah. But when a fighter of that caliber, at that level, who's worth that much, who pays so many people, you right. But a nigga like that don't need yes men in his corner, bro. Because like I hear what you're saying, but if your idea is don't upset the man, even if it's to his detriment, like that's some yes man shit. Like at the position that he's in, he needs people around him who. Did you not see the UFC? The brother from Birmingham, what's his name?
Yeah, Leon Edwards.
Leon Edwards. Aye, big up. Hold on.
Hey.
You see the Leon Edwards fight, yeah? When, like, because that whole fight, he was losing that shit. Like, he was getting, like, dealt with in that thing. And it was, like, one of the last sort of, like, they were in the corner, like, back to the corners and shit. And Leon's manager is there going, bro, what the fuck are you doing, bro? You're getting fucking washed, mate. Fucking go out there and do something. You need to get the fight. Like, he was like, bro, you're getting washed, my G, and you need to do something. You need to have people around you that are not afraid to tell you the truth at that kind of level.
I saw that.
Like, if you're AJ, yeah, if you're AJ and you're fighting this guy Usyk and shit, and fucking again, when you was all here at the crib, what did I say from before the thing? I was like, Usyk is gonna win this, bro, because he's conditioned to win this. The type of boxing he does counteracts what AJ does. You know what I mean? Like AJ is not gonna be able to do much with him unless he goes for him. But if he goes for him, he makes himself open. So the whole thing is like, if you in the corner with man like AJ, yeah, you can't be like breading him and yes manning him and telling him he's doing sick when he's not, because that doesn't help. Like inflating his ego is not going to help, man. Do you get what I mean?
It's only going to make things worse. Because when he loses,
at least he's coming back to you. So on you, innit?
Yeah, for real. And it's like you need at least one person who will be in that corner who will tell you, bro, you're getting fucking washed. And not just some any guy, because you're right. You're not just going to say that to AJ if you're some any guy, but he needs to have people in his camp who he trusts and who he loves. Yeah. Like people who, when they speak to him, he'll take the words in because these are people who he knows have his best interest, like for real, for real. It's not about the bread. It's not about the clout. It's not, it's like, yo, we really want to see you flourish. You need to have those sort of people around him.
There's one person here that I saw that was trying to do something about that. That's the first person that tried to stop him when he tried to go on a rampage. That Benga guy. He is one of the. In fact, there was two people that were trying to hold him back. The rest of them, they were just standing there looking confused, looking dazed, like fucking hell. How did he lose, bro? You guys didn't advise him. How could he not lose, bro? Y'all didn't, like, you know what I'm saying? But then again, we don't know because we were not in the corner. That man might have told him like, "Yo, fam, you doing this, you being open, you're doing that," and he might have not listened. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
it can go like that because when you're in the situation, it's different. Like setting up tactics before you get into the thing.
Yeah,
you know what I mean.
Yeah.
It's different. Yeah, it's different. Like on a Wednesday evening when you're like in training and you're going through like all the shit, and then like Saturday night is game day, fam. You remember all the shit that you said on Wednesday, but game day comes and these niggas is doing different shit, fam. So you gotta adjust.
Mike Tyson said it the best, bro. Everybody has a plan until you get punched in the face, fam. Like, you know what I mean? You can prepare as much as you want, bro. Once you take a good one to the face, you'll be questioning everything that you plan, bro.
I got punched in my shit one time. I said, "What the fuck?" What the fuck?
Shackles off my feet, man. When I go punched in my face, I forgot where my shackles were.
I said, "Shit, shackles on your feet. You could even recognize your feet, bro." Hey, listen. I didn't know if this body was mine. I didn't know if like the clothes I was wearing was still on. Blood, I got put, fam.
Yo, man had a DMT experience, bro. Man had a DMT experience getting punched in the face, fam. He thought he was high on mushrooms, bro. Sent his consciousness somewhere else, fam. Like, mad thing.
You be sleeping but you wake him.
But then again, like something like that, yeah. I don't know. Maybe it's just me in that situation, and that bang was not like as heavy as I thought. But like that shit activated like oh yeah, shit, this nigga just punched me in my face. I gotta get this nigga the fuck out of here, dog.
You know, I've only ever been punched in my face one time, like ever in my life. Because again, not even to try and sound like that hard guy, but whenever it comes to a fisting, like I can defend myself in it. Do you get what I mean? So it never come to that. But I remember, just to keep the sake of like anonymity and shit, I was saying brethren at the Birmingham show who went mad. You know what I mean? Who when you tried to stop him, that you like. I was saying brethren. I was out with him in Wolves. Bigs in it. But it's alright. But Mags, you know where fuck. You know where Nando's is in town?
Yeah.
Whoa. What's that club that was there? I think it's shut down now. It's like a club
opposite Nando's.
Oceana?
No.
Nah, it's not Oceana.
Faces?
No man. Fuck's sake.
I know what you're on about, but I forgot what it's called.
It's that one. It's on that street. It's almost got like kind of pillars outside it and shit.
Yeah,
like,
I know what you're on about.
You man know the spot. You man know that spot.
I know. We know it. We know you're on about.
Anyway, yeah. So like me and Big Zan, you know what I mean? Like just like let's go up cool whatever. A couple of years back and shit. I'm fucking. You know how he used to go on back in the day. He's like, yo, fam, Triz, anybody fuck with you, bro? Just fam, just give me the look.
Anytime, fam.
And I'm like, bro, fam, we not here to do that, fam. We just here to have a good time.
He like, for all that, fam.
You know how he used to go on in it, like man used to have to be somewhere talking him down all the time because he just ready in it. Brother, so we in the dance, the shubs ends and shit, you know what I mean? People outside, casual shit. And shit starts getting a bit techie and that, to get what I mean. But obviously it's Wolves, and you know, Biggs, like he knows a couple people and shit there, you know what I mean? So he's like, yo, I just gotta make sure my people is straight. Yeah, cool, saying that and But shit starts getting a bit techie. You're seeing a couple people start pushing, and you know what I mean? You can tell that it's about to really go off in it. It's about to thing. Brother, shit start happening. This one guy start talking to Biggs and shit, yeah. And he's like, bro, all right, let's go, activate, fam. Activate.
Yeah. You know
what I mean?
No time wasted, fam.
Let's go, bro. So I run over, fam, and I'm like, bro, please, fam, allow it.
Allow
it, fam. Allow it. And he's like, bro, nah, fuck that, bro. Fuck that. I'm like, bro, listen, bro. I live down the road, fam. We can just go to my yard. Like, it's easy, fam. We can just leave now, fam, because I know what you do in it. Like, I know that you're not here to play. And a lot of these man, there's not a whole heap of bad man here, bro. They're not bad boys, fam. They just man that are drunk and burst shit. Like, you don't have to do that here. You don't have to do that. Do you get what I mean? I spend time trying to talk this brother down, fam. Fucking, and then there was some other, like, there was some girls there in it, like, and I think he knew them and shit, so they kind of like sports him over there. I'm walking away now, yeah. The brother who was talking to him, fucking, like, has come up to me on some shit, but not no, like, yo, what the fuck? But he's a bit like, yo, like, and I'm saying, like, bro, like, all that shit is just dumb, fam. Like, I'm not even because I'm just looking to just cut soon.
Do the thing and
brother,
get out of here.
I turned left, yeah. I looked to my left, right. I look back, and this nigga's hand is just coming towards my face, bro. My nigga, like, a man boxed me in my face, innit? But what was mad about it, yeah, because like I said to you, like, for me, I don't get punched in the face and shit a lot, do you know what I mean? And like, man boxed me. And I remember I kind of just like stood there for a second. And I was like, rah, that didn't even really hurt that bad, you know? Like, like I thought that shit was going to be crazy, fam. Like, But like, after that, because I think somebody then went back to Biggs and was like, yo, bro, I think like Drizz da. So I then spent the rest of the evening trying to tell him like, nah, bro, he didn't even hit me, fam. It's calm. Don't worry about it, bro. It's cool. Nah. They
Don't worry
capping,
about
bro.
it.
Because if I told man that this guy punched me in the face, it would have
Oh,
been
fam, that's a
it would
shut
have been
down the
stupid,
whole
innit?
thing, fam.
It would have been stupid, you get what I mean? But it's like,
Shut
I
down
said
that
all that
thing.
to say, I remember man licked, man, I wasn't expecting it. It wasn't even like I wasn't expecting it. And maybe he was just a guy that just couldn't throw a punch. I don't know, because I don't want to say I stand in front of an AJ Tump. Do you get what I mean? I'm not trying to make it sound like that.
Yeah, nah.
But it just wasn't as bad as I thought it was. Do you get what I mean? And it's
That
like...
shit sound like my situation, fam.
Go on.
That shit sound very much like my situation, fam.
What happened?
Except there was no commotion. It was just out of the blue random. So me and Johnny, we was out one night and we were just, you know what I'm saying, just
shout out to Johnny as
hopping,
well.
club hopping, you know what I'm saying, that type shit. So we leave one spot, we go into another spot. We walk past like a little taxi office or something, and there's like a couple geezers in there. They just standing there. They look drunk, fam. They look like they can't even hold themselves up. They look fucked up, innit?
Right.
So as we walk past, one of them said something. I can't remember exactly what it was. It was some mad like racist shit, fam. And at this time, I'm hot already, fam. So I'm like, yo, chill out. You can't be saying shit like that. You know what I'm saying? Because you never know who's gonna hear that shit, and you never know how that shit could go for you, innit?
Yeah.
And then I just left it at that, fam. I was like, just chill out with all that shit, innit? So we carried on walking, went round the corner and shit. And I hear footsteps behind me, innit? Because I'm like lagging behind a bit. I'm trying to like light a cigarette or some shit. I can't remember.
Yeah.
But like I'm lagging behind. My man's in front of me. Johnny's in front of me, and I hear footsteps coming behind me. So I'm like, oh shit. I wonder who's running like that, fam. And the next thing you know, fam, a full fist, just
it's just
flew
in your
past
face, innit?
It flew past my face, the first one, So I'm like, what the fuck? I went to turn around, and another one banged man in the side of the cheeks, fam. So I said, no way, fam. Another one. Right? So I turned around, and I said, I didn't even say anything, fam. I'm not even going to lie. I didn't even say anything, fam. I turned around. I saw a man standing there with his hand out like that. And I said, you fucked up now, fam. I must have hit him about 100 times, fam. I swear down, fam. Fam, all the energy he had built up here. I said, look at you, fam. You trying to hit me from behind me, fam. Bro, I unleashed, fam. Like, blood up, fuck. I don't even know how many times I hit man, fam. He fell
said,
down.
I hit him with the Ryu combo in it. Like, you hit him with the Ryu
like
combo in it.
That combo,
triangle X,
that was,
up, down, R1, R2, X triangle. Like, hit him with everything in it.
Blood, you see how they be like, oh yeah, the 2-piece combo with the soda and the fries. Yeah, that was like 2 buckets and extra fries and 3 drinks, fam.
Give man the family meal in it, blood. Give man the family
3 family meals, fam. Hold that, fam. That's all you, fam. And he tried to get up again, but then his brethren tried to like do something. He tried to like run in there and like do something. I hit him as well. He sat down, and then fucking Johnny, like he had already turned around at this point, and he had already like seen the commotion. He jumped in. He now like fighting the brethren now, and the other guy is still sitting down. He's still trying to get himself up. He stands up now. So I'm like, you had enough now, innit? That's good now. He tried to swing for man again. I said, all right, then hold another family bucket, fam. Hold that, fam. Have it, please. Have it. Hold another bucket, fam. Mad,
with the
fam.
salad on the side, fam.
Man.
Look after yourself.
Yeah, and I'm not even a fighting guy like that, dog. You know me, fam. I'm not. That's the last thing that I'll do, fam. But if you try and sucker punch me, especially from behind me, dog, you gotta hold that, fam. You have to hold that, fam. We can't even talk, fam.
Nah, legit.
I hear that talk before.
Yeah.
But then you try to hit me before we even agreed that we fighting. You get me?
So now you just got to hold this in it.
innit? No, we hold it, fam. That's yours, fam. Hold it.
Yeah, legit, bro, legit. Alright, brother. We telling fight stories. Alright, I got another fight story for you. Yeah. So this is a couple of years back, right? And if you man, Mags told such a great fight story on the last one, bro. He might have to tell that story again, you know, Mags. He might have to
Yeah.
he might have to do that one again, you know. Swear down. But anyway, yeah. This is like years back in it. Cause like you, bro, like I don't really do the fighting thing. Like I can defend myself, like I'm not a dickhead, but that's not my thing. I've never tried to do the tough guy thing. That's just not my angle in it. But like, so this is like sixth form times, bro. This is like years back. And with my brethren and that, we chilling. And us, man, like we'll just crack jokes in it. That was our thing. We'll just crack jokes in each other, just this, you know what I mean? Just running jokes.
The roasting thing.
Roasting, bro. Like what we do, fam. Just roast each other in it, like. So we doing that, and one of the brethren that's like in this like kind of group clique with us, gang with us, whatever. He's basically the sixth form that we at isn't like the sixth form of the school that we went to. So like we all, cause like I used to go to church when I was younger, that we all like met at church and shit. We like brethren and shit. So we all went to different schools and that was like, yo, sixth form, let's all just link up and just do a thing, blood. Like let's all just go to the same place. Like, fuck it. So, but one of the guys who's in like the thing with us, he went to the school, so he knows like the man from the school and shit. All right, cool.
Right.
But we come there and we just them niggas in it. Like it's just we just them niggas, bro. Like we pull up, bro. Like it was just a mad thing, bro. First day, gal on man. Like it was a mad thing in it. Like anyway. We in like the kind of common area, we're just chilling, we're just jamming, and we cracking jokes in it. So this other group of man who my guy went to the school with them and shit, we cool with them, but we can kind of tell that there's some like weird energy. Like them man are a bit like keep them over there innit. Like we'll talk to them whatever, but keep them over there innit, because them man are a bit weird innit. So we all cracking jokes. They decide to come over and shit. Like, oh, like what are you man laughing at and that. So we just busting jokes and we're like, bro, we just and so them man decide to come and like sit and like singing it, because again, we them niggas, they come and sit with like, you know what I mean, cool. So we doing our thing, and they like start to get involved in shit in it. So they starting to fucking like crack jokes themselves and But obviously the way that we do our thing, but like we'll roast and rinse, man. But like, you know what I mean? Like, don't get involved if you can't deal with it, but because like we'll like you'll get cooked out here. Do you get what I mean? And the long and short, we ended up cooking, man. And there was one youth there. And I remember the fucking name, but I won't say his name because compassion, right? But he was the one that was like, you know when shit's getting like tense and man don't directly come to you and be like, yo, but they just saying shit out loud. So man, like for at least a good 5-10 minutes, just saying like, yo, man, better stop laughing like this, you know, but like, cause I'll just knock somebody out, but like I'll just bang somebody in the face. But he's not saying it to anybody. He's just saying like, blood, man, better stop laughing, you know, because I'll just knock somebody in the mouth. But we don't give a fuck, bro. We clicked up, we there, we not like we've been in scraps and shit. Like we go down, It's nothing in it. This is before the knife crime pandemic and shit. You know what I mean? This is where man could just fight. So whatever.
When man would just bang each other in the face and then like spud each other afterwards.
Yeah, blood, like whatever. Them ones there. So he's saying all this shit out loud. So me with my fast self now, because I love conflict in it. So me with my fast self, I'm like, all right, he's speaking to some imaginary random person. So I'm going to start speaking to some imaginary random person. So he's like, blood, man better stop laughing, you know, but I'll knock somebody out. So I'm like, blood, ain't it mad when niggas think they'll knock somebody out, but they'll get cut in their nose, blood? Like, ain't it mad when man talk to the air, but don't talk to you in your face? Like, it's mad, innit? If there were man around here that were talking to the air, I would just broke them in their shit, like, because he want to be passive aggressive, I'll be passive aggressive too, innit? So we having this little passive aggressive off and so he finally decides he's gonna turn around and like come towards me now, innit? He's like come to me and I was like, blood, like what are you saying, fam? And I'm like, bro, what are you saying, blood? Because this nigga's like shorter than me and shit. Like I'm looking at him like, bro, like you will get cooked like chicken, my nigga. Like, what are you saying, bro? Like, I'm laughing at man, innit? And he's like, blood, like, nah, like, man think they can joke on me and shit. Like, man think he can crack jokes and I won't just talk. I was like, bro, I triple dare you, fam. I was like, I went into my pocket and I think I had like £5 or some coins. I said, I'll give you every piece of money in my pocket if you tump me in my jaw. I'll give you everything in this pocket if you tump me in my jaw, bro. Because again, them times there I was a bit more tinging it. Because I was like, yo, if this nigga try me, I'm gonna wash, man, you know, like clothes, you know. You know the spin cycle, 30 degrees, the ball 2-in-1, bro. I am going to wash, man, fam. Persil tablets, bro. You know what I mean?
Should have made it 40 degrees, fam. Yeah, I'm
but
saying,
around this blood. So around this town now, yeah, obviously it's getting a bit tinging. There's other people in this little common area and shit. There's a couple of girl there, there's a man there, whatever. So there's like this little circle forming around now. So I'm like, fuck. Man, look at the time. But they weren't even saying fight though. They were just going like, oh shit, oh. They were doing that, which is worse, bro. Which is worse.
That's worse. I mean?
That's
because
worse.
When man are saying fight, it kind of bring you to your senses and be like, oh, right, this is gonna turn into a
let's
fight.
chill out. You know what I mean?
Shit.
But man are going like, oh shit. It's like, wait, niggas can't talk to me like that. But you, man,
somebody better get fucked up, fam. As soon as them oohs start ringing, fam, somebody better get fucked up for sure, fam.
So what happens, so fucking, I look up and there's like a clock in this place, innit? I look up and I've got like a lesson in like 10 minutes in it that I gotta get to. And like, I used to skip bare lessons in sixth form and shit in it. So it was one of those ones where like, yo, my G, if you don't come to this shit, my brother, like it's fucked for you, innit? So I'm like, I gotta get to literature in like 10 minutes, bro. But like at this point, my man's like, he's like grabbed me by the scuff of like my hoodie in it. And I'm wearing like this, I don't know who I was trying to be, bro. I had like this bright orange hoodie with like brown stripes on it. It was the dumbest thing in the world, blood. But my mum's bought for me in it. My mum's bought, and I was like, nah, I'm gonna rock it, fuck it in it. Do you get what I mean? And he grabbed up the shit. And I remember looking down at the shit. It's like, yo, I'm about to knock every two out of this nigga's mouth. And I remember, like, I can't explain it, The best way I could try to explain it, it's like the whole room slowed down almost to like a standstill.
Yeah.
And I looked at my hand, I clenched my fist to like thump him in it. And it's like I had a conversation with myself. And it's like, yo, if you hit this fucker and he don't get back up, bro, not only are you going to get kicked out of sixth form, fam, but you're probably going to have to deal with some fed shit. Mums is going to be like, if you hit this guy, it's going to get fucked up if you hit him. And I remember just thinking, fuck, like, but at this time, he's still got a hold of the scruff of my neck and shit. So in my mind, I'm like thinking to myself, right, all right, what can I do to get this fucker away from me and not hit him? Because, bro, something in me just said, don't hit this guy. If you hit this guy, like something bad is going to happen.
It's going to be a bad thing.
And I'm trying to think in my mind, like, what should I do? While I'm thinking, I just feel my body kind of, I just pull my head back, pause, but I just kind of lean back, I just lean back and just go.
Yeah, that hook came in,
fam.
Yeah,
hit
that
him
hook
with the
came before you could even speak to yourself, fam.
Bro, before I could even speak to myself, man threw the whole headbutt at this nigga, fam. Sent him flying across the room like Dragon Ball Z, bro. You think Goku hit him, bro? Sent this nigga flying across the room, fam. And everyone, like the people are like, oh shit, da-da-da-da-da. Bro, I grabbed my bags and shit, and just ran out the room. Because in my mind, I'm like, bro, you have to get to this class, fam, because you can't get out. Because mums is going to kick your ass, bro. You see me when I was young, one thing about me, I was never shook of feds. I was never shook of teachers. I didn't really give a fuck about that. You see, like, what I was shook of? I was shook of my mums, bro. I was shook of my mums, fam.
My nigga. See, the reason why I was shook of feds is because mums, fam.
they're gonna contact my mums. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's like, even
because
if I
straight
get
away,
caught by
fam.
feds, they're gonna call her, and that's the part
Straight
I got to
away,
deal
fam.
with. Like, feds can't be
That
calling
part.
mum's yard, bro. And because she had told me from young, brother, listen, if feds ever call me on you, bro, it's up for you, you know, fam. Like, mums was on that from time, bro. Because again, like where I came up and shit, there was a lot of mad things going on in it.
Yeah.
And she was like, listen, if you fall into this shit, fam, I'm not backing you, bro. Like,
Yeah, nah, she was right. And she
I'm
was
not jacking
absolutely
that,
right,
fam.
fam.
I'm not jacking that, bro. Like, and that,
100,000%, fam.
but that thing, that always stuck with me in life in certain moments where, like, say you're with certain people and they want to do certain shit. That thing in my mind would just be like, bro, like, I can't get caught and my mum find out about this. Can't. Like,
I remember,
like, go on.
I was gonna say, I remember the first time that I ever smoked weed, yeah. It was in school, and
Right.
it was like the Asian dunnies, that the oldest, in it, because like to me,
Yeah.
like them man, I guess were like the closest thing to like black that there was. I was the only black geezer in school at the time, innit? So like them man were like as close as they get to black. You know what I'm
Because
saying?
they
So I
lead
used to
into
like
that
chill,
shit, innit? Yeah,
yeah,
they
innit?
lead into
So
that
I
shit,
used to
yeah.
chill with them man, like the younger guys, like the guys that were like in my year and like a year above, a year below and shit. But then
Right.
like their
They
older
got,
brothers were,
yeah.
their older brothers were like the year 11s, the year 12s at the school. You know what I'm saying? So it's like,
Right.
yeah, boom. So one day, it's just lunchtime, normal lunchtime, do you know what I mean? Went to go get food, came out onto the playground, all that shit's happening, all the people was beefing, drama, everyone running around, football guys over there, all that shit. The olders, yeah, I don't even know where they came from to this day, fam. They just appeared in front of us and they were like, yo, man, do you want to
Hit
come
that.
and like smoke some of this thing with us, fam? So there's
And
me
you're not
being
gonna
like
say
a
no in it,
like a
yeah.
look. Yeah, there's me being like a little year 9 and shit. I'm like, yeah, let's do that. Yeah, let's do that. So we goes over, like there's like a fucking, they had like a big astroturf, and the thing is like 4 or 5 fields deep. It was a massive, fam. It was huge astroturf, like a fucking big fences all around and shit. But on the other side there was like trees in it. So they like went round the other side of the thing. And so we standing there on the other side of the astroturf. No teachers can see nothing. Nobody can see anything in it. It's just trees in it.
Right.
So they get the spliff out, boom, they smoking it. I'm watching them. I'm like, raw, you guys are actually smoking. And it's like school times, bro. This is the wet thing. So I'm just standing there in it. I'm just watching in it. And then the eldest, the one that the elders are like, oh yeah, nah, this is the guy, fam. He's a guy. I won't say his name. But yeah, he's like to me, yo, bro, you just standing there. I'm like, yeah, man, I don't know what you want me to do. And he's like, yeah, nah, hit this shit, bro.
Hit that, bro.
Fam, he took the zoot from someone else who was in the circle. He said, give me that. Took it, and he passed it to me, fam. I've never smoked anything. Bear in mind, I never smoked anything at this point in my whole life. I'm not even a cigarette.
So what year are you in at this point? Year 9?
Like year 9, 10, 9. Yeah, 9.
Right.
Passed me the thing. I took a little quick hit, you know what I'm saying, the non-smoker hit, and then I like let it out, and I was like, yeah, this is crazy. And he was like, nah, hell no. You're not about to waste my weed like that, fam. You better hit this shit properly, fam. I said, I didn't hit it properly. He said, nah, fam, you gotta hit that shit and then take a huge deep breath in. That's how you gonna learn how to do this shit. I said, oh, okay. All right then. Yeah. I took like a hit, took a big deep breath in, coughed like a motherfucker, fam. I tried to pass it. The guy was like, nah, fam, you only had one proper hit, fam. You gotta have another
he was
one.
trying to fuck
And
you up,
then
bro.
you
Like, he
pass
was
it.
trying to fuck you up.
Yeah. And he's like, nah, have another proper hit, and then you pass it, fam. So I did that. Hit another hit, fam. I've never been, fam, to this day, yeah, I've
I
never
was
been
gonna say,
that
you
high
must have
ever in
been
my life.
so
But
lame,
nigga,
fam.
the worst part is I had English the next lesson in it. And like our English lessons, like our English teacher was like this one of the strictest teachers in the whole school, bro. Not like in their
Job.
department or
Yeah,
not
yeah.
like
I get what you
like in
mean.
the whole
They
school.
the ones known in the
Yeah,
school, innit? Yeah.
yeah. Everyone used to be like, "Oh, right, don't get on her bad side." And me being me, I was always on her good side. Do you know what I mean? I'm always, you know
Yeah,
what I'm
yeah,
saying?
yeah, yeah.
I might fuck up and like forget homework or some shit like that. You know what I'm saying? But she
But niggas
got
is
to know me
charming
and
and
shit.
shit, you know what I mean?
Innit?
Like, niggas
Yeah,
is
she got
charming
to
and
know
shit.
man and shit. And she was like, "Oh yeah, you know what I'm saying? I want it by like the end of the day or some shit." Like that's what she would say to me. And
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
I bet in this lesson, I walked in, I sat down at the desk. We were reading. It was class reading. Everyone's reading. We're reading. Fucking hell, I can't remember what it was even that we were reading from. But then I just remember like waking up here, and like, bro, I was the last person in the classroom here. She
Oh
was sitting next
shit.
to me. Fam, she was sitting next to me, yeah. She knocked on the table. She knocked on the desk like that, yeah. Fucking, I jerked up and I looked around. I said, "Oh shit, ain't nobody here." And she was like, "Yeah, yeah, everyone's gone to their next lesson." I said, "Oh shit." I'm trying to find my little timetable, and she said, "Listen, if you're gonna come to my lesson here and sleep here, don't do that ever again, fam.
Right,
Don't
right,
ever.
right, right.
If you're gonna come to my lesson and sleep here, just don't come to my lesson
Don't even
so
come to
that
the
it can
lesson.
be that trouble in it. So it can be that smoke, fam. Because you don't want to come to my classroom and fall asleep here. It's gonna be a different smoke, fam." I said, "Nah, you right. I ain't never gonna do that again. I'm gonna sleep early like a motherfucker." She's like, "You tired?" I was like, "Yeah, I'm so tired." She's like, "You ain't slept?" I said, "Nah, I ain't slept." Bearing in mind, like when I got home the day before, it was like football or something like that. So I went in bed early, fam. I'm like 10. I was sleeping. And I woke up at like, I woke up
Slept like
late.
a baby in it. Slept like a baby in it.
Like a baby, fam. I woke up late and all sorts. She said, "You tired?" I said, "Yeah, I don't know what's going on. I don't know. Like, yeah, I'll just be trying to sleep and shit." But then, all that shit. Yeah. That's when I was like, "Yeah, nah. If I gotta be somewhere, I can't be like this, fam.
I can't do this shit. So
I
wait,
cannot do this shit, dog."
no one smelt that shit on you.
Oh no, cause them man had it patterned, fam. They told me what to do in it. They showed me what to do, fam. I was all chewing gum in the classroom and shit, man. I fell asleep with chewing gum like at the back of my mouth, fam. About to swallow that shit, fam.
And they like sprayed up your clothes and shit because
All that, fam.
in school, bro, like that's
Yeah, nah,
mad.
like yeah, nah, like that was the first time and the last time. Never again, fam. Never
Yeah.
again, fam.
And that would have been the first time you would have been laying it, like, yeah,
Man, fam. I was laying till the end of the day, bro. Of
swear down.
shit, fam. Yeah, because like that English lesson, there was like another one more lesson, and then it would have been like a quick, like a little short break, and then it would have been the next lesson in it, and then done school day in it.
Yeah.
But then the reason why I brought up that story is because at the end of the day, so usually I'd walk home in it. Like I didn't live that far away from home, bro. And like
Right.
I remember there was times when I'd call mums and be like, "Oh, yo, can you come pick me up?" And she'd be like, "Nah, I ain't coming to pick you up. You can walk in."
Like, just walk, yeah,
Yeah.
because it's close enough. It's close enough.
But this very day, fam, I got to the gate, yeah, of the school, and who's there, fam? Parked in the car. My Margie came to pick me up, bruv. So I'm sitting in the back seat, yeah. Blood, my little 15-year-old mind is spinning, fam. I'm like, "Oh, fam, I hope like she doesn't know that I've been smoking. Oh, I hope that like there's not feds at the house because you know like they're gonna do drug test." Blood, after all kinds of scenarios running in
The
my head, fam.
paranoia kicking in it.
In it, fam. And I was like, "Blood, I pray to the Lord that she never find out that I've been smoking in the school, fam. Please, God."
Yeah.
And he came through, she never found out.
Dang.
He came through, she never found out. Fam. But it's like, yeah, I wasn't even like afraid of the feds, yeah. I was like, damn, if the feds be like, oh yeah, this nigga been smoking, yeah, nah,
And your mums, bro, yeah.
man, that's an endless smoke for me at the crib because I gotta
Yeah.
live with mums, fam. Obviously,
Yeah.
them feds like 2 minutes, they gonna say what they gonna say and they fuck off. But I gotta
Yeah.
live with her, fam. She gonna tear out my shit, man.
Yeah, it's gonna be different for man. It's gonna be different for man, bro. Nah, legit, fam. Like, yeah, that was that sort of thing just through like my younger years, bro. I remember the comedian Eddie Griffin. He has a joke
Oh,
in it,
yeah.
and he says like, "Man, I tell you this, my mama whooped my ass right out of the penitentiary.
Trust me,
Anytime me and
fam.
my partners, anytime me and my partners gonna do rob a store or something, I always think about that whip." And I'd be like, "Nah, nigga, you do by yourself,
Nah,
nigga. I
nigga,
ain't
y'all
doing that
niggas
shit."
good.
You know what I mean? But
Trust
it's
me,
so
fam.
true, fam. It's so true. It was like
Yeah,
it was the wrath of mum, bro. It wasn't the wrath of none of
man.
these white men. None of this like I ain't like,
Man.
bro, fam. It was just the
Man.
wrath of
And you
yo.
know,
If I tell this teacher to fuck off, blood, they're gonna call my mum and tell them that I said that. And I don't want that smoke. Like I don't want no parts of that, bro. I want no. So I'm not gonna tell this teacher to fuck off, bro, because I don't want no parts and no smoke. My mum, but like, yeah, it was literally that, fam.
man,
It's
you know what was even worse, yeah? You know what was even worse? Because I'm saying, like, yeah, mums will whoop your ass and that, you know what I'm saying? But, like, fam, if mums was like, because I remember there was a time when, like, I won't even get into the story, but I did some shit in it. I was into some badness at the time, fam. And mums was like, blood, I can't even whoop you like that, fam. I'm gonna wait for your old man. I said, nah,
yeah,
mama, it's cool. Here's the belt. Just whoop my ass right now. It's cool. Don't worry about it.
I don't want no
Yeah,
parts of that,
just
bro.
whoop
I
my
don't want
ass.
no
It's
parts of
cool.
that.
I don't want
Nah,
none of
mums,
that.
just
And
do
she
it, man.
said,
What are you
nah,
doing?
don't worry
Mums,
about
come
it.
on, man.
Yeah, she said, nah, don't worry about it. Your dad gonna deal with this. I said, nah, ma, I think you should deal with this. Cause
Nah,
cause you
man,
here
try to get
right
all
now.
philosophical and that in it. Like, nah, mums, I think it's all like the parenting style. You know, like, nah, more like I think we should confront this, and you know what I mean. Man, try to
I'm
get all
like, yeah, nah.
philosophical.
If you just whoop my ass right now, I'm gonna learn the lesson, and then like it'll be over with, and then we're gonna be done with this. And by the time the old man get back, you know what I'm saying, we can laugh about it and be like, ha ha, nah, nigga, nah, nigga, nah, nigga. She said, nah, don't worry about it. You'll be alright. You tough, right?
Jeez,
nah.
jeez.
But she was like, nah. I'm not. Yeah. Your old man gotta deal with this thing. Yeah, the nigga got
Fear of
back.
God in it.
He was back for about 5 minutes. I was in my room in it because I was like, God, please let this nigga come
Yo,
back
Will,
late or
before
something.
you go on,
Let
yeah,
him come back tired
bro,
or something.
before you go on, bro, did you ever do that thing where you know an ass whooping was coming and you try and go sleep before they get back
Oh
or something?
yeah. It worked a couple times for me. It did work a couple times for me. It did work a couple times.
But sorry,
It
your
did
old
work
man
a
got back.
couple times. Oh yeah, the nigga got back, you know what I'm saying? He got back right on time as well, fam. I was like, please let this nigga be late or something, you know what I'm saying? Nah, he got back
Dude,
right on
stop.
time, fam. Boom, an hour after he finished, he was there, he was at the crib, bah, he was at the crib, fam. The nigga came in, he sat down for 5 minutes, I guess, because I wasn't downstairs, they must have like talked or whatever, you know what I'm saying? And like, yo, it's a 3-story house, yeah. This
Right.
nigga had never been past the 2nd story of the crib, fam. Ever.
You just don't deal with the upstairs bit.
He just never went up to the 3rd floor because that's where like my room was and my sister's room was in it. So
Right.
he never came up there.
It's like your
But
mums will give you like your clothes and shit. Like
yeah,
I'm not climbing. I'm not climbing up
but
there anymore.
that day he came up them stairs. He knocked on the door. Courteous. He knocked on the door for me. But then he just bust it down and said, "Oh, I heard that you gotta come see me in my office." I said, "God damn." No. I mean, what had happened was I'm trying to explain myself. He said, "No, don't worry about it. Your mom already
Oh
told me
god.
what happened.
Oh god.
I've been explaining the story. Just come see me in my office." I said, man. I mean, like, we can't, like, I gotta come to you. Damn, homie. And then I'd go to the room, yeah, and I'll be like sat there just like waiting in it, because it's like psychological shit, fam. He'd
Yeah.
tell me, yeah, come see me in my office, and I knew what time it was. He about to whoop my ass, fam. But then, like, he'd go downstairs, he'd make a cup of tea, he'd drink that shit, you know what I'm saying? Man, he'd just be casually kicking it, fam, and then he'll come in, and then he'll take the belt that he has got on now, yeah? He'll take that one off, boom, and he'll put that onto the side, fam. Because he's getting ready, innit? He got to, like, you know what I'm saying? The hips.
He doing his stretches and shit.
For the whooping. And then he'll grab the other belt, the whooping belt, yeah? And he'll fold it in half and snap it. You know, like the snap. Yeah. He'll fold it in half, bow, snap it, and then he'll slap it on his hand a couple times to make sure, like, yeah, that shit don't hit, like, pow. Yeah. And then the whooping begins, fam. Yeah, like, yeah, fam, yes, yeah. That's why I'm not in jail right now, I think.
Bro, come on, we gotta give it up, man.
Man, that's why I'm not in jail right now, fam. I swear down, fam. Like Eddie said, he whooped my ass right out of the penitentiary, dog.
Right out, fam.
Yeah, right out of that motherfucker.
In them moments, bro, when shit come up, fam, like, that's what I would think about. I wouldn't think about fucking jail, and you just didn't like.
Hell no, dog.
Like,
hell no.
Mums, bro, I don't want none of that smoke from, like.
Man, because you know the fucked up thing is, Mum's got stresses from work and shit, and she can't really even like talk to you about it because you just get kid. You know what I mean? So she got like all this shit that's going in her head that when she starts to let it off,
and you doing some fuck shit for no reason because you bored.
Man, it might be a long week for you, fam.
Because again, obviously, like, I didn't have pops in the crib in it, so it was just mums and shit. So like, she was doing a lot of things. You get me? So it's like my whole shit was like, bro, there's no way that my mum can come home from work after a late shift and get a call from somebody or a voicemail. This was back when they would leave voicemails, innit? A voicemail from the police department saying, "Yeah, we caught this nigga doing this," but like that can't happen. That can't happen, bro. Like. Cause she gonna kill me, my nigga. Like, let me stay here with y'all in it. Like, she gonna kill me.
You know the mum saying, "I brought you into this world. I can take you out.
I can take you out, fam."
My nigga.
I believe them, bro. I believe them, fam.
Yeah,
never doubted
it when they say that shit. Fam.
Never doubted it, bro.
Like, I feel like when mums get to that stage, yeah, she really about to kill you, fam. She's using every ounce of strength in her body to like not take you out of the game, fam.
And she'll do it, bro, cause she your mum, fam.
Oh yeah, like, she'll do it. And the fucked up thing is, she'll do it because of love.
Because of love. Because of love. Because of love. Do you get me? Like, nah, legit, bro. Legit, man.
I ain't playing, dog. I told you. I saw my mum fighting one time. Yeah, I said, fighting blood. I never won problems with this woman ever, fam. Ever, fam. Ever, bro. Fighting. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. Well, okay. Well, I'll set it up like this. So one day, I come home from school or whatever, you know what I'm saying? There's like a bit of tenseness in the crib. And we used to like live with some other people. I'm not going to like just start, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But let's just say like these are the people that we live with. They were like close, innit? Like this people's. Do you know what I mean? Like to this day, they're still people's. Like they're people's, innit?
Right.
But I came home and they must have been having like a dispute about some shit, and I was just like, I don't even want to be involved in this, fam. I don't even want to know what this is about, fam. So I went upstairs. I started hearing bear shouting, yeah. So I'm like, what the fuck is going on, fam? Come out of my room. There's things flying all over the shop, the place. So I'm like, what the fuck? I come halfway down the stairs, yeah. I look over the banister thingy, yeah. Blood, my mum, yeah. She's pasting this lady, fam. She's fucking up, bro. She's pasting this lady, fam. I watched for a few minutes, yeah, and I was like, nah, this is how that woman fight, dog. No way, no, not for me, dog. No.
Because what
Fam,
happens,
he
yeah,
fucked
you
her
start
up.
to reanalyze all of the arse whoopings. Like, rah, she was only,
Man.
you know, like in Dragon Ball Z, it's like, rah, he's only
And-
at 10% power level, bro. Like, she's not
Man,
even using his full power, bro.
10%.
She's not even using her full power
Remember the
level on me, bro.
5%, and that shit was sending man to a different planet, fam. If she got them do 100%, yeah, she gonna kill a nigga, fam. She gonna
For
got them disexist a nigga, fam. Never mind
real.
kill a nigga, fam. She gonna disexist a nigga, fam. Cause that
They
punch
know
is
you in
looking
it. Turn you
atomic,
into
bro.
dust, blood, like, turn you into
Man,
particles in it.
fam, them bangs were atomic, fam. Atomic, bro.
Mortal Kombat thing.
Bangs, bro, bangs.
Yo, I didn't know Mama Sinzara, you know what I mean, was an unlockable character in Tekken. You know what I mean?
Listen. She's one of them characters that you can't even really unlock like that, fam. She just out here, fam, like, bro. And because she's so quiet and so calm and so
You would never think, innit? Yeah.
you would never think that shit, dog. Blood,
Yeah.
my eyes, yeah. I couldn't believe it, fam. I said, man, I couldn't believe it, fam. My eyes, yeah, were, fam. You know, like in cartoons where they put the matchstick and the eyes are open like that, yeah. Like that with no matchstick, fam. They were open like that with zero matchstick, fam. I said, nah.
I don't want no problems, fam.
Bro, the illest thing is that same day we moved house, fam. That same day, fam. We moved house, fam. Same day, fam.
That's some
I was
gangster
like,
shit,
nah,
man. Like, I'm not gonna lie, bro.
she
Whooping
too
somebody
gangster.
else to move in house. That's some gangster
Hell,
shit, bro.
huh?
That's some gangster shit right there.
Man, that's what I'm saying. That's why I'm like, yeah, my mum's net fam. My old man, maybe I might, like, you know what I'm saying, feel a bit foolish. I'll, you know what I'm saying, square up to man and tell him, oh, I'll knock you out, bruv. But my mum,
She's got that mother passion behind her, innit? That mum passion is a different thing, innit?
yeah, that's something else
Yeah,
completely.
it's a different thing. It's a different thing, blood. It's a different thing.
Yeah,
Like-
like I'm talking about my mum like she's some kind of like aggressive.
Like UFC fighter.
Something, nah, fam. But the way she paced that lady, fam, that was the neighbors called the cops, bro.
Did they?
Blood,
Is that
man. Yeah, and we moved expeditiously that same day, fam. We was in the
Yeah,
new house.
mum's avoiding
In
the charge,
fact,
fam. Yeah,
bro,
yeah.
Straight after that fight, yeah, we didn't even go back inside the house, bro.
Get in the
We
car.
went to the new house, fam.
Get in the car, fam. Yeah, nah. We gotta clap it up for Mama Sims. Yeah, we gotta clap it up.
That's Mama Sinzara.
Listen, guys, don't fuck with me because I'll call my mum in it. She'll deal with you, fam. I'll just be standing there like, oh, this is what you asked for. You wanted this.
It's so mad, innit? It's so mad, just like the different things that happen in life, like say all of us with our parents. Like me, for example, I like got a relationship with my dad kind of like more in my adult life than my kid life. Like wasn't really around when I was a youth. You know what I mean? And other people will have it like the other way around where it's like maybe their dad that's in it. But it's just mad how whatever that situation was with your mums, that was a real thing that she had to deal with at the same time as looking after like children and shit. Do you know what I mean? And it's like for her to be in a state, she's like, no, I'm gonna put hands on you today. Like, no, actually today, because y'all just went through and shit. No, I'm gonna put hands on you today. Like, yeah, I'm gonna put hands on you today.
See, my mum's like me, and she like that's the last thing that she'll ever do, fam. But yeah, when she turn up, fam. Yeah, that's something else, bro. I think I get that from her, fam.
Yeah.
I think I get that from her, fam.
Yeah.
But then it's not as it's not as important, fam.
You know what it is? You know, and we've talked about this like a little bit on the pod sometimes and shit, but it's like when you really try to like sit and deep and think about like your parents, like their own life, themselves, what they've gone through and shit, like it's mad the concept that they have a whole life and existence outside of you. Although, like, you're a massive part of that, like your brothers and sisters, whatever, but they are like their own people. Like, I was telling you this before on the pod, innit? But when I went back to Leeds and shit, I was like chilling with my old man close to my granddad had passed away and shit. And we were just like, you know what I mean, vibing, whatever. And he had to go somewhere in it. Like, I was going to a thing. So he's getting changed and shit. And this nigga backed off his top, bro. And he looked like a fucking Avenger dog. Like, he looked like, bro, when I tell you, man, cut from the top to the bottom, my G, like, he looked like an action figure, my nigga. I was like, bro, like, why do you look like that? Why do you look like the son and I look like the dad, my nigga? Why do I have the dad bod and you look like that? Like, what the fuck is going on, bro?
You know what's actually mad, fam? My old man's like that as well, isn't it? He's like tall and skinny. But if you ever see him without his shirt, bro, it's like, what the fuck? What you doing, bro? What the fuck? Nah, put your shirt back on, bro. What the fuck? Nah.
Fam, you see, like, my old man, yeah, he's like, he's a bit shorter than me, in it. Like, I'm a bit taller than him and that. And if you see him with clothes on, bro, unassuming guy, nicest guy you meet, like, he's just, Toby, bro, when he backed his top off, I was like, yo, who the fuck is in this house, bro? Did someone just come in here and take my face off? Like, what is even, like, why do you even look like that, my nigga? Like, what the fuck, bro? Like,
put your shirt back on. What the fuck are you doing, bro?
Bro, I literally said to him, why do you look like the son and I look like the dad, bro? Like, what the fuck is going on, fam? Like, why are you old and you look like that, bro? Like, what are you doing, fam? Like, yeah, it's mad, fam. Because I was so baffed, bro. Because I was like, God, I never knew that my dad was fucking cut like a Greek god, bro. Like, I didn't even know that shit.
And you know what's crazy is that's in your genes too, fam.
Yeah, bro. I just be knocking and fucking drinking alcohol and shoppiness like that, you know what I mean? Like, I'm trying to get myself straight again, you know what I mean? Like, nah, I'm trying to get myself...
I'm the same, fam.
I'm trying to get myself straight again, you know what I mean? Like, cause nah. If this nigga all 50, 60 and look like this, bro, I'm coming into the prime of my shit, bro. Like, let's go, fam. Yeah, it's just mad though, man. It's just mad, like, how much of ourselves are reflected through, like, our childhood, through our upbringing, through, like, our parents and shit. Like, just little things you notice about yourself. It's like, oh shit, I got that from my mum, or like, oh shit, I got that from, you know what I mean? Like, it's mad, man.
It's like all that. It's like what you were saying before about how your old man cut up like that, yeah. And like you like how come you look like that? But it's because this is a person. This is a child. This is a child that grew up and figured out, like, oh shit, the world worked this way and that way. So if I do this, I'm gonna be
literally,
like this.
Yeah, literally.
You know what I mean? It's like nobody on planet Earth that is here today, live right now, yeah. Unless they can definitely prove it and say, oh yeah, nah, I've been here multiple times and I did this and I did that and I was this. But then it's like, even that, how do you prove that? You know what I mean? Because I could have been Gandhi in my past life. You get me? But how do I prove that to somebody? Even if I move in the same light, it's like, it's unprovable. You're still a kid just figuring shit out. Do you know what I mean? And then you get to like 30 and you realize, oh fuck, I'm still a kid, but I'm figuring it out though. And you hit 40, like, oh shit, I'm still a kid, but I got it figured out though, you know what I'm saying? My kids are straight, you know what I'm saying? Family straight, baby straight, everything straight, fam. But I'm still a kid, fam. I'm still like going through all the shit that I was going through in my 20s. I just know how to deal with that shit better, you know what I'm saying? It's like, there was a day when I had like a moment, like an epiphany, fam. And like, I think it was after like I had been home. I think I had like been at home for a bit. I had like come back from like having dinner or whatever. We was like chopping it up, laughing and shit. You know what I'm saying? Family things.
Yeah.
I got back to the crib and I realized, like, fam, nobody's been here more than once, fam. All these people that I'm looking at and being like, oh yeah, now they got it patterned. They still got things that they looking at other people and being like, oh, wow, they got it patterned, fam. I gotta get my shit like that.
Yeah.
Because everybody's just a kid. Everybody is just going through the shit for the first time. You know what I mean? Even like an 8-year-old man. That's a child inside, dog.
Yeah.
He
That's
just
just
been in the
waiting on
reality
nothing.
for 8 years, which gave him enough time to figure out that, oh, okay, if I spend money like this, energy like this, it's gonna not be aight. So yeah, it's better if I spend it like this. You know what I mean? And it's like the one thing that we forget as young men, especially as young black men, because we got all this pressure of like, oh, fam, from the beginning, parents are like, oh yeah, you gotta work 10 times harder than everyone. All
Yep.
that, yeah. And it's like, that's all pressures, fam.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And we deal with that, fam. Every day, fam. I need to go
Nah,
and
it's
get
so
my
true,
card.
man.
It's
So
like
true, man.
all these old people that we see, they're just children. You know what I mean? They've been around a little bit for some time, but they're just kids. Yeah, even our parents, they're just kids.
That had kids in it.
Yeah, and then they had kids, and then they were like, oh shit, I can't act like a kid anymore.
Yeah.
I have to act like a grown up now. You know what I mean?
Nah,
And it's like,
so
yeah,
true.
they're just kids. You know what I mean?
And yeah. And when you deep that, man, when you just like really take that in away from like, oh, that's mom or that's dad or whatever, like when you really deep that in, like, oh shit, like mom's was a kid and then she grew up and then this and all, but pops was a kid. And it's like, oh shit, like y'all are just living the same way I'm here this many years later. But I still remember like being a kid and like, I still like, it's the same thing in it. It's like, oh shit, you turn around and you walk in the street and there's some lady with like a kid or something. She's like, oh, let the man go past. And you're like, oh shit,
Innit? Let that man
I'm the
go past
man.
them like the
Oh shit,
man.
I'm the man.
Shit.
Like, oh shit, bro.
I mean,
I remember when
goddamn.
mum used to say that to me. You know what I mean? I remember
Innit?
mum used to say that to me. Like, yeah.
Come out the way, let the man get past. Yeah, trust me.
It's like, oh shit, I'm the man that needs to get past now. Like, oh shit, bro. When did that happen? Do you get what I mean? It's a mad thing, bro. It's a mad thing, man.
These times, you just minding your business, fam. You just looking at the shelves, trying to see, like, am I gonna get this or that or?
Yeah, try and see which sort of little sweet or something you can be like, oh, mum, can
Or
you just get
something,
this?
you know what I'm saying?
You know what I mean? You can't get something that's too expensive, but you want to get something good at the same time. Do you get what I mean? Like, you want to get something that's like going to be a pattern. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, shit was different, man. Shit was different. But nah, big up to the rent.
You know, like in the no, that's dead as that. That's dead as fam. That's way that fam. All of them like that. I hope not.
What?
But I was saying, it's like, fucking hell. Oh shit. It's like you fucking hell. I forgot what I was gonna say. Sorry, my fault.
Nah, it's calm. It's
like it was right there, but then it was gone.
I do have some other little things written down that it'll be interesting to get your lot perspective on in it. If you want to go there instead. Oh, they dropped out. Oh, my guys. I guess this would be the part of the show where the advert would come in and shit in it. But nah, subscribe to the YouTube and that episode 70 of the OnlyMans podcast. And I'm trying to work on not sounding so sleepy. Even if I'm a bit sleepy, I'm trying to work on sounding a bit more energetic. Do you know what I mean? See if these guys are going to reconnect in a second. What's mad about it is like sometimes they can hear me on their side, even though my side shows it's reconnecting. So I'll just be talking and shit, and then they'll responding to me, but I can't hear them, so I'm just talking. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I don't know how long I'm going to give this to you. This might be the shortest episode of the OnlyFans podcast in history. Not even 2 hours, bro. Yeah, the people then will go mad in it. What, a 2-hour podcast? This is a joke. Bro, some of your favorite podcasts out there are like an hour sort of. Do you get what I mean? We give them like 4 hours plus every week, fam. It's a lot to give, bro. It's a lot to give, fam. Imagine back in the day with like the talk radio and shit, where they'd have to do this daily, fam, where they just have to talk all day, every day about shit. And they're just talking. It's like every second that you can fill with conversation, you feel that shit, fam. Alright, I'm going to give it another couple minutes. We'll try re-invite Slow back into the shit. Slow, if you can hear me, jump out of the thing and request to join it, and I'll jump you back in. Just while we're trying to sort that out. Again, man, big up to everybody that tunes in every week. I know that we've been a little inconsistent with the time and, you know what I mean, the days that we record and stuff. And we do definitely want to be more consistent with that. We do want to try to get a more consistent rhythm flowing. But at the same time, SG told you there's no rules, you know what I mean? Like, there's no rules. We might record this shit on a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So, like, when you own the shit, you can do that. The importance of ownership, you know what I mean? The importance of ownership, the importance of having something, having intellectual property, having some kind of real estate, whatever it is, and owning that and being able to make decisions on the behalf of that. You never know, tomorrow someone turn around, say like, oh shit, we was on stereo, we was listening to you niggas do this podcast, and we want to give your fucking 5 million to do this podcast and shit. You know what I mean? Like, we want to sign y'all and da-da-da-da-da. Now, if you don't own the podcast, you can't make no deals on behalf of the podcast. You got to go to the people that own it, and then they got to make the agreement. But when you create something...
Sorry, my phone died. I got my phone died.
Shit.
I'm so sorry.
You back, yeah? You back, yeah?
Realize. Yeah, now we back now. I didn't realize that my shit was on like 1%.
Right.
And then it was just like, nah, fam. Nah. Nah.
Are you charged up now on that, yeah?
Yeah. It's charging up.
Okay. Alright, so I was going to say, I did have something I wanted to get into with you, man, innit? And just get your point of view. But have you, man, heard about the AI rapper, the artificial intelligence rapper?
Yes, I did hear about that. The first time when that shit popped up, and then the second time when that shit popped up, and there was like, it's been like 3 days, and the labels dropped the AI rapper.
Yeah.
You know why? Because black people were up in arms that like they used the representation of a black person in it. They were like, y'all appropriating the culture and all that stuff. But it's like, yes, true, they are. And yeah, I guess they try to like think. But then it's like, if you understand how this hip-hop thing works, I've been telling Mags this all week, there's nothing that you have done, black man. There's nothing that you have not done, black man. Everything that is out here in the world, you did this, black man. You created this. You understand? So it's obvious that they're going to try and use your likeness when they're creating something else. Or they're trying to bring something else to the forefront. Especially seeing as you're so popular right now. You know what I'm saying? Everybody want to be you, black man. Except you, black man.
No, for real.
And then it's like, it seems like a crazy thing when they use a black person's face to be like an AI thing or whatever. But then it's like, you don't get it, fam. You don't understand how much power that is. Because they couldn't.
Have you seen it?
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I saw it.
Like, because I was listening
the
to
nigga look like these young niggas that's coming up anytime now, fam.
because I was listening to like a different pod in it, and like they ended up playing one of the like a part of the track of the thing. Like again, keep it a stack in it. This thing is it's 6ix9ine. That's what it is. Like if you hear the music it's created and like and not it's created, but it's a caricature of what they think rappers are. It's a caricature, innit? And it's like the thing with me, like I'm disgusted by it. I don't even want to say that shit's name. Like I don't want fuck that thing, bro. Like fuck that thing till it die and its creators die. Like fuck that thing in it. But like if we're gonna tell the truth,
that's what the music was like, fam.
Capricorn season 2, I think it might be track 5, track 6. Everything is cap.
Everything is cap. Everything is
niggas
cap.
sold the culture back in the 50s, and since then niggas like Mike and Prince been trying to get the culture back, but nigga, we can't get the culture back, bro. This is a result of all of this shit, all of this fuck shit that's been happening, all of this stuff that's been going on. This thing here, this thing that was created by white people that says the word nigger about 16 times in its track, this thing is because the culture never really belonged to us, which is why they made it so important that we follow the culture. Do you get what I mean? Because the culture got sold many years ago, fam. They prostituted and sold.
You know what it is? You know what it is? It's not that it got sold. It was stolen, fam. Because check it out. Let's say you, just start a business of like, I don't know, selling ice cream or something like that, right? And you just an independent guy, you making your own ice cream and you selling it, right? But then like I'm a big conglomerate and I'm like, wow, this guy Drizzy's selling ice cream, bro. So we could basically like buy his like whatever he using to like make the ice cream. And then like either way, whenever he sell the ice cream, he might sell 1 million ice creams, but we own where the ice cream comes from. So he gotta pay us anyways. You see, that's how the shit got stolen. Because we were not, at that time, we were not business minded, fam. And by the time we started getting hip to the business of the shit, it's late, fam. Because these niggas got that shit tied up and sold already, fam. You know what I'm saying? They got that shit like stitched up already. It's over for a nigga that's trying to step in the thing and be like, oh yeah, I'm gonna be an independent label. How?
You see,
How?
You see the thing about that, because you're right, yeah. But where I'm gonna build on that point, right, is you're right, 100%, bro. Like, especially in the music business, like the thing that essentially black people are, which is just joy and magnificence, that energy was definitely stolen and copied and all that sort of shit. But you see the thing about stealing and copying shit, right? It only can be productive for so long, because at some point that energy is gonna run out like a battery cell. And so when I talk about selling the culture, because what you're saying is correct. I don't want to make it sound like I'm disagreeing with what you're saying, because you're right. A lot of shit was stolen from the shit that we, and I say we, black people, we did.
Black man, you did that.
What happened, again, we talking around maybe the 60s, maybe the 70s, like that sort of times.
Yeah,
Man began to kind of realize, like, oh shit, bro, they taking all our shit, but they taking it because they can't do it, bro. They can't do this shit, and we just do this for the like. This is just fun, fam, bro. More time. I'm a heroin addict, bro, but I just sing so I can pay for my heroin, bro. Like that's what I was giving up before. Like, I'm not even to chat shit and shit, but like your Marvin Gaye, these guys, bro.
That's what it was.
They weren't just like, oh, I'm a singer. It was like the life they lived is like, yo, I'm a nigga that sing, that get paid for it, but I have all this other thing. You know what I mean? And it's like
a whole bunch
one thing that was realized was that they're gonna take it, but it'll only ever be a poor imitation, i.e. an Elvis Presley, i.e. whatever the fuck. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
And what happened at a point is these labels, these conglomerates, these people, they come and they're like, yo, dog, listen, obviously you see the people are doing your thing, like you know what I mean. You're not gonna go and say nothing, I know, innit, but you know what's going on in it. But listen, like, how about I put some money in your pocket, bro? You know what I mean? Like, you know what I mean?
Real quick.
I'm gonna give you a mil, and in the 50s, the 60s, the 70s, a mil. Woof, that's bread, bro. that's a bread, fam. You know what I mean? And they probably weren't even giving them a mil back there, but I'm just gonna say a mil in it. But the white man comes to me
Nah,
and he'd be like,
couple
yo,
thousand. Couple
he'd be
thousand
like,
would have
yo,
did it in the
I'm
60s.
a put this in your pocket, yeah. All I need to do, just sign this shit to me, fam. Them man back in them times there, you know what I mean? They just trying to do what they're trying to do. As you said, they're not business minded, not business savvy. But some of them understood that the shit that they're going to push and promote is shit that's detrimental to a particular community of people, which
Yeah.
is predominantly black and brown people in it. And there were some people, not all, but some people who were just like, if you pay me enough, bro, we can run it because I'm good and my people are good. So what did Mike Jordan say? Man, fuck them kids, dog.
Yeah, right. Yeah, fucking
Fuck
kids,
them
right?
kids, dog. You know what I mean? Like, yo,
Right, Jordan.
when it was about how people were killing each other over sneakers and shit, and he's like, oh, and I guess somebody asked him like, you don't feel bad about like these people like killing each other over sneakers and shit. He's like, I don't give a fuck.
he literally was
Fuck
like,
them
man, fuck
kids.
them kids, dog. Like,
Fuck them kids. I still get paid, dog. Yeah, yeah.
yo,
But
Mike Jordan was a wicked motherfucker, you know, bro. Like,
man, he's saying, bro, he's something else, bro. I watched like a thing about him and I think it was like Dennis Rodman or something like that, yeah.
right.
But imagine a nigga like Dennis Rodman, flamboyant, cocky, fucking out here, fam.
Mm.
And he'll break himself for a Michael Jordan, fam. Sorry,
Yeah,
Mike.
yeah, yeah,
I'm so
yeah,
sorry,
yeah.
Mike. Sorry, Mike. Man, that nigga is something else, bro. Because
But Mike was
Dennis
psychotic though, innit? Like
fam,
Mike was
Dennis,
psychotic though, bro.
bro, he a different level,
Yeah.
fam.
Mike was, if he didn't have basketball, he could have very easily gone into a life of crime. Like Mike was a psychopath in it. Like
Yep.
when you, again, after you said, you look at these documentaries and you kind of look back with more understanding, you're like, yo, this nigga wasn't well, you know, fam.
This
Somebody
nigga
should
was
have checked in
crazy,
on this
fam.
nigga, bro. Like this nigga
But
said,
then
I
he
used
was
to
winning
make up
7
things.
rings,
I
though,
used to
fam.
make up things in my head to fucking convince myself that the other team were my enemy. And I would create situations so that when I would go and play, I would play harder because it's like I'm playing against them. Like this nigga was not well, bro, but like he just channeled
But he
all of it
kept winning
instinct
them
into,
rings, fam. And who's going to question the nigga that keep winning the rings, fam?
bro.
Not me. Hell
Bro.
no. If I'm the coach, oh yeah,
It's
keep
yeah,
your crazy ass going, dog. We need more rings, fam.
yeah,
Oh
for
yeah.
real. It's like my man was
If I'm
saying
what
before
the
about
general
AJ.
manager of the team, yeah, nah, that nigga crazy. He'll be alright. He gon' get some
He
more rings, fam.
crazy, but he
Chuck.
win though. He win though, blood.
Yeah.
Like, listen,
Oh
this
man, like
franchise
bigger.
is up like a couple M's because he won, bro. Like, let him do what he's doing,
Yeah,
fam.
nah,
Bro, the
let him do his
documentaries
thing,
and
fam.
shit. They were saying Mike was punching niggas in the face and shit in training. Like
Oh,
Mike was
nigga,
setting it on, man.
punching
Blood. Like,
niggas, man. That's man. He's elbowing niggas in the chest. He man grabbing niggas' balls and shit, man. He was on some other shit, fam.
like Mike was
Anything to
setting it
win,
on,
fam.
man. In
Anything to win.
in training, blood. Like his own teammates, like setting it on, man.
Yeah,
Like
yeah, yeah,
sticking it on niggas. Like,
yeah.
yeah. Have you not seen that documentary on Netflix,
The original Mamba mentality, fam.
bro? Bro,
The original Mamba mentality,
Imagine
fam.
making a mixtape saying
Bantu, Bantu like the people.
Yeah.
Who did that?
I remember saying it, it came into my mind.
yeah. Now Michael.
Mike was something else. But you know what? You know what it is about that mindset. Yeah, it's like that's like a CEO mentality.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It's like
Yeah.
if this
It's
nigga
the
didn't
exact
play
same thing.
ball, he would have been like a fucking he would have been something else, bruv. He would have been like a
Whatever he
CEO
was
of
gonna
some
do,
big
he was
company
gonna be a
doing all
monster in
kinds
this
of
shit.
shit, fam.
Whatever he was gonna do, he was gonna be a monster. Like, yeah.
Man,
Yeah.
nigga could have worked at McDonald's, fam. Nigga probably would have been like the goddamn. They would have promoted him to the CEO of him because he was out here, bro. Like he just had that, like. You see how people talk about this hunger, yeah?
Mm.
He didn't need that, fam. He was just like, yo, fam, we not losing, fam.
Like,
It's not about me
literally,
being
I
hungry to win,
refuse to lose this
innit?
game. I
It's
refuse.
not
I
about me
will not
wanting
lose
to
this shit.
win.
Like, yeah.
And
Yeah.
it's not like I have to do what. It's like I have to do whatever it takes to not lose.
Yeah.
That's a different kind of mentality,
Like,
right
I
there.
don't give a
That's a
fuck what it
different
costs. I don't give a fuck who it hurts. I don't give a fuck what
man.
happens. I
I'm a
refuse to
punch.
lose this shit. Like,
I'm a
yeah.
elbow a nigga in the solar plexus right now, fam, so I can get this point. Fuck you talking about?
And
Hold
you have
that.
to remember,
Boom.
bro, like back in that era of basketball, fam, they had a thing
No.
called the Jordan rules, innit? And that was where like the best players from the other team, they were basically like, yo, if Mike gets anywhere within that three, fuck him up, blood. Punch
Mm-hmm.
Mike in his chest, punch Mike in
Mm-hmm.
his head, punch Mike in
Mm-hmm.
his back. Fuck him
Anywhere,
up if
fam.
you get anywhere near that
Anywhere,
shit.
fam.
And his thing was just like, bro, I don't give
No,
a fuck what you man do to me, blood. I refuse to lose this shit. Like, yeah, Mike, that kind of mentality. Again, I'm not saying it's the
yeah.
healthiest, the most productive member of society and shit, but when someone,
When it
again, it's that
comes
whole
to
shit.
that shit,
When you talk about like manifesting and willing things into being, when the heart and the mind agree, when someone just says like, bro, I'm not going to lose this,
yeah,
and
there's no nonsense,
manifest
bro.
that into the world, bro. Like, it's hard to do anything against niggas who can really tap into that shit. Like, it's hard, bro. A man who just says like, bro, I don't give a fuck if I die on this court. I'm not losing this game.
I'm not losing, fam.
You
See,
get in a boxing
because
ring with a man who's willing to die. What can you do with him, bro? He's willing
man,
to die
because
in the ring. What can you do?
a nigga that will do anything to win. A nigga that will do anything to win. You know what I'm saying? There's plenty of those. There's plenty of those, fam. But a nigga that will do anything to not lose, bro.
It's a different thing. It's a different thing.
Yeah, that's
A
something
man
else.
who's like,
That's a
I
different
will
mind
not
right
lose
there,
this
fam.
game. Like, yeah, it's a different thing. One sec, let me
It's
play
like
these voice
Kobe,
notes.
though.
One sec.
It's just like
One sec.
Kobe, though, isn't it?
But Kobe got it from Jord, like, and he
That's
said that
what I mean.
himself. Like, yeah. I feel like Kobe was a complete version of Jordan, but it was that unhealthy hunger that Jordan had that made him the legend he was. I feel like Kobe was like, he took that
You think?
playbook and he updated the JavaScript.
You
He
think
was like,
so?
if you look at the way Kobe actually played, yeah, he was a more complete version of Jordan. Like his up court game, his free throws, run it to the basket, his handle, like he was a more complete version of Jordan. Jordan was sick, but he wasn't like technically the sickest baller, if that makes sense. Like Magic Johnson them times was like the guy. The thing that
Yeah.
people fell in love with about Jordan was just his refusal to lose. Like he will win clean, he'll win dirty. Like he's not going to lose to you. Do you get what I
That
mean? It's
part.
like you see a nigga like Kyrie, and you look at like his handling and shit. Like he's
You
got
know,
some of the best handling that the NBA has ever
Uncle
seen. Like
Drew.
his technical. Oh, fuck off, fuck off, fuck off, bro. Fuck off, bro. Fuck off.
What about Uncle Drew?
I hate that shit, fam. That. Oh
Why,
my,
fam?
bro,
That shit was
bro,
fam.
bro.
Fam. I think that shit was sick, fam.
I'll be honest with you. Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I've never watched the film, but the idea of the film, I hate it. I hate it. I hate the idea of that
No,
film.
see, that fam, that movie is brilliant, fam. Like legit, fam. Like legit, it's like you see how like in all them kind of movies, there's like the whole like the story, and then you get into the characters, and then you get so invested in the people, and you like want them to win so much.
Right.
Bro, they did that shit, yeah. on the fam. They made me, young nigga, be like, oh yeah, them old niggas gonna beat them young niggas.
Yeah, I
Bro,
don't
like,
know.
I don't know. I don't
Kyrie
know.
dressed up as an old man, allow me in it. Like, allow me, bro. Like,
I think you just gotta watch it.
I'm
You know what
probably
I'm saying?
being
You just
stubborn.
you
I'm
gotta see
open
it.
to the idea that I'm being stubborn. I'm open to that, yeah. But there's nothing about that shit that makes me want to see it, bro. There's not one thing about Kyrie with a fucking wig on his head. Fucking allow me, bro.
Nah, but it is a great story though. It's a great story, fam.
It
Like
probably is, fam. But I
you
don't
know
want
what
to
it
see
is?
you in
It's
fucking old man dress, bro. I don't give a fuck, bro.
because do you know what it is? Do you know what it is? Most times when like people do shit like that and they do the whole like dress like an old man, it's like it's almost as if like the story's
Some dumb
already
shit.
complete and
Some
it's just
dumb
like an
shit in it,
old
yeah.
nigga doing some shit. Nah, like they develop the characters, fam.
Bro.
It's legit.
I might.
It's
I'm
a
probably
good
not gonna
movie.
check it out, but I might do.
You
I
might
might.
not. You might
I
not.
might.
But yeah, I mean, whenever you get the shot, it's good, fam. It's good. It's very
Okay.
good.
We got some voice notes
And
from our
the reason
guy. Oh, go on, sorry.
I was gonna say the reason why I even watched the movie in the first place is because I saw like I guess maybe this was like maybe like 4 years ago, 5 years ago, something like that. They did the whole like Uncle Drew thing in it, where he like put the whole like costume on and he would like go out to like places and he would like play these people, and obviously they wouldn't know who he is. They just think like, oh, this is an old nigga. But it's like even like the way that he moves when he playing and shit and he like doing his thing, he looked like an old nigga, fam. Until he stopped pulling up and doing all the turn up and spin around and this, that, yeah, go through the leg, boom, boom, pull up, boom, spot. It's like, yeah, nah, it was good, fam. It was good. I sound like I'm trying to convince you to watch this
It's
movie.
one of those ones, yeah.
It's good.
We would have to be somewhere, and that shit come on, and you'd be like, "Nah, bro, just watch it in it." It has to be something like that. Like, I can't see me going on one of my streaming platforms and typing in UN, go to the C, go to the LE. Like, I can't see me doing it. I'll be honest with you. I can't see me doing it. But I hear you though. So you know what? If that movie ever comes across my kind of thing now, instead of being like, man, fuck that film, I might be like, you know what? Will said,
Let me see what's about.
you know what? Dash it on. Let me just see it. So if Will's full of shit, I can come back and be like, yeah, bro, you were full of shit. That was the worst film I ever saw in my life. Like, I'll be happy to say that.
Right,
but like,
I'll put it like this. There was a scene where like him and Shaq, yeah, are beefing about something. And like legit, yeah, fam, like I watch these movies and I'm like, oh, I can tell that you're just trying to tug my heartstrings right here. So like, you know what I'm saying? I'm immune to the feeling. But then it just like, yeah, nah, the way they, yeah, it was good for me. Yeah, it was good. It was a good movie. It was a good movie.
Shaq and fucking Kyrie dressed as an old
Shaq
man.
and Kyrie Irving, non-actors acting, fam. Yeah, fam.
Allow
Like,
me, fam.
bro, they're not actors, but fam, you couldn't tell, fam. You could not tell.
Okay.
There's no way
Listen,
that you could tell.
we got some voice notes. SMK bigger. Big up to you, my G. Let's see what
brother.
Yo, Driz. Will, what's going on, Kings? Hey, man, why I thought the show started at 5? Y'all started at 4?
Oh, American times, isn't it?
It's going to be American time, innit? You know what, bro?
Yeah,
I'll tell you
we
the truth.
started that.
I'll tell you the truth. Sorry, Will. Sorry. I think we started 8:30 today, innit? Like, we started that. So 8:30 our time, which will work out to fucking hell, what's that in America?
5:30, 4:30, 5:30, somewhere there.
All right. Let's try to do this in real time, innit? Let's figure out what's going on. English to American time. Man, thank God for Google, innit? Jesus Christ. Google is God, you know, fam. Google has all the information,
man,
bro.
I told y'all niggas, y'all been worshipping the internet since the internet came out. and y'all niggas ain't trying to hear me. I had said that shit. I think I might have said that shit in very early episodes. I said, yeah, Google is y'all niggas gods, fam. And y'all ain't even realized that you replaced the real God with Google, fam. Until now, it's too late. And now you're realizing, like, fuck, Google knows everything.
Yeah. So from what I can mathematically worked out, I think us starting at 8:30 works out to about 3:30, like 3:30. I don't even know what they say in America. 3:30. Do they say 3:30 in America? Like, yeah. So we would have started early your time, but now big up to you checking in with us. You know what I mean? Make sure you follow the guys them and that and yeah. Wait, is it? We're 5 hours ahead, so it would be 3:30, isn't it? Like if we started at 8:30 here, it's 3:30, isn't it? Yeah.
But then it depends where he is in America, though, because it might be 5, it might be 4, it might be 3. Yeah.
Because that's one thing we don't have to deal with in the UK. Like we don't deal with that in the UK. Like whatever the time is in the UK, wherever you are in the UK, that's the time.
Just the time.
Like if you in the top of the north and you in the bottom of the south, wherever the time is the time. If it's 5 o'clock, it's 5 o'clock. Innit? Yeah, them man have like time zones and shit in it. Like yeah. All right, one sec.
Yo, man, I don't know what happened, man. They kicked me out the room, man. It took me like a little minute to find the room again. But yeah, man, I'm back, man. What's up? Still don't know what we talking about. Let me
how you get kicked out, my boy? Nah.
Oh no, yeah,
You're always welcome, fam. No, we're not kicking nobody out here, fam.
Yeah, never that, bro. Never that. Always checking with the G's, them. Do you get what I mean? Like, never kicking nobody out, bro. You know what I mean? What it might have been if the connection dropped. Cause I don't know, like, say if, Will, your connection goes funny. I don't know if it, like, fucks up with people.
Oh, nah, we on hotel Wi-Fi, dog.
Jeez!
Hey.
You can take the settings right now. You wouldn't believe.
Oh, and you lot get comped by the work, innit? So the work covered that, innit?
Yeah.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, oh, come on. Give another one to the guys.
Come on, man. Yeah, shout out to the workplace, fam. Doing man correctly, fam.
Oh, shit, man. Oh,
you know what I'm saying? Shout out to the workplace, doing man correctly, fam.
I will. When was the last time you were at the crib?
About a month ago.
Like stay at the crib, right?
It's coming to be like 3 weeks now. Yeah, so about a month now.
When are you due to be back at the crib, if you know?
Next week.
Oh, okay.
The crib. Remember we were saying that we all gonna go together and shit.
He's forgotten.
Right. Yeah. Nah, we definitely need to have some like UN peace meetings at your yard, innit? Like, you know what I mean? We gotta try and figure some shit out, you know what I mean? Like,
it'll be alright. It'll be alright.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think you know what it is? It'll be like the first maybe like 30 minutes, an hour or whatever, you know what I'm saying? It will be like a bit weird, but then after that, then fam, we got like the whole weekend there, you hear me? We gonna be chilling and chilling.
Can I ask you man a question, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
If I'm somebody, yeah, whenever I get into any kind of like spat or disagreement or some sort of shit, right? I don't mind kind of saying like, you know what, all right, you know, I could have done this better, or I could have done that better. But like, is it wrong of me to kind of require that level of awareness from somebody else back? So for them to acknowledge the fuck shit that they did, is that like a bad thing? Should I like...
Yes and no.
Right.
Yes and no. The reason why I say yes and no is because, obviously, yes, because you, as an autonomous being who is fully fledged in their godhood, should expect certain things from the reality. But then you should also realize that all these other people that you're dealing with, in the capacity that they're also fully fledged beings in their godhood, whether they realize it or not. So however they're acting, that's how their godhood is acting, telling them to act. It's fucked up, I know. But then we we gotta realize that like not everybody's on the same time as we are. Just like how the American people's is on different time. Just how like the Zim people's is like 2 hours ahead right now. You feel me? It's like we have to keep in mind the fact that this, whoever you're dealing with, this is another person that has their own experiences, that has their own dealings with the world. And sure, like, you know, we want people to like be how we be to them. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? But then some people's experiences just don't let them be how we be. Some people's experiences just don't let them. I'll put it like this. There's certain people that like you can be with, yeah, and y'all maybe like sitting there together or whatever, y'all complaining about how hungry y'all is and shit, you know what I'm saying? Y'all busy like putting the words in the gaps to be like, oh yeah, we starving, innit?
Right.
And then the motherfucker will get himself like a pizza or something and just eat that in front of you, dog, while you're just watching. While you're just watching, dog. And then some time after, because that little guilt kicks in of like, oh, rah, I'm eating and this nigga ain't eating. That's when they'll be like, oh, you want a slice or you want a little piece? But then it's like, we don't operate like that. Or at least I don't anyways. Do you know what I mean? I'm like, I couldn't, fam. That shit.
Okay. See to what you're saying, yeah? I think the question I'm asking, I'm going to use your pizza analogy. Say something like that happens. Guy, your brethren, gets his own pizza, just yams it to himself because everyone's hungry and shit. I guess what I'm asking, yeah, is say, in this hypothetical, I say to man, yo, fam, like, are you going to yam that in front of everybody, bro? Like, you can do that, but just say you're going to do that, innit? Now, if man act like they're not nyamming pizza in front of everybody and somehow try to like victimize themselves, is it wrong of me to be like, nah, bro, fuck what you saying? Like, you're eating pizza in front of everybody, bro. Like, is that a wrong feeling to have?
Again,
because
yes,
I understand like the empathy piece. I understand the understanding. Like, I understand the understanding, overstand the understanding. But like, the thing for me with a lot of sort of like relationships, whatever situations in life, people you deal with, for me, my thing is always like, I don't mind mistakes being made. I don't mind people having a bad day or going through a bad period. Like, I understand all of that is part of the human experience, innit? But what I don't like is when people act as though they're not doing the fuck shit that they're doing. Because to me, I don't even need you to be like groveling and that. Like, I don't need that, but it's just an acknowledgement of like, you know what, bro? Yeah, I've been on some fuck shit a little bit. Like, I have, you know what I mean? Like, for me, the acknowledgement of that is important. So say if man order fucking pizza to the crib by themselves, then just namming it and shit. But then they're talking to the rest of the man them like it's normal, like they're not doing that. Is it wrong of me to be like, my nigga, like, you eating pizza in my face and everybody's hungry here? Like, am I supposed to ignore that is what I'm asking. Like, am I supposed to be like, act like that's not happening or forgive that or like, you know what I mean?
It's tricky because, like, you know what I'm saying, like, there's emotions that get involved, you know what I mean, in that scenario. Because you feel a way that a nigga eating pizza while you're not eating pizza also.
No,
you
bro,
feel
no.
Wait. You feel a way that the nigga eating the pizza and he ain't even offering nothing to you or nobody else. He just eating.
Right.
It's like an emotion is triggered there.
Can I just cut in for 1 second? Keep your thought, please. Please keep your thought. I'm not emotional because man are eating a pizza, because I understand that if people are hungry, hold on. People are hungry, so they'll eat food. I get that. My thing is, I guess an emotion is triggered when somebody, if the nigga attacks me as a way to eat his pizza, like, so he eats his pizza, but it's like a fuck you say to me, like, bro, you ain't getting no food, fam. So I'm gonna get the food. am I supposed to act like, nigga, you tried to villainize me because you were hungry? Like that's what I'm asking.
Yeah,
It's
but
like,
you got to realize, fam, you're an ascended God, fam.
no,
We
man,
up
fucking
now,
up.
fam.
I
So like
know, man.
you gotta remember that when you're dealing with other people, yeah, when you're dealing with other people that like are not even in, they're not, fam. Their thoughts don't even contemplate higher things, fam. They just think about what's happening in front of them right now. Bills, fucking whatever's happening right now. That's where they at.
Yeah.
You feel me? It's like you gotta remember that like a lot of people do not operate on that level of we'll just
Awareness.
strip it down to the very basics of it. Yeah, a lot of people, because they go through the things that they go through and they experience the things that they go through in life, they have no empathy for other people because it's like, well, I'm going through it. You know what I'm saying? They don't know. Not that they don't know how it feels. They know how it feels, but
They
because
just don't care
they've
enough to give a
felt
fuck.
that, they just don't care for them. So
Yeah.
they're like, yeah, because I felt it, you should feel it too. You get me? So
Because you
like
see that bit, yeah. All right,
because
go on.
sometimes, people of a lower vibration, yeah, they can bring you down to that lower vibration. They can make you feel a certain way about something that they did or something that they said or whatever. But it's like, I mean, man, you God out here, fam. You're creating your reality, fam. Those people have not realized how God they are, fam. They know that they're good and they feel that they're a good person, but they have not realized how God they are, fam. You
Nah, I hear
understand
you.
what I'm saying?
I hear
So
you.
sometimes you gotta have patience with them people, fam.
And see, this is, you see, when I think about like God, like the idea of what God is and stuff, this is why, again, I go back to Capricorn season 2, fam. Why GID, bro? Like, it's
Your
because
God is dead.
we're made in God's image, yeah. But sometimes, bro, when niggas be playing with you and shit, I'm like, bro, like, I could turn it up on niggas, fam. Like, niggas don't even realize I could turn it up on niggas, bro. Like, I can
Oh
really,
yeah, because
and
that's
when
the
I
God
turn
in
it
you
up, it's a
being like,
different
you
thing
really
because like,
could turn it up on niggas.
I know what I am. Do you get what I mean? I
Mm-hmm.
know the beauty and the majesty and the chaos that I come from. Like, but it's like what you're
Have
saying is
patience,
correct.
Charlie. Have patience.
What you're saying is correct, and I know in my spirit it's correct. But there's that side where it's like, and maybe that's the ego side.
That's
Maybe
the
that's the
ego
ego
side.
side,
I was gonna
where
say
it's
that's the
like
ego side.
niggas is playing with you, bro. And why are you
Yeah,
letting niggas play with you like
yeah,
this? Because
yeah. That's the ego
because
side.
you don't let niggas play with you like this. And I feel like
Yeah,
sometimes that, like,
because
and again, we speaking in code right now, and it's fine. But it's like, I feel for people that I feel like I have some sort of affinity towards, whether they like say you, like my closest brethren, man, like Mags, like a G of mine, do you get what I mean? Or someone who I may not be that close to, but you know what? I got love for you, bro, whatever. Da, 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 da. It's like, I feel, I always say this, and people call me arrogant and all sort of shit, but it's fine. But I always say, like, ultimately, I know my words hurt more. I know that.
yeah,
My
because you
words
know
will
how to
always
work
hurt.
the words.
My
Because
words
you
will
God,
always hurt more,
nigga.
bro. Like,
Because
my words will
you
always hurt more.
understand.
But
You're missing
I,
it. You're missing your own point, dog. You God, fam. Because you know how to make the reality work, fam. You know how to make the words work, fam. You know how to spin the magic. So when these people are spinning the magic on you, and you're like, oh nah, you out here, fam. They don't understand what they're doing. They're just doing something. You understand
yeah,
what I'm saying? But
yeah,
you, God, you know that, oh yeah, if I do this, it's gonna make this happen and this happen. Oh, these are the people around me gonna feel like this or whatever. God, you understand that. But just a regular human, be patient with these motherfuckers, dog. Be patient with these motherfuckers, dog.
That is the right answer, innit? That's the right answer, innit? That is the right answer, isn't
Because
it?
they don't know him.
But sometimes, bro,
bro,
it's just like, because I go through these waves, and again, we speaking in code, but I know you get it. But I'll go through waves of just what you say. It's like, you know what, fam? Man don't even know better, bro. Just be loving, bro. Because that's what you come from. You come from loving, and just do that. And it's like, all right, I'll do that. But certain times, it's just like, bro, why are you letting niggas play with you like this?
Yeah, because that's that ego, fam. That's that ego coming out for that survival.
Well, the thing about the ego, the thing about the ego is the ego plays a very important role.
Oh yeah,
we as humans often give it too much power, absolutely. But the ego is very important. Like when you get behind that microphone, when there are things in life that you need to step up and do, like it's the ego that helps you do that shit. When you need to call on self-belief and like the ego helps you get there. Like it has a place in it. But what the thing about the ego is that it's very insecure. It's pure.
You just said it just now. We give it too much power. Yeah, that's the problem. Because that nigga is concerned with your survival.
Yeah.
But then
which is why he keeps saying to me. Why you letting niggas play with you like this?
No, but then like, a nigga saying some shit to you or being a certain way is not going to really affect your survival unless it really does affect your survival. Like in the sense that like, oh, they're doing something to fuck up your bag, or like they're doing something to fuck up your home. Like all that shit is just bullshit. It's non shit. If that makes sense, it's non shit. But the ego makes it so important that, oh, how could this guy look at me that way? Oh, how could this guy be thinking that way of me?
See, it's not even so much that for me, you know. It's not even like out of that sort of like clutch react. It's more so like the ego will say to me, like, bro, you've been so patient with man, and man are playing with you, bro. Pause, my nigga. Like you have, like that's where sometimes I can feel myself giving into the ego a bit, where it's like the ego's like, bro, you did all that nice stuff, bro. You did all the good things. You did everything right, and niggas are playing with you. So let me step in now, bro. Let me step in and drive this. I got
a question for you, dog. I got a question for you. So what if you have a kid, and then that kid literally every day of your existence just test the limits of your patience, fam. All day, every day, that's all they ever do, fam. Just test the limits of your patience, fam.
Right.
You're never gonna be like to that kid, fuck out of here, I'm punch you up in your shit. I mean, maybe you might sometimes, you might like say it, but you're never gonna like actually do it. You're never gonna like kick the kid out.
Do you want me to answer?
Yeah.
Do you want me to answer? I'll answer your question, yeah. Because these are things that I think about in it. Because this is why I like Will, because he gets what I'm saying. Like, these are things that I think about, right? In that same sense, you see, to me, the one thing that will trump anything is if my kid is pushing my test and my limits and all them sort of thing there, my higher being will say to myself, this is the fruit of your body, and it's your responsibility to make sure that they don't come out like the fruit grows.
But God, don't you understand that these are all your babies? Don't you understand, God, that these are all your babies? You're missing it, fam. It's all your children, fam. You did this. You made this. You created all of this, fam. There's all these people. There's all your children, dog. Those people that you don't have no patience and time for, fam. Those children that you're dashing away to the wayside. Don't you get it, God? Don't you understand, God?
You see the conversation.
Children, dog.
You see the conversation we're having right now, yeah? You see the conversation we're having right now, yeah? I feel like, again, just go with it. But like God and the devil, I feel like they chat like this all the time, and I feel like the devil be
yeah, for
talking that nigga
sure.
off a ledge all the time, bro. Because again, if you go back and read the Bible and shit, fam, God did some fucked up shit, you know, bro.
Man, he was telling them niggas, yeah, go kill them people, go rape them bitches and shit. You know what I'm saying? You take all
Kill
that shit,
all
and
them
you'll be
niggas,
alright,
bro.
nigga. You'll
Take
be alright.
everything, bro. And
Yeah,
I'm
I'll
gonna
give
help
you
you,
more
fam.
blessings. Yeah, I'm gonna give you more blessings if you fuck up them people and rape them bitches and kill all them people and kill all their babes. I'm gonna give you more blessings. But then at the
Bro,
same
listen.
time, he gonna turn around and be like, oh yeah, you should love your neighbor, don't be killing nobody and shit, you hear me? Like,
But
it's not
bro,
good.
I have that same duality in me, fam.
I
Because you know how
know,
I rock in it. You
I
man
know,
know how I rock in it. You man know that I move in a
I think,
love thing and like anyone I can help. But at the same time, I understand like, yo, if you ever decide you just want to lean into fuck shit, bro, and turn shit the fuck up, bro, like, you know
it's
what I mean?
that time, innit?
It's that sort of time. Do you get me? Like, and it's just, yeah. Like you again, you're right in it, and I think sometimes it's just good hearing somebody say that to you, so you can be like, all right, yeah, all right, cool in it. Because again, bro, I know when I pull up on you, man, and like I know it will be fine. Do you get what I mean? I know it will be fine, but it's like in my own shit, it's just I be
You
getting
thinking
sometimes.
this gonna go all kinds of left and shit, right?
Not necessarily. It's just because of events in my own life. I always have to mentally, or at least I feel like always have to mentally prepare for the shit going the worst way it can go. And it's like once you're okay with the worst possible outcome, anything else is a bonus.
But
And so for
God,
me,
don't you see that? Don't you see, God, that only you can see that, fam? These other people don't see that shit the way that you see that shit, bro. God, don't you see it? Because they're not thinking like that, fam. They're
how
just
long
thinking
can you
right
let me
now, fam.
live with you though, fam? How long can you
Huh?
let like because to me, I don't have any particular issues because I've made a decision that I'm not gonna take issue with man that have issue with themselves in it. Like I'm not gonna take it onto myself. But it's like at the same time, even say man link man, book man, talk to man, and everything's cool. It's like, am I supposed to pretend that you haven't been doing the bit shit that you've been doing? Like, am I supposed to pretend that you haven't been doing all of this fuck shit?
Okay.
Do you know what I mean? Like,
If you're gonna like address it and like talk about it, then I guess like yeah, I mean that's the time that you would do it. You get me? When like y'all's like face to face, y'all talking and shit. That's
because
the
it's
time when y'all would
it's
do
like
that.
I said to you, man, when the last time Mags was on and shit, and you lot were saying kind of like you lot need to talk and shit. I was saying, bro, I don't ever mind talking, but I'm not gonna go somewhere and fake kick it with man or like fake pretend like there's not some shit that's happening if it is. And
Yeah, no,
if other man ain't willing to deal with that, then I would just rather not be around because I'm not gonna fake kick it ever, bro. I'm not gonna sit there and not awkward. Like I'm too old for that shit, bro. Do you get what I mean? So my thing is never like, oh fuck that. Like it's never that, bro. Like whatever there's an issue with, we can deal with that, bro. Because if I've done something wrong, all you gotta do is tell me that. Will,
That's
and
it.
you can testify to this. How many times off the pod, even in regards to the pod, have I said to you, bro, if you listen back to this shit and there's something you think I can do better, something you think I'm not doing
Yeah,
well,
lots
like
of time.
tell me,
Every
bro.
week,
Tell
dog.
me, fam.
Every
Tell
week,
me, fam.
every week,
I don't mind
every
niggas
week.
like there's this weird there's this weird perception people have of me where like people feel like I always try to win arguments and I always have to be right and the thing I always say is like, bro, I love when I'm wrong because when I'm wrong I can learn something.
I can learn
I'm,
something.
I'm, I'm always
Exactly.
open to being wrong.
You
The
see,
problem
God.
is I'm just not wrong a lot of times, but that's not like don't
Oh,
make me a
but
bad
God,
guy
you
for that. You
forgetting.
know what I mean? Don't
But
make me
God,
a
you
bad guy
forgetting.
for that. You know what I mean?
No, but God, you're forgetting that there's. All right. You see how there's infinite universes.
Okay.
How do you think that shit works? It's all point of views. It's all perspectives. There's all infinite perspectives and point of views of all this shit. This is something that I'm also just about like getting to grips with. It's like understanding that everyone around you and everyone that you deal with didn't have the same experiences as you, so they're not going to move the same way that you do. Right? They're not going to have the same degree of this or that you have, because they had different shit happening in their life.
Okay, pause there. Right, let me respond to that and then you go. Okay, so if that's the case, where you have an understanding where man don't get shit the way that you get shit, but then man present themselves like they get it like that, am I supposed to deal with them almost like a child, where it's like, oh, bless your heart? You think?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
all right, okay,
Yes.
all right,
Yes.
all right,
Because
cool.
the thing is, all right, if check it out. This is the reason why, like, a lot of the time, I'll never like down and look. How do I word what I'm trying to say? You see, like, when people come to me like and be like, oh yeah, I've done this like a creative endeavor, or do, like, I might see holes in that shit, but I'm never gonna be like, oh yeah, nah, that's dead as fam, because there's holes there, fam. Nah, that's what. I'm gonna be like, yeah, nah, that's lit. But then you could plug this like this, and you could fill this like this, and you could smooth this over like this. I'm never gonna be like, oh yeah, that's what, that's dead. But then it's like, that's how you deal with your kids. That's how you deal with your babies, fam. Not to say that I'm babying anyone or sonning anyone, but I'm just saying, like, I came to a certain level of realization within myself, like, oh right, like, the way that I operate is not how other people also operate. I know this sounds mad, like I'm like trying to son you right now. I'm not, bro.
I'm taking it in, bro.
I'm just sharing a realization that I had. It's like, bro, again, I remember when you asked me, fucking hell, what was the question that you asked me? But then it boiled down to basically like, oh, you can't have certain conversations with certain people.
Right.
That was the distillation of it. Is like, oh, you can't like have certain conversations with certain people because they're just not gonna get it, and then you're gonna end up like trying to fight them so that they understand, and it's a waste of energy for you. It's a waste of time for you, and it's also a waste of energy and time for them because they're not gonna get what you're saying. So it's just time that you've spent trying to convince a motherfucker that's trying to convince you of some shit. But it's like, you can't convince me. I'm God. I've seen this shit already, fam.
So, all right. So, Will, to that, because I'm going to try, because you're answering my question, but I want you to keep answering it so I can get all the sides of the Rubik's Cube in it. So, to that point, say you're having a conversation with somebody and you realize partway through, like, oh shit, bro, they just don't get it. All right, cool. They just don't get it. That's all right. Hold on. One sec. All right, cool. But then the way the other person is framing the shit is like the only solace they get from this interaction is you being wrong and them being right. But you understand, it's like if you think that you're right in what you're saying, there's a cancer that lives inside of you. And I want to tell you that this is a cancer and it's hurting you, bro. But I'm in that position. Are you supposed to just let them say that they're right and you're wrong if you understand that they don't get it? Do you get what I mean? Like, it's like at a certain point, it's like, where does compassion put us in?
There's
Like,
also
that's kind of
another
the question I'm asking.
realization that I came to here. It's like, look, I'm having my own life. You're having your own life. Your girl's having her own life. You guys share a life because, you know, you guys are intertwined or whatever. But then, like, she's having her own life. You're having your own life. You got your friends. She got her friends. You know what I'm saying? It's like, it's, man forget, when they're dealing with people that, like, these other people that you're dealing with, literally live in a different reality to what you live in, fam. Which is why I'm saying you gotta be patient with these motherfuckers, dog. Because they're still in the third. We in the fifth and sixth right now, fam.
So what you're basically saying, is just allow
The
it.
kids, fam. The kids, and you gotta
Allow it.
deal with kids a certain way, fam.
Cool. But can I tell niggas that they're kids?
I mean, if you want to make your dealings harder with those
Or is
people,
that
then
the ego again?
no,
Is that the
no,
ego?
no. If you want to increase the difficulty of your dealings with said people, then yeah, just start telling them, because you know what will happen. Well, the beautiful thing that will happen from you doing that, yeah, is that like, even if they don't take you in right there, they're gonna like be just like you, the same way that like when you lay down in your bed, like your girl's not in your head. It's just you in your head, and you're just laying there thinking about all the shit that's going on in your head. Your girl could not be like, oh gosh, Drizzy gotta chill out with all that thinking about all that shit. Because she cannot do that. You see what I'm saying? So even the closest person to you could never really even understand how your mind works. So how can you expect it? Listen, we all don't know ourselves. We know ourselves to a certain degree. We know enough that we can like stay, I don't know, stay like, I guess, alive, surviving in the reality. But we don't really know ourselves like that, though. The majority of people, they don't really know what's what. So how can you expect them to know who you are and how they should treat you when they don't know how they are and how they should treat themselves?
See, all of that I'm with. All of that I'm with, and I understand giving people the space and the understanding and the empathy that they may not be all the way there. The problem to me is when people present themselves like, "Nah, bro, I'm there, and deal with me like I'm there." Because for me, and again,
Yeah,
speaking
but
code, but like I feel like there are times where I will reach out and I'll be like, "Yo, are you sure this is cool? Like, are you sure that you're all right being here? Because we don't have to be here. We can be
man,
somewhere else." And man are like,
check it
"No,
out.
bro, like, I'm cool, bro." Like, and it's just
Check it
like,
out. Check it out. Check it out. Check
if
it
it's
out.
cool, then what's the
You
problem?
see,
You know what I mean,
kids
man?
here. What's the one thing that kids are all like? What's the top priority of every kid that's alive now, fam? Because just because of like how the matrix is set up and how everything goes, and blood, every single like 8-year-old here, they don't be like, oh yeah, I want to be the greatest 8-year-old that ever lived. They want to be a fucking fireman or a policeman or some shit, bro. But then like that's older nigga shit, fam. That's like grown nigga shit, fam. And like when you deal with kids, yeah, like for example, like my one of my youngest cousins, yeah, he must be about like 6 or something like that, yeah. But every time I be around him, I'll be like, oh, yeah, you're getting big now. You know what I'm saying? You're getting big now, right? And then he'll be like, nah, I'm going to be big when I'm 7. I'm going to be big when I'm like 8. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to be big. And then I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, oh, I bet. All right. You're going to be big when you're 7. I bet. All right. It's like, I know, fam, I don't know. I don't really know how I'm trying to word what I'm trying to say in it. It's like kids gonna always try to magnify themselves and make themselves seem bigger than they are. You understand what I'm saying? Kids gonna always be like, oh, I'm not a baby. Nah, you're a baby, dog, because you 5 years old, fam. You
But that's what
literally
I'm
a baby.
saying, though. I'm saying, like, at a certain point, you tell a child that they're a child in it, using this metaphor. At a certain point, just like, no, you're a child, and that's okay, but you're a child. But if that kid don't want to accept that they a kid and they want to move like they're an adult, at what point do you give them adult consequences? Do you know what I mean? At
Nigga,
what
how
point?
you gonna treat an 8-year-old like an adult, fam? You can't, fam. an 8-year-old is still an 8-year-old, no matter how much they proclaim to be big and adult and this and that. It's still an 8-year-old kid, bruv. That nigga doesn't know anything about anything, bruv. You just out here taking your direction still, fam. As an 8-year-old. Go here, don't cross the road there. Eat this, sleep now. Wake up now. Do this, do that. That's still an 8-year-old kid, bruv. Still taking orders and answers and answering to orders, bruv. You understand what I'm saying? It's like, yeah, cool. Yeah, the niggas might be like, oh yeah, I'm bigger than life. But like, what it really is you're a toddler, fam. That's what it really is. And it's alright, fam. Because we're all seeds. We all start off as just seeds. And then we become trees. We become mighty oak trees. And everybody's on a different part of their growth, which is fine. That's great. That's fine, bro. But just because that I sprouted to being 10 feet, while everyone else around me that got planted at the same time is only 3 feet, that doesn't make me any bigger. And I might understand some certain things, but then because I'm up in 10 feet, I might miss certain things that are happening at 3 feet that would give me the perspective of a 3 feet nigga. You get me? We're all kids, dog. We're all just children. And we're all just learning to grow. And we're all just growing very slowly, might I add. Very slowly. If you ever seen trees, yeah, like you go to the park, you see trees in it, and you're like, God damn, this is a spectacular tree. Look at it. It's spectacular, fam. Look at it. Yeah. Do you know how long it took for that tree to get to that point where it's spectacular? No. Because you just show up at the park sometime and see a fully grown tree. You didn't see the sapling 200 years ago, fam. You didn't see when that nigga was like planting that acorn 300 years ago, fam. You never saw that shit. All you see is right now, and it being a mighty oak tree, fam. You feel what I'm saying? It's like we're all developing, right? Because that's the whole point of like us being in this reality that we're in right now. That's like the whole thing of it. Everybody's here to learn different shit, and we're all at different points of our learning. So whenever we get to a point where we like have learned something and we know something, and we get around people that like may have not gleaned the same insights as we have, or like had the same opportunities to have the same like information that we have. It's like we gotta also take that into consideration, because like I legit, yeah, I think about this all the time, fam. I literally could just be another nigga just out here just fucking, I don't know, fam. I'm pretty sure if I wasn't as much of a I don't know, like damn. If I say deep thinker, goddamn, it's like I'm bigging up myself. Yeah, but yeah, I think deep.
Nah, big up yourself, bro.
Yeah. I think deeper than a lot of people. You know what I'm saying? It's like if I didn't think this deep, yeah, I'm pretty sure I'd be much further, fam. Let's say in terms of just like music wise, right? If I didn't think deep, yeah, I think I'd be out of here, fam.
Yeah.
I think I'll be out of here, fam. But because I realized, like, oh yeah, if I choose certain things, like let's say if I walk down the path of just being like a quote unquote rapper, like in this day and age, yeah, I might be successful, I might win in some things, but man, that's gonna be a hard, difficult kind of life for me, fam.
What's it gonna cost you in it?
But then because God, there's these other people have not realized the godness God. They cannot think like that. They can, not that they don't, or they won't, or they don't want to. They cannot think like that, fam. They can't. Because that part of their shit is not unlocked yet, fam. You gotta be patient with these niggas, dog. I'm telling you, dog. Because, like, the whole thing of us being here is ascended. Damn. Again. Damn. I sound like I'm bigger than
It's alright,
myself.
bro. Just go.
The whole point of us being here is ascended masters. Because you and I, my friend, we've been here lots of times. We've done this lots of times. We've tried to help and save many millions of people. We've done this. We did this. We've been doing this. The whole existence, we've been doing this.
Yeah.
But other people don't have that recognition of like, rah, like my spirit and my energy is a certain way right now, yeah. Because They don't even think about how my spirit and my energy is a certain way. They just think, all these other people are bullshit. All these other motherfucking situations is bullshit. No, it's just you. You're just here. It's just you. It's just, like, this whole thing is just you. It's just you here right now. If you close your eyes right now, yeah, I can still see. My eyes are still open. The whole reality is based on you, fam, how you perceive it. Because if you shut down your eyes right now, yeah, and go to like a next place, like, to you, this world is finished, fam. This world is over with, fam. The credits are rolling and all sorts, bruv. There's fucking end
There's
scenes
no
and shit.
thought of it in it. There's no thought of it.
But for me, the movie is still going. The movie is still happening. There's still lots of shooting. There's still lots of saving. There's still lots of, like, appreciating. There's still lots of love. All that shit is still happening, bro.
Yeah.
But your eyes are closed. You've gone somewhere else to go and experience something else. God, don't you see? You have to be patient with these people, because at the end of the day, yeah, all of these people, yeah, they're going to reach the exact same point where you will reach eventually, which is the point of getting to the door of, or like like pushing past the veil of, like, I'm alive and dead. I'm alive and dead. It's like those concepts are so final to us. They're so, like, finite to us that, like, dead is like, that's finished. Live is like, okay, now there's still things going. But then, like, man, to a motherfucker that's like, to God, if you're dead, it means that you don't recognize yourself. If you're dead, it means that you don't recognize yourself. You don't realize how much power that you wield in creating what's around you. You're dead. God?
YGID.
Saying, fam, your mind is really God, fam. If you don't recognize yourself for being the power that you are, fam, for being the supreme being that you are, fam, oh shit, you might as well just be like the rest of these niggas out here in the Matrix, fam, disconnected, fam. You feel me? This is why I'm saying we gotta be patient with these guys, fam, because it's like we gotta teach them. We teachers, fam. That's what we signed up for, to be teachers.
You're right.
And, like, yeah, sometimes teachers lose their shit, you know what I'm saying? But, man, at the end of the day, they still feel that responsibility of, like, oh, I gotta teach these kids how to ... You know what I'm saying? Hold on a sec. Give me a sec.
That's why Will's away. Let's play this voice note quickly.
Well, yeah, it is your body, but there's two bodies. So there's a body inside of your body and another life. You know, you are not the life of your unborn baby.
Amen.
That unborn baby is unique. So it's very selfish of you, I have to say. And whether you like it or not, it is murder. And if you advocate murder, then what else are you capable of doing? You know, that's the truth. You know, anyone who is capable of taking the life of an innocent child is capable of anything. That's the truth, folks. And R.I.P. to Roe. And I think it's the best thing that's ever happened in the States. More rights for the unborn. And if you was the target, then you would be pro-life. Don't forget that.
Oh, shit. God damn.
I'm going to be honest with you, bro.
God damn.
I don't know what the fuck you were talking about, my G. Like,
I get what you were saying, but I don't know.
I understand what he's saying. I understand what he's saying, but I don't know where that came from in regards to the conversation we're having in it. Like, I'm not quite sure where.
But this is what I mean, God, you see? Them little human beings down there on planet Earth, they're going like, you know what I'm saying? They're going to try and feel like they understand what you're saying, God. They're going to try and jump in the conversation with you, God.
Because they want to talk to you, God. Shit in it. We'll be talking about some whole other shit in it,
God. Yeah. But then imagine you're God, yeah? Like the actual creator God, the one that made all this shit, yeah? Bro, like if I'm God, yeah? I've already made Earth. It's successful. It's doing its thing. There's life there happening. People are beefing, loving each other, all that shit. It's already happening. Why would I stay here to watch? I'm going over there to do some other shit, bro. To go and create some other shit. So this is what I mean when I say, like, people don't understand the mind of God, fam. Because they're in the creation. They are the creation. So they can't fathom anything outside of the creation. Whereas God, as the creator of all of this shit, can see all this shit, bro. And he's not concerned about how you are, like, I don't know, some shit. I don't know what's one of the biggest. He's not concerned about how maybe like you are, I don't know, like jerking off 25 times a day. Dog. He doesn't care about that shit, friend. The real creator God is not caring about all that shit. He just wants you to survive. You know what I mean? He wants his creation to flourish, fam. And what people don't understand, in that is that in the process of life and death, that is flourishing, fam. Because it's continuing. If there was just life and nothing else, and no death, no nothing else, God's work is incomplete. He gonna be working forever and ever. Amen, fam. You get what I'm saying?
Forever and ever.
But the fact that there's that loop there where like you live for some time and then you die, and like, bro, to me, I just think like you live, you die, your energy doesn't go away, cannot go anywhere. And it just comes back again to do something else, to carry on whatever the mission was. It just carries on. It's like, that's what I mean. God's mind doesn't work like people minds, fam. God is not jealous. He doesn't give a fuck, bro. God is not fucking precious about shit. He doesn't give a fuck, bro. Like if you poured a drink here and I spilled it, you're not gonna hate me for the rest of your life for spilling this drink that you poured, bro. You're not, fam.
Or you shouldn't, at least.
Fam, you shouldn't. Because shit, plenty of shit gonna get spilled. You hear me?
That's just life, innit? Like it's not
just God, bro, people don't understand how intertwined they are with God. You don't understand that whenever you die, even all the religions, they tell you like, oh, whenever you die, you're gonna reunite with God, fam. Whenever this existence of physicality is finished, you're gonna go back to wherever God is. You're gonna go back to wherever the source is, fam. That's heaven, right? You're gonna go back to there, fam. But don't you get it? You're already here, fam. You're already connected, fam. You're already getting everything that you need is already coming from. But then, Some people don't get it, fam, because they don't know how connected they are. See what I mean? You gotta be patient with motherfuckers, fam. Motherfuckers be like, oh, goddamn.
Saying whatever they saying, and it's like, no, again,
Whatever
what
they
you're
be
saying
talking
is right,
about,
man.
fam. It's like,
Yeah, what you're
sometimes
saying is right.
I hear people talking, and I'm like, dog, but you don't even get it, fam.
Yeah.
It's like, you don't even understand how you tapped into God, fam. Like, you thought it was you talking to you all this time, and you thought it was you giving you them feelings in your stomach, like, nah, don't do that. You thought it was you that whole time. That's God. And that's inside you, fam. That's not out there somewhere, up in the heavens or no bullshit. It's here right now, fam. It's literally where you're sitting, standing, laying down right now. That's where God is. He's inside. And he's telling you all the time, I'm right here. That's why in the
Just talk to
Bible,
me in it. Just talk to me in it.
that's why in the Bible it says, I dwell in the hearts of man, fam. I dwell in the hearts of man. If only they would let me in while I'm knocking at the door of their hearts, fam.
But you know what it's like, though,
let
innit,
me
bro?
in.
You know what it's like, innit? When people knock at the door and you don't know who knocking, fam, people don't want to open that door. Like, you don't want to open that shit.
Like, who
I
that
don't know who the
is?
fuck that is.
Fuck
You know
that
what I
is.
mean? You know what I mean?
The
You
illest
see,
thing
nah,
about God is when he knock on the door, he never gonna announce himself, fam. He just gonna knock on the door and be
you're just gonna
quiet.
knock, bro, and see if you answer or not. And if you don't, it's cool. It's alright. You know what I mean? But he just want to see whether you will or not. Now, well, we say he, she, God, innit? God.
The
Like,
creator,
it's outside of like a human existence, like God in it. Like, but nah, I hear that, man. And again, I definitely think that for me, I try to acknowledge these sides of myself that I can sometimes feel are quote unquote what it would call toxic or whatever. Like, I try to acknowledge their existence within myself and not, because a lot of people, they just be like, no, don't do that and do this and do. But for me, it's like, I understand that in the path of trying to do the right thing and often doing what I believe is the right thing, is like certain times it's like, yo, why are you letting people fuck with you, bro? Like, and the fact that that's something that exists within, I don't ignore it, because again, I believe in the God concept in the sense of like, we're made in the image of God in it, and we are a perfect being. But what do we know about perfection coming with an imperfect mind? Do you get what I mean? So even in a perfect being, like, you can give someone a perfect situation, you can give them fucking 500 billion, bro. You never got to work a day in your life, you never got to do nothing, bro, and just live in it. But if that person's mindset isn't right, fam, you can run through peas, bro. If there's anything you can do in this world, you can run through money, bro. If you ain't got the mindset to manage that kind of finance and that lifestyle, then booming, it's the same
I've
sort
done
of thing.
that.
It's
I've done
like
that. I've
we
done that.
we exist in duality. Do you get what I mean? We exist with the light and the dark. Both sides have a purpose. A lot in times, and I won't bring the race thing into it, but we're told to ignore the quote unquote dark side a lot. And for me, like, I've always been aware that there's a lot of shit from that side that empowers man, but I just understand that it can't all just be this. It has to be some of this side as well. Do you get what I mean? And I think just a lot of times in life we tend to just get like caught up in one or the other, or in the perception of one or the other and stuff. And again, that's why when I come on this podcast, like, I don't mind being vulnerable. I don't mind being like, yo, I'll tell you the truth. I just feel like this. Like, I don't mind doing that, because the thing for me, I'm always willing to be accountable for any shit that I say, any shit that I do. If I do some fuck shit to you, Will, I realize that, I did some fuck shit to my guy. I'm always like, I try to keep myself humble of mind enough to always be able to come to man and be like, yo, I did some fuck shit, bro, and I'm sorry if I'm like genuinely from the heart, like, you know what I mean? And it's just like, I understand that not everybody's built like that, but it's like, even when people do fuck shit to you and you try to rise above that and still show them love and still extend an olive branch and still be like, yo, you know what? like, listen, man, like, I love you, bro, and it's cool, and then even that, it kind of seems like man is spitting in your face. Sometimes, again, like I said, that ego side kicks up, and it's like, bro, like, why are you letting niggas play with you like this? Like, you don't let people, like, bro, I'm a nigga that, like, there's family that I don't talk to, bro. Like, I don't let people play with me a certain way. Do you get what I mean? And it's like, sometimes in my growth, I find myself trying to extend love to people who once upon a time I may have never done that to, because it's like, well, I don't fucking know you, but I find myself more so now trying to always move in love and extend love and shit. So it's like when I feel like people kind of spit on that, and then you try and show love and they spit on it again in your own perception, because it's just my perception. But it's like that part of you comes up and it's like, bro, like, wait, do niggas think that they can just like spit on this shit, bro? Like the man think that why are niggas playing with you, bro? Because niggas clearly don't know what you are, bro. Like, niggas clearly don't know what you are or what you do, fam. Like, and man are playing with you, bro. And you should really show niggas, because you will change niggas' lives forever, bro. If you show niggas, like, but I understand about myself that there's a chaotic element that I have to always have a responsibility over.
Yeah.
So where that thought comes in, where get the blicky and shoot everything up, fam. Kill everybody in that shit and shoot the whole shit up. Like Bruce Banner and the Hulk in it. Like, I understand, like, yo, if I let this nigga just do what he wanna do, bro, everybody dead, bro. Everybody yaps, everybody tap. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Everybody ops, bro. If I just let that part of myself go wild. But because I know that about myself, I have to be aware enough about myself to control that.
Yeah.
But man, keep fucking with you like you can't just turn the shit up. But it's like, bro, you don't even understand it. I'm showing you empathy and love right now, and you fucking with me,
Yeah.
and I'm, you know what I
But
mean?
then
And like
again,
that's the thing that fucks me up.
you fam, just listen. Did you hear what you said? You
What did I
don't
say?
even understand that I'm showing you love right now, fam. You don't even understand that I'm showing you love right now, fam. Do you think here that whenever, like, let's say your mums was getting on your case about certain, like, or certain people that you're hanging out with, or whatever, or like certain things, activities that you carrying on with, whatever, do you really think that she was just saying that shit just to say it? No, it's out of love. I don't want you to fuck with them people because I can see where them people's gonna lead you. Being that I've seen this reality for this long and I've seen how shit goes, fam.
Yeah.
It's love. It's always out of love, Charlie. And you see? Because that's God working, fam.
Nah, you're right. You're right.
Mm.
You're right.
I mean, I don't think I'm right, but I just, you know what I'm saying? I'm just
No,
saying.
it's the left to the right in it. It's like sometimes I know if we're gonna use football as a metaphor, yeah, I know that a lot of times I can rely on my right foot to shoot, and if I shoot with my right foot, it's gonna go in because man
More
can't
time.
fuck with my right foot. But I understand that I can't just live life on the right hand side. I have to have an understanding on both sides in order to conquer this thing. And
Yeah,
like
because you gotta still pass with your left. You know what I'm saying? You gotta like stop the ball with your left sometimes.
there's a lot
You
you
gotta
still got
like,
to
you
do
know what
with
I'm
your
saying?
left. You know what I
Control it.
mean? Yeah. And like if you limit yourself to your right foot, once somebody figures out that you right footed, they can just lock off your whole game. Do you know what I mean? And so it's like I understand the concept of what you're saying, and it's like it's not that you're right or wrong. It's literally you're presenting the left hand side as opposed to the right hand side that I'm telling you about. And bro, track 5, Law Smoke 2, you'll hear it soon. I took time out to find my center and find my
Find my
balance. Like
balance.
that's what I'm trying
It's
to
not still
aspire to.
climb. Yeah, trust me, fam.
Do you
Yes.
get?
Yes. Yeah.
It's like that's what I'm trying to aspire to. So it's, even in these moments, the reason I like to bring these things up to you is because I know when I speak to you, you, one, have enough integrity of self where if I'm wilding, you'll tell me I'm wilding, but you won't just be like, fuck you, you stupid ass nigga.
No.
Like, you know what the fuck I'm talking about? Like, you will present it in a loving way where you be like, bro, I hear you, but you wilding. And because I know that you're willing to keep it 100 with man like that, even to the point of potentially upsetting me, like, I like to, when I have these sort of different things, it's like, let me bring this to my guy. Because if I'm wilding, he'll tell me I'm wilding, and I can trust that.
But then
All right, cool.
it's
Bring it back.
it's also good for me. It's also good for me because like I live in this what I'm talking right now in it.
Yeah.
And I'm starting to realize, like, obviously, because everybody doesn't live in this while I'm talking right now, and they have different points of view, perspectives and shit, they're going to carry on different ways. And they're never good. Like, most people, fam, I'll put it like this. I don't think most people will ever understand, like, where my mind is at, fam. I don't think most people will ever understand, like, what happens in my brain. Do you know what I mean? Only a few people will ever understand, like, oh, okay, nah, alright. That's just that nigga being that nigga. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Most people be like, oh yeah, nah, that nigga, I don't know what the fuck wrong with that nigga. I don't know what you be talking about, this, that. He be saying all kind of shit. But then like he ain't really be saying shit. But it's like, nah, you just not hearing what I'm saying from him. That's all. You just not hearing what I'm saying. You think I'm not saying shit. Man, I just gave you 100,000 bars, fam. And you can use that for a lifetime. But you just don't get it. And that's okay. That's fine.
That's okay. That's okay.
That's okay, dog. It's okay.
Nah, you're right, man.
You get me? So, like, I appreciate when we do, like, have these talks. You know what I mean? Because it's like, it presents the other side to me also, of which I rarely consider it because I just, not that I think of everyone as my babies, but like, I understand like, the way that I'm moving right now, yeah, I create whatever like situation that I'm in, every reality that I'm in, I make that, I do that, fam.
Right.
So if I want to be in a shit place, in a shit room, in a shit fucking whatever, yeah, I can make that, fam. But if I want to be in a beautiful place with fucking all kind of decadence and fucking opulence around me, I can also make that, fam.
Yeah.
But that's God's mind, fam. Most people will never realize that, like, the choices that you make every day make the reality that you make. For instance, making your bed in the morning. I'm not trying to preach to niggas and be like, ooh, but like, yeah, I also used to think, what difference would it make if I made my bed in the morning? But now I make my bed every day, bro.
It makes a big difference.
Hotel or no hotel, bro. I make my bed every day, cause I might come back and it's like a bit neater than I left it, but I still made it, fam.
Yeah,
Still, you see what I mean? And like it gives me something to be like, oh, you know, at least like you done. I'm getting into the basics of the shit, but then that's not where my mind is at when I'm doing all that shit. It's like, this is the first point of control that I have in the day, yeah, to create my reality. If I want chaos, if I want bullshit, if I want madness, I'll just leave the bed just the way that it is. But if I make the bed and create order out of the chaos that is the bed and the sheet that I was sleeping in, if I make that shit, then we already like creating. Do you know what I mean? And we already like moving. And I've already like done something that day that I can be like, yeah, I did something. It's like little momentum, fam. It's the little things that make you realize who you are, fam. it's not always the big things. It's not always the big things. It's the little things that make you realize, you know, like I might have maybe thought like, oh yeah, I don't know, I'm a fucking hard worker or whatever. But then I get around Mags and he worked harder than me the whole time that we on the clock. Like, yeah, that shit gonna change my reality a little bit, you know what I'm saying? Because it's gonna change how I'm thinking about shit. It's gonna change how I'm perceiving about shit, you know what I'm saying? It's like, it's all about those little changes, fam. Get around people that will boost you. Not in the sense of like, oh, they'll make you feel good or whatever, because that's cool. Anybody can make you feel good, you know what I'm saying? Any fucking cheap grift can make you smile and shit. But it's like, those little things that you win at in the daytime is the same things that your brain will be like, it won't have ammunition. Do you know what I mean? Because when you're laying down in the bed, you're like, gross, look at this fucking bed. It wasn't even made, but we just got in it. Gross, gross, gross. Look at all that. Even your pajamas, they're not even clean. Gross, gross, gross. All that shit. But then that's all shit that just like happens in your head in like seconds, milliseconds. And then you just move on to the next thing, and you're doing the next thing, and you're beating yourself up about the next thing. It's like, imagine if you never had all those things to beat yourself up about, man. Imagine if in every single day you took the chance that was given to you to take full control over creating the reality that you live in, fam. You know how that starts? You gotta be your own friend, fam. A lot of motherfuckers, fam, they their own enemy. Like, bro, I say it lightly, do you know what I mean? But I mean it heavily, fam. A lot of people in their own heads are enemies to themselves. I say it lightly, but I mean it heavily, fam.
Yeah.
A lot of people are not friends with themselves in their own head, fam. And it's like, how can you expect to command any kind of mastery over the reality that's around you, the situation that you're in, the shit that you're trying to achieve? How can you ever command any kind of command over that shit when you don't take advantage of the little moments that come to you, like making your bed or like, I don't know, fucking sweeping the floor in your room or whatever that small something is that makes the reality around you much better. Check that shit, do that shit, dog.
You see what my problem is though, yeah? Like what I find like my issue can be sometimes is like how you said niggas ain't friends with themselves. Like what I'll find when shit comes up a lot of times, what I want to say to niggas is like, bro, you not friends with yourself yet. But because man are in defense mode, if you say that, it just puts them more in defense mode. But it's like what I find it difficult to navigate sometimes is like, I find it not difficult, but it's like I try as much as I possibly can to live in truth in terms of what is, in terms of if I'm being moist or I'm being a bit of a bitch, yeah, I try to live in the truth of saying like, yo, I'm being a bitch right now. And even though I feel validated in how I feel, I know that ultimately I'm being a bitch right now. Like I try to live in that in it. So when I'm dealing with people, sometimes what I can find difficult is when you can see, say, someone, I don't want to say someone's being a bitch, but like someone's not at their best. The thing that I find difficult to navigate sometimes is trying to go around just say like, bro, you're not at your best, bro. Like, that's what it is. Like, all this other shit you talking, like, you're just not at your best. Because when you say that to man take it as like a diss or like a disrespect or, you know what I mean? And it's like, bro, like, it's not a disrespect, but it's just you not at your best right now.
Yeah.
And I find it difficult to navigate around the song and dance of like, you don't want to hurt man's feelings and you want to try and approach it right. And But to me, it's just like the ultimate thing. Again, because I try to live in truth, I find it difficult to deal with people that don't live in truth. You know what I mean? It's like, if you be in a certain way, if that's what it is, then just own it. Again, my thing is never about right or wrong or whatever. It's just like, if if you're talking to me, Will, yeah, and I feel fucking hypothetically, this is just hypothetical, so no one go crazy. But like, I'm telling you that I feel suicidal, for example, or I'm saying things that are like of a suicidal tendency. But like, you talking to me and you hearing certain shit that I'm saying, it's like, all right, bro, like, this nigga's got PTSD, bro. Like, this man got PTSD, fam. Like, the shit he's saying, I can hear that. But you understand that the shit is so touchy for me. If you say to me, yo, Driz, you got PTSD, bro, that can send me off the handle.
That's gonna send man away.
So it's like, the thing I find difficult is like, say you talking to somebody like that and they saying that shit. How do you navigate the thing where it's like, you don't fly man off the handle, but you're like, bro, like, there's an internal issue.
You know what it
more
is?
Than anything else. Your issue is internal, bro. You know what I mean? Like,
the way that I'd approach it is, I'd begin that conversation by obviously stating what I'm trying to say. So I'll say, you know, I think whatever, that this is happening, or you being like this, or whatever. But then I'll be like, I think that because I did that when I was going through ABC, you know what I'm saying? Like, make it relatable and make it land. You know what I mean? Because I think, like, a lot of the time when, especially when, like, we are trying to convince people of something, we forget the most important element, which is, if you've never been a drinking guy, if you've never been a crack smoking, heroin shooting, fucking all that, how the fuck you gonna tell me, oh yeah, nah, don't do no heroin, that shit bad for you, fam? How the fuck? I mean, you can, because obviously we can all see, like, how bad it is. We can all see, like, how bad it can get, fam. We can all see, we can all, with our eyes open, see in the streets, wherever we live, some shit, like, that shit can go left, very, very left, fam. But it's like, how can you tell me, clean, pristine church guy that never even, like, touched pum, oh yeah, nah, don't be out here, like, sleeping with lots of girls because it's not good. Nigga, I ain't gonna listen to you.
yeah, because you ain't never felt that shit, bro.
Yeah, because how you gonna tell me? You don't know how that shit feel. You don't even know how it feel to be, like, in the moment and, like, goddamn, the girl's on your shit and she, like, rubbing up on you and you like, goddamn, I'm about to, you know what, fuck it, I'm about to just... You don't even know what that moment feels like, fam. So how can you tell me? So it's beautiful that, like, we've been through the things that we've been through, because it enables us to be able to speak to the people that also have been through that. And to a lesser extent, I guess, like, to other people that have not been through that also, it's like, it lands a bit more when it's a crack addict being like, nah, you shouldn't smoke crack. It lands a bit more when it's an ex-alcoholic being like, yeah, nah, yo, drinking's cool and everything, but like, yeah, nah, don't.
Because it's an extreme, innit? It's an extreme, innit? Like, yeah.
And not only that, but it's like, if you're in a position where, as an ex something, you've been in a position where you've experienced that thing firsthand. And there's a reason why you're an ex something about that shit. So,
yeah,
I probably maybe should listen to you. You know what I mean? Whereas
just
if it's me,
standing. Yeah.
I can say this hand on my heart, chest, all that shit, fam. In a day in my life, as long as I'm copacetic, fam, I never done no shit. I've been spiked before. That's a mad thing, fam. I was like, raw, so this is how people feel like on the usual. It's like, nah, I don't like this. Take me home, bro. I need to sleep, bro. Yeah, me, like, yeah, nah. In fact, yeah, as soon as that drink went down, I was like, oh no, I need to get out of here. This ain't right, fam. And then I just woke up in the morning the next day.
Talking to you, and your spirit
Yeah.
telling you get out of here.
I woke up the next day and I was in my bed and I'm like, what the fuck? What happened there, bro?
Yeah.
And it's like, but again, I'm not the person that will like do shit. Do you know what I mean? I'm not the person that will be out here like, let's say like this party happening and we are party or whatever and there's people like doing some shit. Nah, fuck all that, fam. Fuck all of that, fam. But then it's almost like, how could a 14-year-old, 13-year-old kid ever hear what I'm saying and really take it in? Because I never did that shit. And I'm saying from jump, I never did that shit. I don't know what that shit feels like. Yeah, that shit might be great. You know what I mean? I can tell you about other shit that I do and have done. You know what I mean? I can tell you all about the fucking other shit from drinking and smoking and shit. You know what I'm saying? I can tell you all about that shit, fam. And that shit ain't what you need in your life, fam.
You know what it is, bro? You know what it is? Sorry to cut you. You know what it is? And not even to give you a shameless plug, but I'm going to give you a shameless plug right now. You know what it is, bro? It's planting seeds. You know what I mean?
Make sure you go check that out.
And by the way, just in case you don't know, make sure you go and check out Secret Life of Will, Planting Seeds. You know what I mean? There's a little free pack out right now. Go and check that shit and digest it and take it in. Go onto your Apple or your Spotify or your YouTube or whatever you go onto. Type in Secret, SECRET, Life, LIFE, of Will, WILL. Secret Life of Will, Planting Seeds. Make sure you go and check that shit and listen to that shit. You know what I mean? Because everything my G is saying here, he's put it in the music. So a shameless plug, but I'm just gonna do that because you're my dog in it. So
I appreciate that. Boy, I appreciate it.
But it's like, that's literally what it is though. Like, to what you're speaking to, like, you see, even in the way that I approach, like, say, the music and shit like that, it's like I approach it again in the understanding of it is what it is, and that's okay. I came up in a place that was very active, where niggas was really doing shit. But for a lot of the period in my life coming up, I was always the young G that was with the older niggas. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And when I was with the niggas my age, I was always the leader of that shit or the head of that shit. But a lot of times, a lot of the lessons I learned, I was the young G in that shit. And it's like, certain men that are in a certain life and shit, they be telling you certain things, and your own spirit and your own thing, because of just how you've been grown and the morals you have, certain things you know ain't for you. So when niggas is telling you like, hold this whap in your yard, it's like, nah.
I'd rather not.
You know what? I'm honest enough with myself, yeah. I'm honest enough with myself to know that I don't want that. Even though I understand how enticing this shit is, I know that I don't want that in it. And I always had that about me. But it's like, one thing I found, again, just coming up where like man came up, and even like WV size and just like being around some of the niggas we was around and shit, like when you hear man's perspective and they may be in a life that's not your life, and you don't think to that. But there are things that man can tell you that if you apply it to what you're dealing with, it will really help you, bro. Like, man that come from very extreme circumstances, they can tell you certain things and give you certain lessons about life that you can apply. And it's the same thing to what you're saying. It's like, you think about the whole idea of like, how can I say something that people would listen to? How can I say something that niggas won't be like, we don't want to hear this shit, Sharif? You know what I mean? How can I say something
We don't want to hear that shit, Sharif.
That even if niggas ain't want to hear that shit, they can still bop to it. You know what I mean? It's like, it's that type of thing. And again, I don't want to just give shameless plugs to the music and that, but it's like, when I look at, say, like the Lord Smoke 2 shit, like the Planting Seed shit, the shit you got on the way, the shit I got on the way, it's like the message is like that there's purpose in the message. Do you know what I mean? There's purpose in what's being said, but man also understand that sometimes y'all niggas just want to dance to some shit and just do some shit to some shit. And I get that, because I come from those places too. We come from those places too.
Oh yeah,
and
stuff.
Like you said it earlier, but it's like, man live in a reality where you understand that 99.9%, and if not more than that, of people do not see or understand or conceive your perspective.
Yeah.
And you know that you know so much and shit. Do you know what I mean? And it's like,
it's funny.
Like,
it's funny sometimes, because like I have conversations with people here, and in my head, like, it's not like I check out the conversation, but I'm like, fam, you saying all this, it's like,
you don't get it. Like, the fact that you're saying it, you don't get it. Like,
there's been conversations that I've had, and I'm like, fam, like, I thought I was talking to someone that was like tapped in, but then like, nah, you sleep still, and that's all right.
And that's okay, and that's all right. There's nothing wrong with that, because everybody's journey is their journey, innit? Like, and that's okay. If those people ever try to check
my
you,
card isn't working.
What's the ring number?
228.
Not a problem.
Cheers, 228 in this motherfucker.
Also, am I still able to get a drink, or is that close? That's cool. That's cool. Don't be ringing no bells for that, fam.
Nah, listen, bro, man. It's, again, I heard Alan Watts say this one time, but the vices that we have in life, like, vices are important.
Yeah, because it's a battle in itself, and then once you battle that one, these vices are very important. I'm surrounded by these vices, cups full of ices. Listen, I know, fam. Listen, I know, fam.
Like,
I got a song called Vices.
Important, you know what I mean? Like, vices are very important, and even the vices that you choose for yourself, because one thing we can understand about God is that God is a living contradiction. As you said, at certain points in the Bible, God said, kill all these niggas, rape everything in this shit, take everything, burn this shit, my nigga, fuck them niggas to, and we come from those places where we saw man operate like that, where we saw man operate on some fuck all them niggas, kill them all, fam. But we also understand the side of, now we need to love each other, and like we all like, you understand both perspectives in it. And I feel like it's the same thing on a God thing. And it's like, as we move and we operate, like, those two sides, we're conditioned, because it's not a natural state of being, because the animals operate in nature, and they operate perfectly in nature. But for human beings, we're conditioned where those two sides of self are constantly battling for control. You see the difference, like, with nature and shit, like when a pride of animals go and kill like an antelope or something, there's no malice in it, there's no like evil misled intentions, but the
They just
lions,
know what time it is.
they tap into the dark side in order to do what they have to do, which is to eat and provide for their people. And so when they kill this antelope, you know, in the mafia films, when they say it's nothing personal, it's really nothing personal.
It's really, it's not.
Bro, I was watching
I
the
just got
training.
eat from.
I was watching Training Day the other day in it, and with Denzel Washington and shit. And there's the scene where the Mexicans get the white guy in the bathtub and they're about to blow his head off and shit. And they find the purse in his pocket, and it's like the guy's niece. It's the Mexican guy's niece. It's like, wait, yo, where'd you get this from, bro? And it's like, no, like, I saved her, bro. Like, these crackheads were trying to rape her and shit, and I saved her, bro. Like, call her for, like, and then calls her, and it's just like, oh shit, he actually saved you. Alright, yeah, we're not gonna blast his head off, like, cooling it. And when the guy pick him up at the bathtub and shit, it's like, bro, listen, this was nothing personal, you know. Man just said to, like, do you in it, like,
that's it.
because I remember watching that film and thinking, like, imagine if you're the guy in the bathtub and these guys ambush you, they fucking punch you up and shit, they put you in the bathtub, there's a shotgun to your head and they're about to blow your head off, bro. You know what I mean? And then something happens and they don't do that and they pick you up and they're like, aye, my G.
And they say, like, it's loving it.
Aye, bro, it's loving it. Say nothing, bro. Because it really was personal. Because it genuinely wasn't a personal thing. You know what I mean? And it's like,
it was just,
if you're a civilian and you've never experienced no shit like that, it'd be very difficult to not take shit like that personal. You know what I mean? We live in a time where everybody can be whatever gender they want to be, and you know what I mean? More power to them and shit. But like, everybody takes everything personal. Everybody's offended by something, and you know what I mean? Everybody take everything personal. But it's like there's an existence of life where really fucked up things can happen to you, and it's not personal, bro. Like it's mad, innit?
It just is how it is.
Yeah,
it just is how it is, man.
Mad thing.
But that's the juxtaposition of the duality in which we reside, sir.
Yes.
Didn't you see God? You forgot. I think you forgot God. I'm gonna keep saying that.
That'll be the name of this episode, isn't it? I think you forgot God.
I think you forgot God.
Nah, legit, man, legit. And again, that's why this sort of space we've created here, like, the reason why it means so much to me is because I understand the importance of putting the ego aside. As much as it serves me and can help me, I understand the importance of putting that aside and being like, you know what, bro, this is how I feel. Like, what you say?
Yeah.
And be open to man telling me, like, nah, bro, that's not it. Because to me, even if I have pushback, I'll give the pushback, but I've always lived my life according to the simple sentence of this. Just make it make sense. Just make it make sense. Once it makes sense, I can be like, okay,
make it make sense.
Like, just make it make sense. Do you know what I mean? Again, bro, on and off the air, how many times have I, like, spoken to you about certain shit? And even if I don't necessarily agree with you with shit, you might say it to me in a way, and I'm like, you know what? All right, yeah, okay, I can hear that. That makes sense. Like, yeah, all right, because that's how I try to live my life. It's like, even however I understand I have emotions and they're not always in sync, and like, I get all of that, but it's like, if someone says something and it makes sense, then it makes sense.
Then it makes sense, doesn't it?
I can't argue outside of that. Do you know what I mean? And it's just, it's just difficult sometimes dealing with people who don't acknowledge that part of shit sometimes. Because go on.
Sorry. Did you watch the Billy Carson thing? You ain't seen that yet, fam.
Nah.
Because we'd be talking about that right now, fam. We'd be going in like a motherfucker right now if you didn't watch that. Yeah, you need to watch that shit, bro.
What's it on?
YouTube. Just type in Billy Carson forbidden 4 as in like the number, and then bidden rants. Yeah. Like rants as in like ranting, rants. The origins of religion. Because I feel that there's some things in there that was said in there that very much tie into here, in the sense that we now live in a day and age and time where like we don't really know who we are. You know what I'm saying? As human beings, just, and then to distill it even further, as like black human beings, we have no idea who we are. And I was explaining to Mags earlier on how, like, when these conquest wars were happening, they weren't just like going over there and taking these men's shit here. They were like going over there, taking these men's shit, killing off all the old people, and then indoctrinating the young people and being like, yo, them old people ain't even know where it was at, fam. This way it was really at, this Jesus thing, or like this Allah thing.
Yeah.
This way it was really at. Your people's talking about there's gods for every aspect of nature and shit. Yeah, nah, them niggas, yeah, there's lost, fam. But this the real thing. This Allah thing, this Jesus thing, this fucking I don't know what they call God in Yahweh. This Yahweh thing.
Yeah.
This the real thing. But then it's like, yo, them peoples was prospering and flourishing thousands of years, fam. They built civilizations and shit. Civilizations that these people that we're looking at now and hailing as the creators of civilization, them niggas was going over there to them niggas to learn some shit about how to make this shit, bro. And now we live in this shit and we think that we're the illest shit. Worse yet, we black people live in this shit and we think that we're the belowest of shit. But don't you understand, God? You built all this shit. You did this shit. You did it. You did this.
Yo, my pops told me something. Like, my pops gave me a theory the last time I was with Leeds and shit, talking to him and shit, and like, because I was talking to him about this sort of shit in it, like the black, the white, like all this sort of stuff, and I kind of, you know what I mean, like, I said to him, like, the way that I feel about this shit for black people, in order for us to really understand what we are, we have to get away from what we're not. You know what I mean? Like, I feel adamant in that. But he presented a theory to me that, even though I may not be 100% on board with it, it's very interesting to think about. And he said, yo, what we don't understand as black people is, we understand on a surface level that we are God incarnated. But what we don't understand is all the suffering that we go through as black people, all of the fucked up shit that's happened. We're supposed to go through that because our job is to get them to the other side.
Amen. And shout out your pops, dog. Sound like
Listen,
a wise
next time I'm up in the north, honestly, bro, I need to bring you through, because I would love for you to meet Pops, from like,
man.
you will get where I get a lot of this shit from, but like, he's, the best I can describe it is like, he is like a 50-something-year-old version of me. To the point where he talking, sometimes I just sit and I just listen. Do you get what I mean? Like, I would really love for you to meet Pops, man, and I'm sure vice versa as well. But it's like,
see, my old man is not. He wouldn't like really. I mean, like, if you engage him in that conversation, he'll engage you and he'll tell you, like, you know what I'm saying? Because he knows a lot of shit. Like, the nigga got like a fucking about 400 or 500 books behind him in his office. He read every single one of them bitches, fam.
Yeah.
So like, he knows, like, my old man is like he's like a monk. You gotta like seek him to seek the knowledge, if you will. He's not just going.
If you know the knowledge you're trying to seek out.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I hear it when he like talk to you know, like all the mums and the aunties, and they're talking about like going to church and like God and religion and shit. And he just like, you know what I'm saying, he just be saying some little slick offhand shit, you know what I'm saying? And I'm like, nah, you know what time it is, fam. You know what time it is, fam. You
Nah,
know.
we spoke before about trying to plan something with the mums and shit. Like I told my mum about that, you know. I told her about that, and I was saying like, yeah, because obviously I've spoken to her about you plenty of times in it. You know what I mean? Like
Yeah.
this is my guy, innit?
My,
And like I
my
thought,
people was like, oh, you going back? You going back to thingy? You going you going back to Andre and them? Like, yeah. You're gonna be sorry to just put your thingy out on there like that, but
nah, it's cool, man. We public figures in it. It's fine. Like it's I understand what you're saying.
they're gonna
But
find
like,
out somehow, anyways, right?
but like, to be honest with you, I would prefer them address me that way as opposed to them say Driz, because Driz is
Oh no,
for the outside. You know what I
just
mean?
for the
Like, so
outsiders. Yeah, nah, they know you, fam. They know you,
do you
fam.
get me? And like, I was talking to my mums about it and stuff, and I was saying, listen, I was talking to her and that, and I said we want to do this thing in it, and she's like, oh yeah, you know that would be really nice, you know, da 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 da. And I'm like, yeah, we definitely. I want to pattern that with the mums and the pops. Because again, you know my pop and them,
Oh
but
my
like,
dude, universal energies there. Yes,
yeah,
yeah.
yeah, I would like to pattern that, man. I would like to pattern that. Again, like,
That'll be very cool. That'll be very cool.
yeah,
I think
yeah.
I think the old man would be definitely the hardest person to like get on board with that shit, because
Nah,
he
same.
like me.
Nah,
He
same.
like he fuck with people and shit. You know what I'm saying? But he don't really fuck with people like that.
That's bro. It's the
We
exact
the
same,
same.
bro. It's the exact same. It's like my old man is the best way I can describe it is he's used to people not getting it, so he just
Yeah.
generally doesn't
So he
make the
just
effort.
doesn't really even
Yeah,
try. Yeah,
yeah,
yeah.
because he's
Same.
used, and it's like if he start talking to you and you say something and he realize you don't get it, like he's clocked out, like he don't give a
Yeah,
fuck
he
no
out
more.
of
Like
here,
he's
dog.
clocked out.
Yeah.
Yeah, and
There's a
he'll just
time.
abruptly like. But my pops is the type like he'll just abruptly leave. Do you get what I mean? And it's not even a polite thing. He's like once he clock like, oh, you don't get it. He'll be like, oh yeah, I'm just gonna go
Yeah.
to the toilet, and then he'll dip. Do you get what I mean? Like he'll just leave. You know what I mean? Like he's that sort of, you know
Some
what I mean?
gay shit.
Or not even that. Like people will be talking and shit, and then he'll just leave, bro. Like you know what I mean? But I think from what you said of your old man, like I feel like it'd be one of those things where have you ever thought of scenarios where or had scenarios where there's people, whether you work with them or you in school or uni or whatever, and it's like people who you generally for whatever, like you wouldn't really speak to maybe in day-to-day life, but because
Yeah.
you're in this
But
situation
because you're in the
and you meet
situation
this
with them and you're
person,
in the scenario,
you're like,
yeah.
oh shit, like you got some shit, you know what I mean? I feel like it'll be a thing like that. Do you get what I mean? I feel like it'll be a thing where old man would hear what your old man's saying and be like, oh, he gets some shit, because I know when my dad get in that bag, he's like, oh, okay, you know some shit. All right,
My,
let's go, fam. You know some shit. Let's go with it, innit? Like, you know.
but I also recognize the faults also, because I see them in me, and he's again because he know what he's talking about, and he can be quite stubborn.
Strong in his
Yeah,
point.
I remember like there was a time when we was talking about the black and white thing, yeah. And I'm trying to explain to man like, yo, I found some different knowledge that's saying that like before all this like colonial hoodie hoo, like the black and white thing was like, if you're a black person in society pre like all this bullshit, you're a person that is of ill repute, basically. You're a swindler or a thief or something. You've been, you know what I'm saying, you've been sent to prison for some bullshit and like you did some shit and like nobody trusts you. So you got a black mark on your shit. Hence, you're a black man.
Right.
Whereas if you're a white man, you're just an upstanding, normal citizen in the community. You pay your bills on time. You pay your taxes, all that shit. A white man. And then somewhere along the line, somehow, I was trying to explain to man, like, Yeah, that whole shit. This is the reason why, like, the Moors who were black, these was niggas, fam. They ruled many lands in Europe, dog.
Shout out Jamaica and the Moors, fam. You know what I mean? Like, shout out Zimbabwe and the Moors, fam. You know what I mean? Like, sorry, carry on.
Because we've been out here, fam. I was trying to, like, you know what I'm saying? Because obviously, like, this is a learned nigga, fam. You know what I'm saying? He don't know that. But then, because he knows the shit that he knows, it's like, it's difficult for him to hear what I'm saying. In that, right. The whole, like, classification of black people being black and white people being white as a like a derivation of, like, their skin color and shit. That's, like, not how really it was when this shit, like, came about, of, like, describing someone as a black man or a white man, black woman, white woman. It's like, it was a different thing, and the benchmark was different. It wasn't just the color of your skin. It's like your standing in society was what decided whether you were black or white.
So, like, what was your pops' like take on that? Like, what was the thing where he wasn't hearing that? Like, what was his perspective?
Wow, what did he keep saying? Nah, he kept like basically trying to, like, jump the timeline and go straight to, like, there and where it's like it's split already. I'm like, no, but check it out, the timeline. And they're like, all right, verify it for me, give me dates. I'm like, I mean, shit, I seen this information like time ago, fam. I don't know where I got the shit from. Goddamn. I can Google it for you right now if you like. But then Googling it is like, that's a whole process. Because, like, when you're trying to find information like that, you gotta, like, scroll to, like, the 100th page or something like that. And then you might start seeing that information. But otherwise, goddamn, you ain't. Goddamn.
You know what's so mad, yeah? You know what's so mad just from what you're saying? It sounds like when I had the black and white conversation with my pops, he was saying the shit to me that you're saying.
Oh,
but
shit.
When you had the black and white conversation with your pops, he was saying the shit to you that I'm saying. You know what I mean? It's so mad, isn't it? Because
It's
what
straight.
you're saying, bro, like what you're saying, the shit that my pops was breaking down to me, innit? And he was like, bro, like, I get this whole thing, but, like, it's not even that. And I'm like, nah, bro, like, nah. But you have that perspective, but then you're talking to your old man, and he's like, brother, no. You need to. Do you get what I mean? It's just, it's mad how that duality exists. You get me? Like,
Because balance, fam. Because balance. You gotta take time out to find your center and find your balance.
Come on, man. Ah, bro. I can't wait till this shit hits the world, bro. I really can't wait, bro. By the way, I'll just say it to you on air. Anyone who's made it this far in the podcast, you're a real listener in it, so you can hear the shit. But yeah, fam, I think I need you to executive produce a thing for me, bro. Like, I was thinking about this for the last couple of days, bro, and I was like, yeah, I think it was for, like, and this is a thought I've had for time in it. But when you came the last time and you had, like, your the beats and shit you brought, it was like, yo, on the real thing, like, his sound puts me in a different creative place. Like, when Will brings the Rose Garden sound, like, it puts me somewhere else where I wouldn't naturally put myself, because I have the YM sound, you know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, I feel like I would really love to top to bottom a project with you where you produce the shit. If you want to feature on the shit, that's fine, but, like, produce the shit and we work that out, you know what I mean? Like, because obviously we got to do, like, the collab projects. Obviously we got to do that. But,
yeah,
like,
no, that's a definite thing.
that's a definite. That's a without even conversation thing. You know what I mean? But like, yeah, I definitely would really love to do an executive produced by you like project. Like, yeah, I feel that would be something, man. I feel that would be something. So
I think things like that can be put into the works, fam. That's not a crazy thing. And like I said, man, bro, I miss working with you, bro. I don't know
yeah,
if I've said it like this, but I miss working with you, bro.
no, legit, man.
Because I feel like we bring the best out of each other. Even if it's just like me making a beat or whatever, it's like I take time more, I take care more, do you know what I mean? And it
Yeah,
brings out like
yeah.
a different level of like, I don't know, like it's like a different, I wouldn't say a different level of care of music because I still care about like the shit that I do like when I'm working
It's a
on my own.
different thing. Like, yeah,
Yeah,
it's a
that's like,
different thing.
all this,
It's
I
like
don't know. Like as a
when
producer, it feels like all the T's have to be crossed and all the I's gotta be dotted and all that kind of shit. You know what I'm saying?
you know what
It's
it is,
like,
bro, as well. It's like because as a creative, a lot of times you live within the echo chamber of your own creation. Like you
yeah,
create vibration, like radio waves, in it. You find a radio signal that you tune into, and then you focus your tune around that radio signal. So if you're
yeah,
96.3, you're like, all right, bro, I'm a tune into 96.3
yeah.
or 96.4 or 96.2. You know what I mean? Like, but what happens is when we link up and shit, say if I'm 96.3, but you're 107.2, when you come
We'll
through,
meet
you bring
somewhere in
that
the middle.
frequency. You know what I mean? And it's like, oh shit, I wouldn't usually tune into this frequency, but this frequency, like, I can, there's something in this that I can
There's
do.
something there
You know
that
what I
I
mean?
can,
It's
yeah,
like when we in the shit together and that, it's like, I feel as though we bring something out of each other where it's like, rah, this is a zone that I wouldn't usually just tap into on my own,
yeah.
but this is a zone that I have the capacity to tap into. You know what I mean? Because even again, I'm gonna just say the names because y'all don't know this shit ain't out yet, so it's fine. But even like even like Pharrellians, and when you man
I,
sent that through, and I was like, yeah, I want in on that. Yeah, I want in on that. And like
you know what's
even the
funny
way
about
that
that?
I go on.
You know what's funny about that? When we made the track here, Max was like, yeah, go send it to him just so that he can like hear it and just like tell us what he thinks and that. And like, yeah, I bet. But this was like time ago and I just forgotten it. And I said it.
Right.
But then when he said that, I was like to him, yeah, he gonna be like, yeah, I want in on this thing. He gonna hear it and be like, yeah, nah, I want to jump in on this thing. And Joe, we sent it, you heard it, and literally 5 minutes, not even 5 minutes later, yeah. It's like, I bet. I got that right now. We can record right now. I was ready.
Yeah, legit fam. Do you know what I mean? And I feel like again, those sort of things when I hear that shit, because I feel in the same way that you and I as people, outside of just the music, as people, like we're very in sync with one another. We have a lot of differing opinions about shit and whatever, but I feel
No.
as the core of people, we're very in sync with one another. Like sometimes if I'm a bit down, you can kind of read that and be like, "Hey, yo, my G," da, da, da," and vice versa in it. And it's like I feel in the same way through the music and shit. Like I hear that shit and it's like, yeah, I can tune into that. Like, yeah, like I need to say something on that. Do you get what I mean? And it's, yeah, man, you man came through and we need to do that more often, especially as you man, like we're moving around. I don't know like what your plans are moving forward with obviously doing this whole thing with like Max and that. Like, I don't know. But it's like, if you lot are going to be moving around together like that, like I definitely want to have you man come through
Oh yeah,
a lot
no,
more. And we just do shit, bro,
we
because
active.
we recorded like what 2 tracks, and we only stopped because the fight was on. You know what I mean? Like that was the only reason we stopped.
There was no reason
Because
to stop the recording, dog.
Because it got to the point where Mags was like, bro, Mags was like, bro, put the fight on, bro. Put the fight on, fam. You know, like, you know what I mean? We were just getting
aye.
And just like, yeah, I just definitely, as you say, I feel like when we're in a session together, in a studio together and stuff, like what we're able to draw out of each other isn't something that we would maybe naturally draw out of ourselves. Like what I found, what I was going to say, the Pharrellians track, obviously you man have kind of gone for a more like melodic kind of approach to it. Heard the track, I was like, all right, cool, yeah, I rapped on it. I gave it like some sort of like verses and shit. Load the next tune. First thing Will wants to do, Will wants to rap on the shit, fam. Do you get what I mean? And then like me now, I'm more melodic on this tune. Do you get what I mean? Because I hear your shit and I'm like, yeah, like I want to tap into that. And then you hear the rappy shit, you're like, yeah, I want to tap into that. Do you get what I mean?
Rap, dog. I want to get
Do you get what I mean? So it's like the second track, it's like you're rapping and me and Mags are more like the melodic shit. Do you get what I mean? But it's like I feel like if I didn't hear that shit, I could just stay in a rappy zone. You know what I mean? And it's like
I'm a singing nigga.
do you get what I mean? But it's like we both have the capacity to do the other thing. And I feel like when we're around each other, we bring out that energy within one another. So, because, bro, you know what? It's so funny we're talking about this. And, like, I listen to the, shout out to the podcast. You know what I mean? Everyone listening. We just talked about it. But it's like, even in, like, a lot of the tracks that we've done that are out, when I listen back to a lot of them, I tend to find that you're the more rappy one on it. And I'm the more melodic one.
Because I don't
like,
do that when I'm by myself.
You get what I mean? And it's like it made me think of Kendrick and Cole when they did that thing. It was like the Black Friday sort of thing.
Oh yeah.
And Kendrick took Kendrick took a Cole beat and Cole took a Kendrick beat and they spit on it and shit. And when people were like, "Oh shit, fam, how are these man so like in sync? Because he's him and he's him." But when they get together, like he goes into his world and then he goes into his world, and do you know what I mean? It's like, I was just listening back to some of the shit, like the sometimes shit, like Rain Drips, like fucking Topside. Like I was listening back and I was like, "Rah, it's so mad how I like when I'm with Will." I just lean so much into Will's world sonically. Like I really like he makes me wanna sing and like because when I hear him doing that shit, it's like, yeah, that's powerful, bro. And the other way around, like when we together and he hear me going at these verses and shit, we'll be like, nah, fuck that, bro. Nah, I gotta go, bro. You know, and it's just like I just think it's dope in it. Like I love that I'm in a space where, again, and not to gas you, but yeah, to gas you, bro. But like coming into the shit, even going back to UBR days. Shout out to Travis, we love you forever.
My love my brother.
Like, I'm just grateful that, man, the experience that I've had, the journey I've had, where I bumped into you, quote unquote, by mistake in a kitchen, in a dorm room,
in the kitchen while a man was making a beat, because I was
the place where I was staying. I so happened to be staying with these niggas that happen to know this nigga. You know what I mean? Like,
and this nigga just came round with these little speakers and shit, making noise for everybody in the whole flat and shit. You know what I'm saying? Just how
you get it. You know what I mean? It's just like I'm very grateful that I've been able to have the journey that I've had in terms of just life and music and all sort of shit, where seeing you being in a space with someone like you who's so like welcoming and open and like, yeah, man, come vibe. And even for someone like me where I wasn't even fully comfortable in the music thing myself, I was kind of 1 foot in, 1 foot out, like that self-conscious shit. And being around a dude who is as skilled in this shit in terms of like, this ain't just no like beat maker shit. Like this is it's a real thing. Who is such a dope person where on a personal level you vibe with man and talk to man, but then on this level he patterns the thing, and it's like, oh shit, that pushes you to want to be better. Like, bro, even the other day I was thinking about the time we were in Taps's room. Big ups to Taps as well.
Taps, mind you. The most elusive, the real James Bond, fam.
The real James Bond. Ain't
Man
no
should call him
Idris, fam.
Taps Bond, bro.
Yeah, ain't no Idris, bro. Ain't no Daniel Craig, fam. It's only Taps, fam.
Hell
The
no.
most elusive. But I remember when we was in Vicky Halls and that, the accommodation,
Yeah.
and you set up the mic in his room and shit.
Oh,
It's like, yeah, we're gonna do this beat. We're gonna do this beat. And I remember thinking, because again, bro, like I'm a nigga, like I'm not from Wolves in it. Like I moved there and shit. This is like the first year I'm away and shit. It's like I'm coming away from like a lot of trauma in terms of people that were close to me and all that sort of shit. So it's like I'm in a space with these new people that I've met who just seem to vibrate on such a beautiful level. Like it's just, these men are so cool and da 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 da. This nigga do music and shit. And I just talk to this nigga and I vibe with him and shit. And when they're like, yeah, bro, come through. You got a verse from me. Yeah, come through, spit, bro. Like, come through, bro. We do that, bro. You know what I mean? And it's like, I remember that whole shit in like Tapsy's room and recording that shit and da 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 da. I remember going back like after that whole thing. I was like, rah, this nigga really like brought through like a mic, a laptop, and a this and a that, and like just set up and said like, yeah, come through, bro. Like this nigga don't know me from a hole in the wall, but it was like, yeah, I fuck with you, bro. Come through, fam. And like even from there, go into like the UBR times where you and Trev, we love you forever. Like where you first had the idea and then you spoke with him and you kind of came up with this concept and shit, and even just how you were like, you know what, my guy Driz, bro, yeah, like, because you have to remember, after the first year of uni, or my first year anyway, like you were still, I think you were at Liverpool sometimes, but like when you man moved to Drummond that first year, I didn't really speak to you man for like that whole year. Because again, you man had moved out, and I was like, I just moved in with some other people and shit. You get what I mean? So I didn't really like touch base with you, man. So you man obviously did that and shit. But then I remember after that, man, I like touched base back with you, and because you're just the coolest nigga in the world, you're like, oh yo, Dre, like, you know what I'm saying, da 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 da, and like yeah, come through, bro. Listen, man, come through to the crib, da 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 da. And I remember, bro, Drummond Street, boy. Jesus Christ, there has to be a documentary on Drummond Street, man. That I think of air horns to Drummond again.
I got a song especially dedicated to that motherfucker, fam. It's called Blue Mood Forever, fam. It's gonna be out probably soon, I think.
Got that, fam. I think I did a verse on that, bro. I think I did a verse on
do
that.
a verse
You
on
might have cut it. I don't know. It's your tracking it, but like I feel like
that shit is. But I ain't even worked on that shit yet, fam.
Yeah, blue moon and different vibe. Jesus,
stop it, man.
Yeah.
Gonna be crazy.
But like, even just again being away from like you, man, for like that year and shit, coming back and reacclimating myself and shit, and it's like, man, be like, yeah, come through, record the track, do this, do that. Remember that fucking tune? I had brought a tune to you, man, bro. Incense burning.
Oh,
I got Mason jars for that.
yes.
And I remember I came to you and I was like, yo, I've got this tune, yeah. Like, because this is like 2015, 2014, 15 times. Like,
14, 15, I think, yeah.
and this is again like, it's not the early internet, but it's early new internet where people are kind of reaching out and there's producers online and shit. Like it's early them times. I remember like, you know what I mean? I spoke to the producer of the track and he was like, yeah, bro, I'd love you to do something on this. I remember I came to you and I was like, bro, I've written this hook, yeah. I've written this hook, but I want you to do it because I don't feel like I can do it. Because again, at that stage, I was still deciding whether I was going to really do music like that. Do you get what I mean? Even though I was like, I'm going to do it, I didn't fully commit to it. Do you get what I mean? And it's like, I remember coming to you and being like, yo, like I writ this hook and this hook will go, fam, but I can't do it. I need you to do it. I remember at first you were very like, because it was kind of like niggas don't write my shit for me, bro. Like I don't like niggas don't write my shit for me. From like I don't know what you think this is, bro, but like I write my own shit in
Nah,
it.
you want me to
And,
do a
like,
hook? I can do a hook for you, dog.
and then I think I kind of like we were at Drummond and shit, and then like I sent the beat through. You loaded up the beat and shit, and you remember the big desk you had at Drummond as well, with the speakers and shit, and like you loaded the shit up, and it was like again. It was evening time and like the lights were off and shit. So you know how like the big screen would light the room.
Yeah,
and,
like the whole room. Trust me.
Yeah, it was like I remember you loaded it up and you were playing it and shit. And I just sort of like started singing like the hook and that and you were like, all right, okay, because I think it was a thing of like you were like, niggas don't write my shit, but I know that you know that. So you wouldn't ask me to do this unless you wanted me to do it. Like that's kind of what I got from you, because you were kind of like, I let me hear it in.
Let me hear it. Let me try out.
And I was like, all right, boom, da-da-da-da-da. And you're like, okay, da-da-da-da-da. And then like you started going through it and then you laid it and shit. And I remember listening back to it and I was like, yeah, bro, that's what I wanted, fam. Like, that's what I want. Like, and you just laid it. But I say all of that to say it's been very dope in this journey of life, in this journey of music, in this journey of self-discovery, where unfortunately people who you once hold close can very quickly become distant strangers. And you know, where things can change very quickly for whatever reason. I feel very fortunate in having a brethren who, through hell and high water, through when shit hit the fan and you see the truest part of people, like I've got a G who's like always held me down. Like I've got a G who at the time where niggas was trying to delete my verses off shit and like wasn't really on that shit, man was like, bro, I'm not doing shit if we do this, bro. Where, and again, we have to do a documentary about this at some point, but it's like I remember again, Will, and for all the people listening and shit, Will was the main act in UBR. There was no discussion. There was no if, buts, or maybe. Like Will and the talent and the level he was at that time, he was head and shoulders above myself, above Youngs, even Biggs when you know what I mean? Like Will was the guy. Will was he was the one that if I couldn't go to a performance, Will would go, and Will would have tracks where he could run in it like it was Will. I want us to be very clear, it was Will. And I remember, because of maybe the way that I was approaching tracks at certain points, there were a lot of tunes where, you know, potentially I'd be like, yeah, I really fuck with this shit, and I'd be like, yeah, we fuck with this shit. And our guy Travis might be like, nah, this ain't it. And it's not even coming from a wicked place, because I never got that vibe from Trev. I never got like a wicked evil vibe from man. It was just someone who's willing to tell you nah. And at the time I didn't really value it as much as I do now. But it's like when man was like, nah, get rid of this verse, it wasn't because fuck you, we hate you. It was because there's a goal we're trying to get to. But at the time, the way that I conceptualized that is like, oh, man don't even rate me, bro. Man don't fuck with me, man don't. And again, we all young, we all doing that sort of shit. And I remember even in them times where man would say to Will, like, bro, you do a second verse on this shit instead of this shit on there, fam. And man would be like, no, fam. Like, no, bro. Because we don't, I can't do that to somebody I fuck with, bro. And whether that was right or wrong or whatever, I remember just from them times there, I was like, oh shit, bro. Ever since I've met this guy's been nothing but genuine to me. I've had ups and downs with everybody else, but this guy has only ever been genuine in this way to me, bro. When shit's hit the fan, when man are dashing you into the fucking shop railings and that, when shit's gone crazy, bro, like, he's always been this guy to me. And I have to always recognize that and cherish that. So you know what I mean? So whenever I come on the pod and I big up my guy and it could very easily look like, oh, guys, get a room, whatever. But I say it because I say it because God forbid something ever happened to me. I want it to be very clear how I feel about the people that I care about. I'm very big on that. I'm very big on give people flowers in their hand, don't put flowers on their grave. You know what I mean? And like I like to be very open and honest and let that be known that how much I appreciate what man have done, how much I appreciate the influence, not just musically, but as a person, as a friend, as a brother. Like I try to go out of the way just because the perception that I live through understands how fragile this thing is and just how in an instant, just like that,
It can
all be gone. You know what I mean? And it's like, while man have the time here, while man, if we want to fucking drink up and smoke up and do all shit we're not supposed to do, quote unquote, like we blessed with the opportunity of life to even do that. We're so blessed with life that we don't give a fuck about life in a lot of times and we still have it. That's a blessing, dog. There's times we go out and we do mad shit where we don't even give a fuck, bro, and we still wake up the next day. It's a blessing. It's a blessing. Do you get what I mean? And it's like just a lot of the conversations we've had today and a lot of when I was talking in the coded language to you, like when that ego shit kind of flare up and stuff, it's like I like to get that shit off my chest because I feel like it's important to express that. But in the expression of that, I always kind of go back to this place where it's like, bro, like look how much there's to be grateful for. Like, why are you tripping off this shit? Like, why are you tripping off this shit? Because Will's right. It doesn't matter. But when you're in that mode and you feel like it matters, man
because it
can't tell you
matters
it don't
like a
matter.
motherfucker.
You know what I mean? But it's like when you give yourself the space to be like, hey, you know what, man? You know what? He's right. But at least in that mode, I at least say to you, like, bro, you're right. I'm just not feeling that right now, but I know that you're right. Do you get what I mean? It's like, yeah, it's a mad thing, man. It's a mad thing, man. But nah, we're very fortunate, man. We're very fortunate.
I just want to add something myself. Yeah, you don't know it. I'm about to use the cliche everybody said the shit. It's like, man, yeah, there was a phone call that we had. Pretty sure you remember it, fam. And you reminded me of who I was, fam.
Yeah. Yeah.
Do you know that if there's no that conversation, even if, you know what I'm saying, shit was or whatever, it just carried on. It's like, I'm not here right now as me, this guy, fam. I'm somebody else, fam.
I remember.
I'm a goddamn cold-hearted monster, fam. Without that conversation.
It's so weird that you're saying that, bro. It's so weird that you're saying that. When I tell you, my G, that I was thinking about that earlier today, like, not randomly, but one thought that led to another thought, and like I landed on that in it, and like I remember that shit, and I remember thinking the point of me thinking about it was that conversation that I had with Will, where I was like, bro, nah, we ain't here for this. The spirit that spoke through me that day, that really wasn't about me, was about speaking to you. The point of me thinking about it was like, I want, whenever I'm in a fucked up place, I want that spirit to speak through the people I love and speak to me so I can hear it. Because again, when I was thinking about the conversation, I was remembering it like, not to get all mystical and crystally and nothing like that. But honestly, bro, I was speaking to you, but it wasn't just me that was speaking to you, fam. Like, because we had plenty of conversations. We had plenty of conversations before that one in regard to that same issue that didn't go like that.
Nah,
you know what I mean? And it's like, I remember that particular conversation. I just remember there was something that just, how can I explain it? Again, it's almost like playing GTA type of thing, or like watching something. Like, I remember being on the phone to you, but like watching myself on the phone to you type of thing. Does that make sense? Like, I remember certain points where it's like, oh shit, I'm not talking to man right now. So let me just get out the way because I'm conscious and aware that I'm not talking to man right now. And it's like, the whole reason I kind of thought about that was because in regards to the coded shit we were saying before, it's like, you know what? The problem I have is like, I want to let people know that I fuck with them so much that I'm willing to give them a harsh truth that I'm not sure whether they do or they don't want to hear it. But in that same way, in that conversation with you, when that shit started going, bro, I didn't know if you were in the space to hear that. If, again, without getting into shit, if I was to think about it too much, I could persuade myself that you weren't in a space to hear a message like that in that way. But it's just like, you know what? This is what I feel right now, so let this go. And at that time, that's what you needed to hear. And the thing that I find myself between, back to our coded conversation, is like, do I approach it in a matter of, let me be sympathetic, let me be empathetic, let me be overstanding? Or do I approach it of, this is the harsh truth that you need to hear, that you may not take well, but actually this might be what you need to hear? The same way when I spoke to my guy Will on the phone that day, if you took that conversation wrong, all to this day, you might not fuck with me, bro. If you just like took that in a different way, you could be like, yo, who the fuck is this nigga talking? Like, and it could become a whole different thing. But I took the chance of like, this is what I feel is coming through right now. So I'm going to let it through. And thankfully, that's what you needed at that time. Because, again, I even recognize, like, I feel like after that convo, you kind of were like, shit, yeah, bro, yeah. You know what? Yeah. All right, cool. Thank you, bro. I needed that. Let me get back on. You know what I mean? Like, because again, we won't. This will be for like the fucking 300-400 episode shit when we can get into like this real life shit when we really start talking and shit. But you know what I mean? Obviously, that time that was going on, I know was a very uneasy time for you, innit? And in a conscious level, in a like a being here level, like as my guy, my brother, it's like, yo, I want to do anything I can do to support my guy. Do you get what I mean? If he just needs somebody to listen to him, if he just like, the human side of me is like, anything I can do to support my guy, let me do that. But technically speaking, that conversation that we had that was the difference maker, that wasn't really the human side of me, because the human side would have said, you know what, maybe don't say this in this way. You know what I mean?
Maybe soft it a bit.
Soft it a bit because, you know, but it's like, nah. As much as you think
why would you soft it for God? Just tell him,
bro.
God.
Come on,
God. Just tell God what time it is. How you gonna go round the clock trying to be like, oh well, you know, the second hand is out there. Nah, nigga, tell God what time it is, fam.
But you know what, bro? You know what I understand though, yeah? Is like, I understand that that's very rare. And again, I don't want to keep sounding like I'm bigging up my guy, but I am, bro. I don't give a fuck, bro. I am. Like, the God in you recognizes the God in me. And the God in me recognizes that not everybody recognizes the God in them. And so when I'm speaking to you in certain times, I feel a security in allowing higher elements than myself to speak through myself. And even if you then come back and say, don't agree with that, I'm open to hearing a not agreement, because I understand that you come from a space that I operate in, that I'm very used to people not operating in. And again, even in that, like, there's shit that you tell me sometimes that I'm like, oh shit, bro, like you teaching me shit, and vice versa. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah,
And it's like,
fam, I love him.
do you know what I mean? And it's just like, I'm just I'm grateful for you, bro. If nothing else, fam,
Nah, me too, my
let me
bro.
know. Episode
Yeah,
70, fam, like I'm
guys,
very,
yeah,
very grateful
no,
for you, bro. Like,
me too, my bro. Fam, I could not express, fam. Nah, fam.
yeah,
I'ma just say, you my boy, fam. I love you, fam.
I love you,
That's,
bro. I love
you know what I'm
you,
saying?
bro. And that's real, fam. And never forget, yeah, just for the sake of the ancient tablets that will be left to the future generations, when y'all scribe this shit up, fam, I met this nigga in a kitchen and we've been cooking crack ever since, bro. The fuck they talking about, fam? The fuck they talking about?
Yeah, man, I was in there with the whole lab setup already, fam. The flasks and the
You get me?
beakers was boiling and shit, and I say, yo, fam, you want to make some crack with me, dog?
Do you get what I mean, bro? And it
And
was
just say,
never the
yeah,
same.
dog, let's make some crack real
It was
quick.
never the same, fam. And again,
And that shit is
as
still living on the internet as we speak
bro,
right now, fam.
fam, you listen, if any of the outside people, if y'all can find that shit, enjoy that shit, bro. Because I know where it is,
No,
but I
listen,
ain't gonna tell
if
y'all,
you
fam.
can, if
You know
you
what I
can
mean?
find it, yeah, if whoever can find it, if someone find that song, yeah, I'll give, I'll give you
You
£50,
getting
fam.
you
Swear
getting
down,
free
fam.
YN
If
merch.
you
You getting
find
free
that
RG
song, yeah,
merch. You getting
if you
free
find that
OnlyMans
song, I'll
merch.
give you
Like,
50. On my, swear down, fam. Message me privately on here or saying, if you find it,
yeah,
send me the link and I'll give you 50 quid, fam. Boom. That's £50 for our American viewers. That might be like $60 or something like that. It's not holy, but same.
and you know what's mad, bro? You know what's mad? When I think about these shits here, when God blessing us with life, when we're older and our bodies aren't maybe as capable as they are now, and we look back and we reflect. Again, like you man asked me at the start of the pod how my week's been and shit. Like, yeah, man, I've been working, doing all this shit, but I've been reflecting a lot. You know, I've been reflecting a lot. And one thing I like about myself, what I try to do, even though the self-conscious part of myself maybe tucks it in sometimes, I try to take pictures and videos of shit. Not because, post it or this or that. It's just because these are the new photo albums, you know what I mean? And it's like, I was
True.
looking back at some of the pictures, bro, and I was looking at some of like the Vibe Live pics and shit, and it's like, oh shit, Vibe Live, like, oh shit,
Look at these
bro.
mates, fam. No shirt.
Like, look
All
at these
sorts, fam.
niggas, bro.
Damn.
You know what I mean? And it's like, I look
For
at that
real.
young nigga in that shit that I would not wear right now, bro. I would never wear that today, bro. But it's like, I look at that nigga and I'm like, yeah, bro, do that, fam. Do that, bro. Yeah,
Isn't
do that.
it?
Do that.
How's man gonna go
Again,
to the show, fam? How'd I show up to that first show in the button up, fam? Who do I think I was, fam?
bro, nah, you was on a different level of nah, bro. Nah. I have to be honest, yeah.
Man.
When the legends go down and shit, yeah, that button-up shirt is gonna serve you well, fam. Because what kind of nigga pulls up to a show in a button-up white t-shirt like a job interview, fam? This
Listen,
nigga pulls
man.
and then ended
Because
up
I was
ripping off the
serious
shirt at the
about
end,
that
fam.
shit. I was trying to show John I was serious about that shit, dog.
Bro, I
John
know,
is the
fam.
venue owner, I mean. I was serious, dog.
Bro, you had on the button-up white shirt, yeah, and like blue jeans and shit, and some sneaks and that, yeah. And like, what was mad? Because I think the first Vibe Live, we were like, we didn't know what to expect in it. So it was kind of like, all right, we want good things, but let's prepare ourselves in case, you know what I mean? Because whatever. So the shit's going on. People are coming in, and like I think there was a point where we were like, "Oh shit, bro, this is jumping, fam!" Like, "Oh shit, there's people in here, fam!" Like, there's people in here, bro. And then the live show started going off. That's when YT and Fizzy, like they
YT, Fizzy, yeah.
you know what I mean?
Ben
Man,
also done his thing as well, fam.
Oh, we can't forget Ben, fam. In fact, air horns.
Salem, mining.
Yeah,
Don't
I've been
stop
plotting
making music, my
I've
G.
been plotting a track with him for a while. I just haven't found the track yet.
Innit?
But sometimes I'll be going through shit and I'll be like, yeah, I want a Salem feature, man. Like I want that, you know what I mean? But he be on his
You know
lifestyle
what?
shit right now.
If you say that to man, I bet you on my life he'll send you a track with the hook and a verse, fam, and you'll be like, boom, go.
Nah, I believe it. I believe it. Absolutely believe it. But again, it's one of those ones. It's like, you know what it's like, innit? Say if you got a particular person in mind, and you like, I haven't heard that beat yet. Like, I haven't heard it yet. You know when you hear it, it's like, yeah, that one. Like,
yeah.
To be fair,
to be honest.
Sorry, I was gonna say.
To be honest, yeah. Sometimes like that realization comes after I like lived with it for a bit. I might have like lived with it for a couple of days. I'm like, ah, shit, you know, this other verse is cool and everything, but I feel like Jizmite could do it better. Or, you know what? You're the only artist aside from Salem that I feature on my shit, fam. So yeah, I'll be like, oh yeah, you know what? Just like turn this up a little bit more. You know what I'm saying? You'll give it like a bit more like flavor and shit. You know what I'm saying? Nah, I think I'll send it instead of having these two verses. I'll send them the other one.
You see what it is with you, yeah. You see what it is with you. I found that like any track that and this is just my own personal opinion. I know like the fans, whatever, have their own whatever. But like I feel any track that I've done with you that's out, I feel like you not steal the show, but to me, your contribution is like fucking hell. Listen to what Will did to this shit, because I'm part of the creative process in that. Like again, I go back to rain drips and shit. Like I remember the creative process for that, and I remember you came through and were vibing to it, and then like you laid that shit down. And I remember going back, you know, putting it together and shit. I'm like, yo, listen to where this nigga took this shit, because to me, I feel like I took that shit somewhere in it. Like I can't ask just anybody to jump on this, because not just anybody can follow this shit up, bro. Because bro, man can't look in God's face and live. Jehovah Jireh, Elohim. Like I was talking on that shit. Do you get what I mean? It's like a man can't just follow that verse up talking about like bitches and like you can't. Do you know what I mean? It's like there's only one person who can. And like you came through, bro. I remember you was in here. And you just vibing to it, listening to it. And like, we in here talking and shit. And you just there listening. And you were like, all right, bro, yeah, I'm ready, fam. I'm ready. And like, the shit that you put on, and like, just, when I now listen back to that track, it's like, fucking hell, bro. Like, listen to where this G took this shit from. He took it somewhere. Like, I took it somewhere. It's like a relay race, innit? Like, I ran that first part of the relay hard, bro. Then I passed the baton, fam, and my G ran that shit. You know what I mean? Like,
mandatory.
Yeah.
Just like with any track that of mine that I've put out that I got featured on me, it's like Topside.
Topside doing Topside with my guy.
There's no one that's near me that would understand what I'm saying. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, it's gotta be you in that verse. It's gotta be you saying Topside doing Topside with my locks tied. It's gotta be, bro.
Yeah, nah. I was listening to that shit earlier as well, bro. That's a bop, bro.
Man, that's what I mean, fam. It's like, again, like for that song, yeah, when I first made it, it originally like was just like them two verses in it. It was just like boom. And I was like, ah, shit. Yeah, nah. Oh, yeah, nah, Driz. Yeah. And I sent it over like, yo, check it out. What'd you think of this shit? And he was like, yeah, let me. And I was like, yes, got him. Got him.
Bro.
And then, yeah, fam, and it was just that, fam, and it was just boom, 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 boom. Like, fucking hell, fam.
Nah, that shit is mad. And again, these are the things that are out in it. It's like when I think about this shit, I think about like the Corpus Christi. I think about like Sides and shit. Even the sample from Sides, bro. Like, because again, that was
Oh,
when I
yeah,
was
that's
like
crazy.
like
Yeah.
trailblazer and shit. And I remember being in the studio and just being like, yo, Will's catalog is so I have to cut something from Will's catalog. I have to cut something from that. I remember like that was in my rotation in it, and I just heard the T in it. I was like, nah, hold on, cut that, pitch that up a bit, and like that. And I sent it through to Trailblazer. I was like, listen, cook with this sample in it, like just cook on this sample. Literally, I just sent him like the sample loop, the melody and shit. I said, cook on this shit in it. He sent it back through, cooked on it, bro. Did my
Yeah,
thing on
because
it.
he went
And then,
crazy on that shit, fam. He
yeah,
went
nah, Trailblazer went mad on that. Yeah, he went mad on that. But like,
mad.
again, it's the same thing I'm saying. That first part of that track, I like, not to be big headed, but I feel like I eat food on that track in it. But just the way
Oh,
you
yeah,
come
nah,
in,
you fam.
when the drums come out and shit, the way
Yeah.
that you just come in on that, like, bro, it's like, fam, look where this nigga took this tune,
Listen,
fam.
let's fucking
Like, you know what I
talking.
mean?
Jeez. Hey, listen, behave yourself, young man. That's too much, fam.
What a flow like heavy hand. Reverse flow, that's heavy handed. Oh, bro.
Nah, we did something
So
in
many
that
bodies,
one.
so many bodies in my MacBook Pro. So many bodies in my iMac. Yo, oh, fam.
Getting back in my
Nah.
grind back, fam.
Yeah,
You
and
see
I feel like what,
you see how you took me back to basics.
and that's what I love.
Yeah.
I do love that. Like, I feel like, especially if there's time where, for whatever reason, like we've just not like linked up in time, and we link up and like we record. I feel like I bring those verses out of you, not because of me, but like I know naturally how I lean into the verse shit, you naturally lean into the melodic shit, and we can both do both. But I love that, like we link up and shit. There's something that's ignited where it's like, yeah, bro. I was listening to the verse you did on That's Okay, fam. Like what we record. It's
On
like,
what?
bro.
Oh, that's okay thing. Oh, you
I was
need to
like, bro,
send me that.
like,
I need to hear that, bro. I need to hear that,
fam,
fam.
I need to arrange it, bro. I need to. Well,
Nah,
I've
raise
been
that shit,
arranging it.
fam.
Because what I need to do, I'm just setting it up where basically everything has a place in it. Because you did a hook to it, you did a verse, Max did a verse, I did a
Oh
verse.
yeah,
My verse
yeah.
was like double the amount of other. You know what I mean? So I'm just trying to sort it out where
Oh,
everything makes sense.
I actually had an idea. You see, like where your verse goes over like the 16 part, yeah. Like
Yeah,
you could like flip the whole like arrangement around and have it like playing backwards as like a pad, and then like
right.
slowly bring it back open again and like boom, drop it back.
You
Yeah,
know what
I
I'll probably
see
do,
some
bro?
mad
You know
science
what
and
I'll
shit.
probably do? And I'll ask you to remind me in it. But I'll probably just send you the project on WeTransfer or something, and you just do your like just do certain to it from your like just be creative in it. Because I'm gonna just put it together the way I think, but then all the vocals and the beats there, like just do whatever in it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, nah. Yeah, nah, that's my current bag at the moment. That's where I am.
Cheese.
Some mad
Yeah,
science and shit.
I might need to flood the inbox though. I might need to flood the inbox though. Like,
Oh, the beats and that.
yeah, fam. What do you mean, bro?
I listen. I'll do you one better than that, fam. I'll show you a one folder in the Google Drive that's got a hell of beats in there. Don't worry about that. I got you, my boy.
Do
I
that,
got
bro.
you. I got you.
Yeah, do that, bro. Do that. And I'm gonna go through some of these shits and like, because I've got a couple of tracks in here where I might have like laid a hook or laid a verse or something. I'm gonna just start sending you some shit through and just be like, yo, if you feel anything on these things, bro, just do something to them, mate. Like, because once they dare, they dare. Do you get me? Like,
it's most probably gonna be probably like 100% send back rate, fam. Yeah, like
yeah,
that one, that one, that one, that one.
yeah. That's what man are on, bro. That's what man are on, bro. You know
That's
what I
what
mean?
I'm saying, fam. 100%.
Oh shit. We somehow took the podcast into a music conversation, which I don't mind. I love this shit, you know what I mean?
We did that shit,
Yeah,
fam. We love that shit, fam. That's
nah,
why they
bro.
tune in, anyways, fam.
That's it, bro. You know what I mean? That's it, bro.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? Fucking hell. How long have we gone for? Let me see.
it's been like 5 hours, I think. It's like
Like
one,
4.5. Like 4.5
4 and a
today.
half. Oh shit,
Yeah.
I wasn't that far.
Which is standard. You know
Yeah,
what I mean? Again, we give
no.
your niggas like 4, 5, 6 plus out, you know what I mean? Like we
Yeah,
go in for y'all, you know what I mean? We go in for
yeah,
y'all.
pause.
Shit, man.
Man,
Shit, man.
pause.
Pause. Hold on.
Thank you.
You know what I mean? Like,
And but
oh,
we do go in though. We goddamn. Y'all niggas should be paying us or something. Goddamn. Not a one of y'all niggas made a donation. Goddamn. Nah, I'm playing. I'm kind of serious, but I'm playing, bro. I'm just fucking around.
what did Cole say, fam? What did Cole say? All good jokes contain true shit. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, trust me, we playing, but we serious. But we playing, but we serious. But we playing, but we serious. But we play. You know what I mean? Yeah, that was there.
Boy.
It's all right, man. I've really enjoyed the evolution of the pod. I've really enjoyed where the energy of the conversation has gone. I wasn't opposed to how it was before, but it was more so what did they say? When you basically like you settle in it, like it's like, all right, if you're comfortable on this side and I'm comfortable on that side, we can meet somewhere in the middle in it. Like we can, all right.
Yeah.
And I can do that because I want everybody's energy to be contributed to it, you know. But I would be lying if I said that I don't. I'd be lying if I said that there wasn't more of a feeling of a freedom to be able to speak with a lack of judgment or confrontation or oh, let me not say this because even if you disagree, I feel as though there's enough respect between the parties where you can disagree and be like, all right, bro, I disagree because of this. And vice versa. There's enough respect where I can hear that, where I don't feel like I'm competing with you or it's a combative thing or, you know what I mean? So I'm very happy with the direction that the pod has gone in, man. And I feel like it's just important to speak truth to life and life to truth, you know what I mean? And if all we have remaining is these words and these thoughts, then you never know who can tap into these things. Again, just going on YouTube journeys and stuff, like some of the shit that you listen to is so obscure. It's so like, if you don't know about this, you will never know about it. But like, there's so many jewels in it and shit. And it's like, rah, there was somebody who created this who had to accept that this would always be obscure. But there'll be people who would find it, who would really take shit from it. You know what I mean?
The people that
And it's
need
like,
it.
do you get what I mean? And it's like, bro, what did I say, bro? Like planting seeds, fam. Like if nothing else, fam, if you
That's
plant a
what
seed
I
and somebody stumbles across and says like, yo, it looks like something's growing there, you know. Let me just water that a little bit. Let me just see, because most people might just walk past it. It looks like something growing, but I don't give a fuck because I gotta do what I gotta do. But it's like somebody might be like, oh yo, shit, there's a seed here, fam. Let me look at this. Let me just see what go on and see what happens, innit? You know what I mean? I know you've got the rest of the shits that's gonna come out, so I won't spoil them. But like, you see how the evolution of planting seeds can flourish, you know, and I
Oh,
think it's
the next
important.
part is a doozy, fam. Oh my god, the next
Listen,
part. Oh,
don't spoil it.
Jesus.
Don't spoil it.
No,
Don't
no, I'm
spoil
not
it.
gonna spoil
Don't spoil it.
it.
Don't
But
spoil it.
yeah,
Because I know,
what
fam.
something else, fam.
It's a mad. Nah, I know, bro. I know it's a mad thing in it, and it's just like it's important to have the understanding and the patience that. And this is a double entendre that you'll understand, but maybe the audience won't. But maybe they will. But when you release planting seeds, you have the understanding that you're planting seeds. And a lot of times seeds don't make a lot of noise. They don't really disrupt what's going on. People don't really notice that it's there, but it's there because it's a seed that's been planted. And the objective of the seed is to grow and to flourish. So when the full bloom comes in, you're like, oh shit, look at this shit. But then when you go and be like, all right, how did this shit become this shit? And you look back, it's like, oh shit, because back in 2022, man was planting seeds. Oh shit.
All
Oh,
that
I can see.
time.
Do you get what I mean? And it's like you have to have the understanding that planting the seeds literally means that, and it's the understanding of this isn't about everybody go look at this seed that I'm planting. Everybody go and look and tell me that you're looking at it, and then tell other people that you're looking at. Like it's not about that. It's about, if anything, this seed has to be planted without disruption. This seed can't be planted with people that are trying to get a fruit too early. This
No.
seed needs to be left so that it can grow and marinate. Because in the years to come, when you look back at this, you're gonna be like, "Oh shit, that's what he was
I
saying."
get it. I get
Do you know what I
it.
mean? And like, yeah, man, it's just big up to you, fam. Big up to you. Because again, I was just
So
listening to
much.
that shit a lot today in it, and I was just like, yeah, I I
That's
I
not much.
hear it.
I
I
appreciate
hear
it.
it. Yeah, I hear it, man.
Oh, fam. You know what's crazy? All them songs here, they like old songs. It's like 2017, 2018, you know what I'm saying? I'm writing the shit, recording the shit, you know what I'm saying? I released the shit, and goddamn, motherfuckers is worried about me all of a sudden. It's like, nah, don't be worried, because I've been through the illest of the shit. Like, oh, that shit is like done now. Like, some
Yeah,
people's bullshit that I'm worried about now. You know what I'm saying? I'm not worried about my bullshit no more, because I know my bullshit can just like flare up anytime, and I'm just like, it's my bullshit again. You know what I'm saying? Flaring up.
yeah,
Sorry, guys. That's that bullshit. Sorry.
yeah. That is a mad thing in it. Like when you especially in music and that, when you create like a song, for example, like you can embody and epitomize a feeling or an emotion that you don't necessarily live in your current day to day, but you've lived in, and you can translate it. And it's like you translate that moment in a Sumerian tablet forever. It's inscribed in it. So whenever people go back to that, that's what they get. And it's like, again, sometimes like with my girl, or sometimes with my mums, or like with people, is like certain tracks. It's like, oh shit, bro. Like, I get that this might sound mad in it, but I understand that that was a moment that I encapsulated. You know what I mean? Like, but if you just listen to it and just hear this, like, oh shit, bro, are you okay, fam? Like, are you all right, bro? Like, and I'm
Nah,
like, nah,
straight
I'm
talk.
cool,
That
bro.
was
Like,
like 7 years ago. Saying like,
I've
don't worry about
cleansed that
that.
out of my spirit, fam. Like, that's what that is in it. Like, that's a diary entry. Like, I've cleansed that out of my soul in it. But that's what it was. Yeah, but like I'm calling it. But people are like, nah, bro, because but you understand that when people listen to songs, it's an experience within itself. Meaning, if you hear a song that was made 10 years ago, but the first time you hear it is today, and it
Because
has a
today you
profound
still gonna
effect on
feel
you,
that feel.
that's the first time you've heard it, bro. Do you get what I mean? Like you didn't hear it 10 years ago, you heard it
Still gonna
today.
feel that feel the same way that if you'd have heard it 10 years ago.
And
You gonna feel
however it speaks to you, that's how it speaks to you. Do you get what I mean? And that will be imprinted on you forever, type of shit. And it's like, yeah, but I think it's important to do that though. I think it's important again not to just get geeky and like musicy and shit, but like as an artist, I think it's important to have different elements and dimensions. I think it's important to a lot of people, especially in the clout era, and that like if something works, let's keep doing that. Oh shit, this track went viral. Oh shit, this track went mad. Let's just keep trying to make this. You know what I mean? And what happens to a lot of people is they pigeonhole themselves. You know what I mean? They pigeonhole themselves and put themselves in like, okay, you just do this. And I feel like if you're an artist that's really an artist, it's important to allow the different dimensions of yourself to flourish. Take someone like Ye, for example. Like the reason that we love Ye now is because we can retrospectively look back and be like, rah, look at how many different sides of himself this person has given to us. Like, but at the time, when someone drops certain, that's a different
it's
side.
weird.
Like, bro, like,
It's
the
so
fuck is this,
weird.
bro? This is some weirdo shit, bro. Like, the fuck is this? And like, as an artist, you have to be
808s and
prepared,
heartbreaks, fam. I remember, fam. Motherfuckers
bro.
ain't like that shit at all, fam. They
I
was like,
remember niggas
this
didn't
shit
fuck with that, bro.
weird.
Niggas
Yeah,
didn't
they're like, this
like,
shit is weird. But goddamn, Robocop, nigga, that shit, nigga. Goddamn. That whole album, man, became the soundtrack to the whole hip hop.
legit.
It became the instrumental to the whole hip hop because fucking the shit was that lit for him. And I just
And
never
it's just like,
understood.
yeah, it's
I
like
just
as an
never.
artist, you have to be prepared to take the risk of, oh shit, they may not get it right now, and that's okay. Because a lot like the way that we live now, it's the instant gratification thing in it. It's like release this shit, and what's the first week numbers? What did it do right
Yeah.
now? Like who's, you know what I mean? Like it's right now sort of shit. And sometimes as an artist in whatever field you're in, you have to understand that when you're creating powerful shit may Picasso, bro. Like Picasso wasn't appreciated when he was here, fam. Like niggas didn't really fuck with his shit like that, bro. Like they're
Nah.
like, bro, what is this fucking
All fam.
weirdo, retarded like thing that you like, bro? Like what is this shit, bro? Like,
None of them niggas got no love when they was still about fam.
do you get what I mean?
The nice niggas fam. The pure see, a nigga that cut his ear off for the art fam. Pure
Bro,
like
I'm
that.
like, bro, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah, but
But
you don't
in
understand.
retrospect and hindsight, we can look back and be like, oh shit, bro, because he
Oh,
loved
he
the
cut
art
his
that much,
ear
fam.
off for the art
Because
fam.
he felt that deeply, bro. Like, you know what I mean? Like, yeah. And it's
He's
always
like,
that.
I don't even
It's
need
always
this
that.
ear anyways, fam. Look.
Do you get me? Is it? It's a mad thing. It's always that's what you always juggle with as an artist. If you really dedicated to what you do, it's like, oh shit, I have to understand that I can make all of the shit and never see the true recognition of this in my lifetime.
You know
Do
what
you
it
know what I
is?
mean?
I recognize a fear in myself as an artist, right? It's like, man, what if I do be that great, fam? What if I am that, fam? All that shit. What if I am all that shit, fam?
Yeah,
It's like,
yeah,
I fear myself because I know myself, fam. Like, I know that if I I don't know. I don't know. Like, let's say That's a good example. I know that if I earned $1 million versus winning $1 million, like the way that I'd go about spending that money is much different.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because if I earned $1 million, then it's like, nah, you know what? Because I see it with fam. This sounds crazy, fam. I don't even want to speak on it like that, fam. But like the money that man's making currently, fam, it's like, yeah, that's peace, fam. Do you know what I mean? That's like proper.
Mm.
But then it's like, shit. I was trying to find a way to say what I was trying to say without saying it, and now that's what I was trying to say. Fuck.
If man knew the peas that you was making, it'd be mad. But it's like,
Not even like if man knew, like it's not a mad amount of peas. It's not mad
but it's
like
good.
that.
It's good. It's good. Yeah.
Fucking hell, fam. What were we talking about before? Because I completely lost the full train of thought in it, but it was like, it was an expressway, fam.
You know what? Yeah. You know what I find with shit like that? I usually find, again, we have to understand that. And I don't want to keep gassing you and I like fucking like, oh my God. But like, especially when I speak to like you, I feel a lot of times there are different entities that are communicating while we're communicating, which is why there'll be times where, say, like I'll bell you, and you'll be like, "Bro, it's so mad that you belled me because I was thinking about you earlier, you know." Fam.
Just
Like,
about to
you know what I
bell you.
mean? And it's like because there are entities that operate with us and around us that communicate without us knowing, type of thing. And it's like what I feel like happens a lot of times when we talk and shit is like we talking like you and I,
But them
but then
niggas is
all of
communicating.
those, but they communicating on their own level. And so, you know, when you on like, you going, and all of a sudden that entire thought is gone. Where it's like, bro, like, wait, what,
Wait, what?
what
What
did
you
I
saying?
just say? Like, what? I usually feel like that's when them niggas is up there talking and shit. And somebody said something, and somebody else was like, "Bro, like now, like, all right, like everybody chill out for a second, like just, all right, we going
Hold on for a
we going
second.
somewhere. Everyone just chill out for a second, you know what I mean?" And like they're like, "We're gonna take the thought out of these man's heads, bro, so they don't keep going in that direction." And let's just take the thought out. They're gonna reset, and you know what I mean? Like,
Yeah, type
but
shit.
even that concept is just so, it's mad, isn't it, to think about that shit? Because again, how many times has it happened where like, man, a bell man. It's like, yo, bro, like I was literally about to bell you, bro. Like I was in the middle of sending you a text, bro. Like it's just like, oh shit, swear down. Like
Oh
somebody
yeah,
just
nah.
said like bell man, like you know what I mean? Like
Yeah, nah, that happens a lot, fam. And you see our spirits, the souls of us, the thing that sees inside. You see the things that we say is impossible, all the jumping and the flying and the teleporting and the this, that, and all that. It does that, bruv. So you literally could be in so many places, infinity places, all at once, fam. It's just that you might not be very aware of the fact that you're in infinity places all at once. You know what I'm saying? You going by your day and shit. You're thinking, oh shit, I ain't spoke to my boy in a long ass time. Shit, I'm gonna call him like as soon as I get back to the whip. Or like as soon as I get back to the crib, I'm sit down and I'm call the nigga. But then while you're doing your shit, the nigga call you Ethan. And you're like, oh shit, I was just about to call you when I got back to the crib.
yeah.
Because your spirit has already, the conversation that you're going to have, your
You've had it
spirit
in the
already
spirit.
did that already.
Yeah. And I feel like that's very real, man. I feel like that's very real. Like again, in interactions that we've had and shit. Like, just different stuff in it. Like, I feel like that's a thing that definitely exists. Like, to make it very simple for people to understand, it's almost like avatars in a game, innit? And it's like you've got the avatars that are in the game, but then you've got like the message board where people can speak on the message board and shit. And it's like the avatars in the game aren't consciously aware that there's a message board people are speaking on, but people are speaking on it and they communicate it, and you can see that. And then because of whatever's been said on there, may influence what you then do on the avatar and shit. You know what I mean? It's like that type of thing. I feel like there's a conversation that's had and shit where all of the spiritual entities that fuck with each other link up, like, oh, yo, all right, you, man, yeah, what you saying? Yeah, like the same way that we link up in it, like, yeah, oh, blessed, man, all right, what you, man, been on? Listen, this is the journey we've been on. We've been going through this right now. You know what I mean? Like, whatever it may be. It's like, you know what? All right, we need to link these two man up in it. So, because once these two man get together, it's like two battery cells, bro. I keep saying it's like battery cells. If we get these two battery cells in the place where they emit energy, our connection will be stronger. Because as much as we depend on them, bro, they depend on us. In the Bible, it says God made man in his image, bro. If you deep that, if you understand what the Lord's Prayer is,
But only
from the
God will
top of the
understand
head
that shit,
to the
dog.
bottom, as it is above, as it is below in heaven. If you understand that, then you understand the same way we need God, God need us, bro.
Yeah, but only God will understand.
But only He gets it
people,
from up there.
yeah.
Yeah.
But the ones that brought themselves down here and they just keep themselves in the mind frame of being the creation are never gonna fathom what the creator can think about and how the shit is for real. Because just part of the thing, and you just one of the things that man made. So only God can understand what it means to be made in the image and the likeness. Because, check it out, the image and the likeness, right? If you have a son, yeah, he gonna look just like you, like a motherfucker, fam. Ain't that the image and the likeness?
Bro.
Come on, God. Come on, God. Catch up. I'm speaking to the listeners, not you, because you know this, fam.
I know, fam. I know, fam.
Come on, God. Catch up, dog. So if you God's son, doesn't that mean that you... if me and my dad, we the same fam. The same nigga fam. Born in different times and, you know what I'm saying, exposed to different shit, I guess, or whatever. But, like, that nigga fam, he just like me fam. He don't really fuck with people like that. He do like people and shit, you know what I'm saying? He got all the love and all the time for the people that he fuck with, but, like, man, he don't fuck with people like that. And yeah, that's me too fam. He got like certain ways of going about things, you know what I'm saying? He got like a calm and coolness about it, and I always hear people being like, oh, you're so calm. I'm like, nah, I'm not on the inside for real.
I don't know how to be calm, but I'm not calm, bro. Like, yeah. I'm never calm, actually, to be honest with you.
Right.
If you really want to go there, I'm actually never calm, but I understand that
but
this is important.
That's another time for another, you know what I'm saying? Me, my dad, we're the same nigga fam, right? I am made in the image and the likeness of my father fam. We goddamn do the same shit fam. We express the same way. Motherfuckers be like, oh, dad, I thought that was your old man speaking on the phone when you answered there fam.
For real.
You know what I mean? We got the same jokes and the same banter patterns and shit. I watched this nigga fam. I studied that nigga fam. We the same, yeah, we the same cat, yeah, we the same.
Bro,
That's my dad.
Just as you talking, yeah, something, and this is something I've always been aware of, but I've never thought of it in this way, but I have, But just as you talking, yeah, you know what I've realized, bro? Just like I am literally the same way. Like you see, my dad and me, bro, we the same nigga. Like we the same nigga. But and this is I don't know whether it's happy or sad or whatever. But one thing I realized years ago, I've never seen a picture of my mum and my dad together ever. When I came into the world, my parents weren't together. Like I've never lived in a life where my parents were together in it. But like what I understand is I always say I have my mother's heart and my father's mind. And what I understand about my dad is when shit get cold, it get really cold, bro. And like I can do that. Chaos, strife, violence, like all of that. I in my blood, bro, like I thrive chaos. But it's my mother's heart that makes me rise above that. And what I understand is like, oh shit, my two parents came together and they couldn't coexist because of the imbalance of chaos and love. The two things couldn't coexist together, but they came together to create this kind of this dual thing that has both love and chaos in it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And it's like that's how I think about the shit. It's like, oh damn, like the best thing they ever did for me was come together for the period they did, even though they caused damage to one another because love and chaos when they
When they
collide, bro,
mix, it's crazy.
isn't it? It's like even though they caused damage to one another, they came together to create me, and I'm the embodiment of chaos and love. So like I go through parts of like rip these niggas' throats out, bro.
Yeah.
Bro,
Yeah,
you
I
have
can
to love
attest.
them. You have to love them, fam, because they don't know, fam. Love them, fam, and they don't. And it's like again, it's very when people don't have a level of awareness in self, it's very difficult to try to have that conversation with somebody because it can almost seem bipolar. You know what I mean? It can almost seem like, bro, you two people.
Yeah.
But it's like if you try to explain to people, like, yeah, like I am, like that's like yeah, like how you go between the light and the dark, that's balance. Like yeah, you know what I
Goddamn.
mean?
Goddamn. Hold on a second. Say that again one more time. Goddamn.
How you go between the light and the dark, that's balance, bro.
Goddamn.
If
Goddamn.
if yin and yang teaches us nothing else, bro, it teaches us that both of them have to exist together, fam. Because if one exists without the other, then neither of them exist. You get what I mean?
Exactly.
And it's like, yeah, it's just it's
it's
good to be
funny.
able to speak on those things and have somebody with a level of understanding who can hear it and still be like, all right, you know what? How about this? Or bro, you know what? This. And I try to always be open to hearing that. I try to never dig my heels in and be like, nah, fuck that. Like, it's just, I try to be open to that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, fam, because only God can hear that shit, fam. When they say you made in the image and the likeness, man, listen, only God can hear that shit, fam. All these other people that's out here, they gonna be thinking that they made in the image and the likeness of something. No, fam. You don't understand. You are your lineage, fam. You always been, fam. You've been here, fam. From the first people that were here. You've been here, fam. And you've just been creating. It's time traveling. You've been pushing yourself forward in time because you know that this physical body cannot withstand whatever the conditions that are here. But for only like maybe 100 years at most. So you push yourself out again. You push yourself out and you push yourself. Can you see it now, God? Can you see it?
And that's the mad thing, bro. That's the mad thing in it. Because again, when I book up with like say my old man and shit, I'm like, oh shit, I'm this nigga. This nigga is me, bro. Like that's me, fam. Like we're just older, but that's me, bro.
Yeah.
Like you know, it's like it's just what you're saying. It's like the seed planting seeds. Yeah, shameless plug again. You know what I mean? But like, as a man, you literally plant a seed within a woman to push yourself forward in time.
Yeah.
You know, it's a mad thing, bro. Listen, we gotta wrap this shit at some point. This has been a great episode, bro.
Yeah, fam. It's
This has
1:23
been
and
great,
I'll
bro.
be up in a couple hours of shit. Hey, man.
Yeah,
Forgot.
yeah. We gonna wrap this because I know, like you and I, bro. If we just allow ourselves, we'll do this shit for hours, fam. Like, and
Man, that's
I
what
love
these
that.
people
Like,
don't
trying to
understand, I don't think, fam.
for real. It's like we don't come here each week and be like, all right, fucking hell, all right, let's try and get to 4. Like it's easy. We have to cut it short. Do you get what I mean? We have to cut it short because it's
Like
like we
now.
can do this. You know what I mean? And it's like the fact that you make the time, and I know that you got you got things and commitments you got and shit. Like, just thank you, my brother. Thank you for just making the
Thank
time
you as well, my bro.
to build into this thing, man. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah. One day you'll understand, fam. One day you'll understand what this meant, fam. This is like, yeah, we about to get into some shit again. Nah, let me not, fam. Let me not, fam. Yeah, one day you'll understand what this means to me, fam. Because I don't think I could say it in words. I think it would just sound a bit, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Listen, we can do all of that offline, innit? We can do all of that offline, like away from the broadcast and shit. But like, let it be heard on the broadcast, though. My brother, I love you, man.
I
Like,
love you,
from
my brother,
the day
fam.
that we met, fam, the day that we first linked, it's like the universe linked us back together in it. As you said, we've done this
Yeah.
many times. You know what I mean? And the universe made a way where it's like, all right, I'm gonna bring this nigga that live over here and this nigga that live over here, and I'm gonna put y'all through your own shit, so y'all link up here in it, like, and then y'all are gonna do what y'all need to do. You get what I mean? So it's like, I'm just very appreciative to have a friend, a brother, you know what I mean, in this life who I feel understands. Where if other people don't understand, your family don't understand, your parents don't understand, your girl might not even understand. You know, it's good to have a brother who, even if you don't get it, can hear you in it, and it's someone that. And again, we won't get into the shit right now, but you and I have been. We've seen each other at very low points. We've seen
Yeah.
each other at very low points. You know what I mean? And it's just very dope to have a brethren in this thing that you know. Yeah, man, he rock with you, fam. Like, even if you're not centered in yourself, this is someone who will always try and bring you to some kind of center. Do you get what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Nah, I
always good
appreciate
like that.
that. Nah, you better at that than me, I feel like. Because
You
I'm
know
like,
what, man?
yeah.
Go on, bro.
I think
Go
I
on, bro.
think I got too detached. That's what happened to
But you
me,
know
I
what
think.
it is, man? You know what it is, bro? It's like all this shit is patterns in it. You know what I mean? And it's like, yeah, there's gonna be times where you're gonna feel more detached. And as your brethren, I'm gonna try and tether you back to
Yeah.
whatever it may be. But again, there'll be other times where I may be more detached. You know what I mean? Where like, and I
Nah.
know, again, I know
Bring
the
it back
chaos
in
that
like,
exists
hey, yo,
inside
chill
me.
out.
If I get detached, it'll be very like I won't give a fuck, and it's like I'll need the word of somebody who I can't ignore, type of shit. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? And it's like even in just in like the little ways, the day to day conversations we have and shit, all that, like it's all balanced. It's like the cogs in a watching it. It's like the cogs in a clock, bro. It's like there are different sizes. Some are bigger, some are smaller, some are, you know what I mean. But all of them work in unison.
And all
Everything
the
works in
good
unison,
things.
and as long as it works in unison, then it works. If one thing comes out of place, it don't work no more, and you got to fix it. Which is why I need to pull up in a 5-side and fix it. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
man. It's, yeah, I've been said it, fam. All it is just a little chin wag, that's all. Yeah, yeah, but nah, yeah, nah, it's definitely, It's divine order, my friend.
Yeah.
There's nothing that happens by random chance. We decided all of this before we jumped back in. You jumped in a bit earlier than me, and I was like, shit, he jumped in already? God damn, I thought he was going to wait. I bet. Boom. And now we here.
Now we here. And now we here.
I mean,
I'm going to
also,
play this voice note real quick from like time ago. And we'll wrap.
Yo, Drez, well, so now I've been listening for a while now, and God, the concept of God, how we know it, it's man-made. It's brought from one plane of existence to another for us to understand it. You know what I mean? But when you think of God in its true natural state, it's no way of understanding or even knowing where it begins or where it began that or whatever. You know what I mean? Because God is just a concept as far as we know it. You know what I mean? With all of the proofs and stuff they have around, that just may be the proof for the concept that we have of God, not the proof of God itself.
You know what it
that's very
is?
true.
Like, God, in the very simplest way, I won't go on too much, but like, in a very simplest way, God is the all-knowing while not knowing anything. Like, God is the thing in you that understands. The more that you learn, the more that you don't know. God is the constant contradiction of being, the constant contradiction of good and bad, the constant contradiction of left and right, the constant God and the
Inside, outside.
devil kind of synonym. Like, both things exist in synchronicity. And I think in that same way, like, yeah, God, is a concept, and yeah, I understand that in that algorithm, but it's one of those ones where whenever you get to that point in your mind where you're like, yo, but how this or how, that's God. Do you know what I mean? That if you're a 2-dimensional being and you're trying to conceive a 3-dimensional being, that point you get to, you're like, I don't get it. That's God. And that's why we refer to God as the high being. That's when we talk about heaven, we look up, because upward is a higher dimension. Do you know what I mean? It's a different thing. So I hear what man is saying. For real.
Yeah, and I mean, it's easy to see God like that if you're looking through the lens of like religions and what you know what I'm saying. It's like if you hearing what they saying, it's like, oh, you can obviously never know what God is. But then at the same token, then you'll never know who you are.
Yeah.
And you'll never know your position as a being on this earth. Then you might never even think that you've got a mission in life. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
like,
Now,
listen, God always trying to tell you who he is, fam. You just ain't trying to hear that shit, fam. That's all right. You're going to hear it one day, fam. If it's not now, it's at the end when you be like, goddamn, you were speaking this whole time? Yeah, you were speaking, dog. He was.
you
You
know,
just
you
ain't
know
want
what
to hear
God
that
is. Yeah.
shit.
You know what God is. Yeah. It's like someone. Imagine someone who's never been in the ocean before, but they study like ocean life and marine life, and they go to uni and they study it and they understand, the temperatures that different fish live in and this and that, and they have a knowledge of it, right? But the first time that they maybe go on holiday or whatever, and they walk into the water and they feel the water on their body and they feel that feeling of that natural ocean and sun and shit, like on the like that feeling that like transcends understanding that you can't quantify into a formula. That's God. Because I always say this, I always say, imagine if you had to explain to somebody who has never seen water before, They don't have any idea what water is. Imagine trying to explain what water is to somebody.
Or imagine
you-
trying to describe a face to somebody that's never seen
That's
the
never
person
seen a
that you're
face.
trying to describe.
Like, and they're like,
Or
oh
even
shit,
just
like,
the person that you're trying to describe. You can be like, oh yeah, nah, he got a scar on his face, and yeah, but how many
but it's
motherfuckers
like,
got scars on their face?
even
Yeah.
with that though, there's some conceptualization of like, all right, I know what a scar looks like, I know what a face looks like. Da, 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 da. It's like, imagine a motherfucker who has never seen fucking, I don't know, what can I think of, the fucking Northern Lights, has no idea what that means, no idea, like shit, like they don't have, and you're explaining that to somebody, and you're like, yeah, like it's lights in the sky, yeah, and it's like basically like the sun,
Lights in the sky.
and then what happens is like it glows and shit, and the light comes down, it's like in waves in it, and it's like it looks really sick and that you can see the stuff. Like somebody tell you to just like go and suck your mum in it, like bro, this is what you're talking about. I don't give a fuck what you're talking about. But if you dare and you see that shit, you're like, holy shit.
I get it.
You know what I mean? I get it. It's lights in the sky. I get it. You know what I mean? Like it's a that thing where you have to experience it and feel it. I feel like that's what God is, but that's the essence of God. That feel, that essence, that thing. You know what I mean? Like that's the essence of what God is. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's
I can I definitely agree with that for sure.
bro. Let's close this shit, fam. Let's close this shit. You got let's close this shit.
We had tried to close it before, but then I don't know what happened.
Listen, man. This is episode 70, by the way. You know what I mean?
Yeah, retirement age of that. Got to
You
start
get me?
handing out licenses and shit, you hear me?
But this podcast is going to be like somebody in the Bible, fam. You're going to see this for hundreds and hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of shit, you know what I mean? So I just want to big up everybody who took the time to leave a voice note, everybody took the time to listen. Thank you, man. Appreciate you. We try to build here, you know what I mean? There's not a complete outline structure, but we try to just come here and just be real and just talk, man. And you know, it's dope to see people being drawn to that. You know, so if you want to support the team, you want to support what we're doing, subscribe to the YouTube page. Obviously, we on Instagram and Twitter and all them sort of things there. Do you know what I mean? But subscribe to the YouTube. You can see all the episodes in there. You can go back and listen to episodes as well. Do you know what I mean? Big up RG Mags. You know what I mean? Big up Mags.
It's a time ago from
Definitely behaved himself this time.
Nah, he's composed this time from.
Yeah, to say the least. And yeah, Mags has got a lot of great shit to say, man. So I'm sure in the future
For real.
we'll get that off. Again, we won't go round and round in circles and stuff. But my brother, just thank you for making the time. I know you gotta get up and do shit in the morning, so I really appreciate you just making the time to just do this shit, man. Thank you for being
you as
here.
well, my bro. You're in the same boat. You gotta get up and do shit too, fam. You know what I'm saying?
You know what I mean?
That's all building, isn't it?
It's all building, bro. It's all building. My brother, I love you. I appreciate you. You know what I mean? More life, more energy, more prosperity, more money, more blessing, more health, more everything, bro. More everything.
Yeah, all of that times 10 for you, my bro.
You know what I mean?
All that times
People,
10
then,
for you, my brother.
this has been the OnlyMans podcast, episode 70. Thank you very, very much for listening. And we will tune in with y'all next week.
Next week.
Alright, my brother, stay safe, stay dangerous. Peace, blessings, all that, yeah?
My bro. Peace and blessings and love, fam. Peace.
Alright, man. Peace.
Peace.